Hi, welcome back guys. This is your sensei, back with another fanfiction. This is the first part of What If Naruto Became the Silver Wolf? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Naruto groaned. He felt like he had just been hit with a truck. Stupid Orochimaru. What the F did he do to me? Hey, wait a minute. Where am I? Asked Naruto. Naruto was in some type of, sewer was the best way he could think to describe it. There was ankle-high water and he could swear he could hear arguing of some kind. Curiosity getting the better of him, he started to follow the sound until he was blinded by a shining light. When it finally cleared, Naruto was greeted with a rather peculiar sight. A wolf with silver fur was having a heated argument with a giant monster behind some type of cage. And that's why I'm cutting off your chakra from him. I won't let you corrupt him, shouted the wolf. I'd love to see you try and stop me. Hey, what the heck is going on here? Shouted Naruto. The wolf blinked in confusion as she turned her head to see the blonde. Oh, Naruto, I didn't expect to see you so soon, said the wolf. Who the hell are you? And what the heck is that thing? Asked Naruto. Insolent whelp. Do you know who you address? I am Mighty Kyuubi, the mightiest of all the tailed demons. Quiet you, shouted the wolf. The wolf kicked one of the Kyuubi's bars with one of her hind legs. Don't you ever talk to Naruto. You're to blame for everything, shouted the wolf. Naruto was surprised to say the least. The wolf was obviously female and yet she seemed almost protective of Naruto. She turned to Naruto and he almost flinched with how fast she did it. Naruto, come with me, there is much to discuss, said the wolf. Only if you agree to tell me what the heck is going on, said Naruto. The wolf nodded to him. I'll tell you everything, said the wolf. Okay then, said Naruto. As Naruto and the wolf started to leave together, silver bars appeared between the already present cage bars. The most noticeable feature about these bars was the fact that they had crescent moon marks on them. Hey, what the F is this? Hey, it's trapping my chakra. Hey, get your buttes back here, shouted the Kyuubi. The wolf smiled smugly as she heard the Kyuubi's rant. As Naruto and his companion continued their walk, he couldn't help but admire her fur. It was so silver it almost hurt his eyes to look at it. So who or what are you? Asked Naruto. Well, Naruto, I guess you could think of me as your spirit guide. Do you know what you are? Asked the wolf. I'm a ninja. Believe it, said Naruto. No. Well, I mean, yes, technically you are a Konoha ninja, but you're more than that, said the wolf. What do you mean? Asked Naruto. The wolf and Naruto stopped walking. This way, Naruto, said the wolf. She turned down a corner and entered a dark room. Come, Naruto, there is much to learn, she said. Naruto shrugged and entered the room. A picture of the yondaime appeared next to her. Naruto, do you know who this is? That's the fourth Hokage, said Naruto. Yes, but he was more than that. He was a werewolf of the strongest breed, but he was also your father. Naruto stared at her for a moment with a blank expression. What? Now, Naruto, I know what you're thinking, but your father loved you very much. He couldn't bring himself to ask any of the other families of Konoha, so he sealed the Baka demon in you. It tore him up inside knowing that it would have to be his own son burdened with such a fate. Naruto's eyes were hidden by the shadows of his bangs, so it was nearly impossible to tell his emotion. The only thing he ever wanted was for you to be recognized as the hero you are. Naruto, I know that it might be possible that you hate him very much. I don't. What? That was one answer she truly wasn't expecting. Naruto looked at her with a confident smirk she had seen one too many times on his father's face. If I was the old man, I probably would have done the exact same thing. I don't have any grudges against him, so I'll do him proud and grant his final wish. I'll make the village see me for the hero that I am, even if it takes to the day I die. I swear it, said Naruto. A smirk started to develop on her face. And I never go back on my word, that's my nindo. My ninja way, believe it. You are your father's son, all right, there's no mistaking that. You have the same confidence and arrogance he always showed. Naruto rubbed the back of his neck, slightly embarrassed in how much he was presumably like his father. Well, let's move on. What's this about him being a werewolf? Asked Naruto. Yes. He was a very rare type of werewolf. He had silver fur and was undefeated when it came to fighting in his hybrid form. If his fur was silver, then how come he was a blonde? Asked Naruto. Well, you see, hair color kind of changes when one changes into their hybrid form. Well, I guess I can swallow that. Okay, new question. If he was a werewolf, how come no one ever knew? Asked Naruto. Werewolves are kind of looked down upon in societies as monsters. They would have grabbed any silver weapons they could find without so much as batting an eye. Which brings us to why you haven't ever changed before. Yeah, what's up with that? Asked Naruto. Before your father died, he summoned me, and how should I say this? Called in a favor. He asked me to lock away all your Lycan abilities, features and powers until I saw fit that you were ready to both handle them and hide them. You have enough trouble with the villagers as it is. Well, can't argue with you there. So you think I'm ready for them? Asked Naruto. With a little help from me, but let's take things slow first. You have to learn to walk before you can run. But the one thing you must always remember is that you must keep the fact that you're a werewolf a secret, otherwise the residents of Konoha. Hold it. Say no more, please just don't go there, they treat me bad enough already. Said Naruto. Exactly. But know that being a werewolf does not make you a monster, just different. It may even help you in your journey to become Hokage. Naruto smirked. Sounds like fun. Like I said, you're definitely your father's son. But let's take this one step at a time. If you need to talk to me, you can do so telepathically by merely opening our link. Right now you need to wake up. Sasuke smirked to himself while breaking the Sound Nin's arms. Suddenly a hand firmly gripped his arms, stopping his action. Sasuke looked at the owner of the arm to see a changed Naruto. He was kind of like how he was when endowed with the Kyuubi's chakra, except he didn't look demonic. Instead he looked more animalistic. That's enough, Sasuke. He's beaten, let him go, said Naruto. Sasuke glared defiantly at Naruto. If not for your sake or his, then do it for Sakura's. Just look at what you're doing to her, shouted Naruto. Sasuke looked at Sakura and what he saw shook him down to his soul. She had a look of fear on her face, and yet it also at the same time had a mix of sadness. Sasuke could never remember her ever looking at him like that. It seemed almost unnatural. The markings on his body receded back to the curse mark on his neck. He fell to his knees panting. What happened to me? Asked Naruto. Think of this as a pre-stage before you could enter the hybrid mode. Soon you'll learn how to bypass this stage and go straight into hybrid mode, but for now this is necessary. Okay, how do I change back? Just think about it. Naruto started to picture himself as his normal self, and before he knew it he had changed back. Naruto shook his head for a moment to regain his bearings. A lot had happened during his little talk on how to change back. The Sound Nins eventually left, leaving behind their scroll. Ino gave Sakura a haircut to balance out the hair she lost. But for some reason Ino seemed awfully distant. Tenten had woken up Lee by shaking him violently. He and Sakura were apparently talking about something or another now. Tenten was now walking over to Naruto for some reason. Naruto didn't really know her that well. All he really knew about her was that she was Lee's teammate. Hey, you're Naruto, right? Asked Tenten. Yep. What can I do you for? Asked Naruto. Back there, you looked pretty feral. How did you do that? Was that some type of jutsu or something? Asked Tenten. Naruto suddenly started to sweat. No, it was a bloodline. Yeah, that's it. It's the bloodline of my family, said Naruto. He congratulated himself for a moment on thinking so quickly, but then paused. Why do you want to know? Asked Naruto. Oh, no reason, just curious, said Tenten. She started to back away sheepishly but tripped over a rock. She got up and ran back to Neji and Rock Lee. That was weird, said Naruto. Naruto, Sakura, and Sasuke were leaping through the trees. Okay, so we lost a scroll and then gained a scroll, sending us back to square one. Am I right? Asked Naruto. That's how it went down, Dobe, said Sasuke. Maybe we should split up, see if we could find some weak teams to take a scroll from, suggested Sakura. That's a good idea, Sakura-chan, said Naruto. For once I agree with the dobe. Meet back here in an hour, said Sasuke, throwing a kunai into the ground. So the members of Team 7 split up into 3 different directions. You know, you've explained a lot to me lately, but I don't even know your name, said Naruto. You may call me Ilyu. That's a nice name. Thank you, Naruto, but if you excuse me, I'm going to go and make fun of a certain fox. Okay, have fun. Naruto kept leaping from tree branch to tree branch until he heard some type of snickering and stopped. Right below him was 3 Rainins. So it's agreed, we'll use Genjutsus on that team with the Uchiha until they agree to give us their scroll. I wouldn't do that if I were you, said a voice. The 3 Rainins looked around trying to find the source of the voice. Who said that? Who's there? Demanded one of them. Up here, Brainier. They looked up to see about 100 Narutos up in the tree branches. This is bad, said another one of them. Get him, boys, said the original Naruto. 1 hour later, Naruto saw Sasuke and Sakura talking with a man named Kabuto they met earlier. They hadn't noticed him yet, so he decided to make a small entrance. He gave a low whistle, catching their attention. He smirked as he twirled the obtained scroll at the end of his finger. Did somebody order a scroll? Asked Naruto. You did it, dope. And just the one we need too, said Sasuke. How the heck did you get one of those? Did you annoy them into giving it to you? Asked Sakura. Sakura was shocked at what just came out of her own mouth. She would say some harsh things to Naruto every now for being annoying and then, but that was just low. Naruto stopped spinning the scroll and walked over to her with a seriously set-off face. You know, Sakura, I've liked you for a really long time. And I probably liked you a lot more than you deserve me to. Okay, I say, believe it, a bit more than I should. I'm not the sharpest tool in the shed. I'm not some prodigy like Sasuke. I'm always eager to learn a new jutsu, and I like ramen a little too much. But that's who I am, and if that's not good enough for you, then maybe the one who isn't worth the time of day isn't me but you, said Naruto. Sakura just stood there with her mouth hanging open. Naruto of all people just told her off. Naruto tossed the scroll to her. Enjoy your scroll, Sakura-san. That's right. If you want me to call you Chan again, you're going to have to work your way up from the bottom. If you need me, I'll be going on ahead, said Naruto. Naruto leapt into the treetops, leaving behind one very stunned Sakura. Whoa! Didn't think you had it in ya, champ, said Ilyu. Yeah, well, I said it before and I'll say it again, don't underestimate me. I'll be sure not to. You know, just because you're not a ninja prodigy doesn't mean you might not be a werewolf prodigy. You really think I could be a werewolf prodigy? Well, I can honestly tell you your father was one. He was known in the ninja world as the Yellow Flash, but to werewolves he had the nickname. Wow, really? Yes, and from what I've seen you will most definitely be every bit as good as he was. Well, eventually anyways, you still got a long way to go, champ. Well, that's what I thought. Tell me, Naruto, besides the ones I've already seen, are there any villagers who treat you with kindness? There's the 3rd Hokage and Iruka-sensei, said Naruto. Anyone else? Well, I guess there's Hinata, but she's kind of weird. How is she weird? Well, more than once I've caught her looking at me, only to look away once she realized I caught her. She can be pretty quiet sometimes and likes to fiddle with her fingers. But the weirdest thing of all is that she keeps stuttering whenever I talk to her. Ilyu? You're an idiot, said Ilyu simply. What? Why? Just keep jumping, champ. It wasn't long until he reached the tower, and only an hour later the rest of Team 7 arrived. Sakura was remaining silent, still shook from her little chat from Naruto. They nodded to each other and entered their gate. It took them a while, but they figured out the message in the room, but they got it. They were supposed to open the scrolls. They opened them up and a white smoke started to pour out of them. It's summoning something. Get rid of them, shouted Sasuke. They threw the scrolls to the far end of the room, making them land in an X on each other. When the smoke cleared, their former sensei stood before them. Iruka-sensei? What are you doing here? Asked Sakura. Look at you 3, you've come a long way. I feel so proud, I feel like buying you each a bowl of ramen. Yada. I'm gonna get ramen. Naruto, please calm down, said Iruka. Iruka begins to explain to them what exactly the scrolls were for and what they represented. The next part of the Chunin exams begin the day after tomorrow. Wouldn't be right if you were to take the next part of the exam completely exhausted. I suggest you use this time to go home and rest up," said Iruka. Team 7 gave a sigh of relief. They had been in the forest a bit too long. Living off of bugs and sleeping on the cold hard ground had taken its toll on them. "But not you, Naruto. Hama says he wants to speak to the both of us for some reason, so just follow me," said Iruka. "Okay, but can we still get that ramen later?" asked Naruto. Iruka sighed to himself. "Sure, why not?" Naruto beamed as he followed his former sensei. The Hokage smoked his pipe patiently in his office. There was a knock on his door and he smiled to himself. "Hoka-sama, Iruka Umino and Naruto Uzumaki are here to see you," said his secretary. "Send them in." The doors opened and in walked Iruka and Naruto. "Hey old man, how you doing?" asked Naruto. "Naruto, please try to show some respect," lectured Iruka. "Oh, it's quite alright, Iruka. I'm quite used to it by now. Please, take a seat." Iruka and Naruto sat down on the 2 chairs in front of his desk. The old man let out a puff of smoke while collecting his thoughts, wondering how exactly to explain the situation. "Tell me, what do the two of you know about this village's law about harems?" Iruka and Naruto left the Hokage's office with saucer-sized eyes. "Both the last of our clans. I never saw it coming," said Iruka. "What I never saw coming was that info about multiple wives needed to rebuild clans," said Naruto. The third Hokage had once tried to tell Sasuke this information, but he was pretty sure he was only half listening. As Iruka started to head out of the hallway, he noticed Naruto wasn't with him. He turned around and saw Naruto staring at a picture of the yandere. The yellow flash of Konoha, those are pretty big boots to fill. Naruto felt a hand on his shoulder and saw Iruka-sensei. "Come on Naruto, let's go get that ramen," said Iruka. Naruto smiled as he followed Iruka out. Iruka and Naruto sat down at their favorite ramen stand. "Some beef ramen please, and keep them coming," said Naruto. "I'll have the same but give some sake too." "I'm going to need it," said Iruka. "Coming right up," said the chef. "So tell me Iruka-sensei, what was your clan famous for?" asked Naruto. "Let's just say we could wield a mean giant shuriken and leave it at that," said Iruka. As the two started to eat their ramen, they were soon visited by the red-eyed Jounin sat next to them. "Hey Iruka, what's with the long face?" asked Kurenai. "I just got some big news involving myself and Naruto. We each need to find multiple wives so we can rebuild our clans," said Iruka. He looked at his sake cup and threw it over his shoulder, taking a big swig from the bottle. "Hitting it pretty hard, aren't you?" asked Kurenai. "I'm drinking for the both of us. Naruto's too young," said Iruka. An hour later, Naruto patted his pot belly and Iruka's words started to slur. "I wash never there for him before hiccup, but I'm going to best there for him now. He's like my little brother or maybe even a son," said Iruka. If it wasn't for the fact that Iruka was slurring his words, Kurenai would have been impressed. Not everyone would look at the Kyuubi's container in such a way or offer such kindness. "You nope, I always thought you were hot." "Is that so?" "Yesh, but I wash afraid if I were able to make a move you'd, hiccup, kick me in the gonach. And then any little friend quip we had be ruined," said Iruka. Kurenai paused at this. She had always considered Iruka a friend at most, but she had never thought about him as anything else. Maybe it was time she did. He was an excellent gentleman, great with kids, and could even kick but when he had to. "I think it's time I started to get you home," said Kurenai. "Okay, hey Cheffy, put everything on my tab," slurred Iruka. "You got it." As Iruka leaned on Kurenai for support as they walked, Naruto could have sworn he saw a small trace of a blush on her face. Could she, said Naruto. Naruto got up and decided he could use a nice shower. "Hey Naruto, I think you could use some new kunais and shurikens. The ones you have are about to fall apart." "Yeah, I guess I should. I'll look for a shop or something tomorrow. But then you need explain some other things about me being a werewolf." "Deal." Naruto stretched as he greeted the morning sun. His house was in its usual messiness with dirty clothes everywhere and a tower of ramen bowls. He often enjoyed this sight. But now was not the time to dawdle. He would have to hurry if he wanted to get everything done today. He had his morning ramen and got dressed. He locked up and left to get started on the day. Iruka awoke with a killer headache, wishing the sun would go back to sleep for another 5 hours. Morning, sleepyhead. Morning, said Iruka irritably. Iruka paused for a moment. Something wasn't right. Let's see, he was in his own house, that was good, in his own bed, in his own room, with Kurenai in it. BWH, what are you doing here? Asked Iruka. Relax, last night you just got a little drunk, said Kurenai. Iruka swallowed a large lump in his throat. What else happened last night? Asked Iruka. Not what you're thinking, I can tell you that. We just talked, you told me how you usually tend to sleep in after drinking, so I decided to give you a wake-up call, said Kurenai. So you're only here because… Yep. You left the front door open. You know you really need to lock up at night, said Kurenai. Iruka gave a sigh of relief. Well, I need to go and finish some paperwork. I suggest you get ready for your classes, said Kurenai. She opened the door and was about to leave but paused to look at him. By the way, Iruka, you can be a very good sweet talker when you get the guts. Just thought you should know, said Kurenai. Without another word, Kurenai closed the door behind her, leaving Iruka to his thoughts. Iruka's entire face did an atomic blush. He knew that there was something she wasn't telling him. Naruto ignored the usual hateful glares that were sent his way. He always just reminded himself that their glares would stop on his way to becoming Hokage, a figure which everyone in the village seemed to respect. New gear, where the heck am I going to find a shop to buy new ninja gear that won't throw me out? Asked Naruto to no one in particular. Naruto knew that if he went to any of the usual stores in this district of Konoha, he would either be denied service or chased out. So therefore his only choice was to check out the districts he hadn't been to and hope for the best. Naruto kept walking until he heard a voice shout out to him. Naruto turned to his left and saw Tenten running towards him. Oh, Tenten, right? Asked Naruto. Yeah, what's up? Asked Tenten. Oh, I'm just trying to find a decent shop where I can buy some shurikens and kunais, said Naruto. Naruto saw Tenten's face light up for some reason. Well, you're in luck. It just so happens my parents own it. Store that has just what you need, said Tenten. Wow. Really? Asked Naruto. Yes, but first I think I would like to see what you got, said Tenten. Naruto handed Tenten his kunai pouch. Tenten tisked as she looked inside at its contents. What's wrong? Asked Naruto. This gear is pathetic, said Tenten. What's wrong with them? Asked Naruto. Well, first off, your shurikens aren't supposed to be cracked nor rusty, she said, taking one of them out. She took out a kunai that looked very old. And this thing looks like it'll break apart at any second. Come on, we're not wasting another second. Follow me, said Tenten. Tenten turned around and started to lead Naruto in the direction of her family's shop. Whatever you say, Minnie Mouse, said Naruto. Tenten froze in her tracks. She took a moment to face him. What did you call me? People often made fun of her because of her hairstyle, but in reality she loved her little hair buns. She had heard that Naruto could be a bit clueless sometimes but had a good heart, the very opposite of shallow. She had hoped she hadn't heard wrong. A Minnie Mouse. You know, because of your hair buns. They kind of make you look like a mouse, they make you look cute, said Naruto shyly. Tenten gave a small blush. So she had heard right. At least the guy thought she was cute. Okay, Romeo, this way, said Tenten. Naruto blushed at the nickname as she led him to the shop. Dad, I'm home. And I brought a friend who needs some new gear, called out Tenten. A middle-aged man came out from a room in the back to greet his only daughter. Hello, Tenten. Who's your little friend? Dad, this is Naruto. You believe who horrible his kunais and shurikens are. Do you think we could help him out a little? Asked Tenten. Of course, anything for a friend of my little butterfly nose. Butterfly nose? Asked Naruto. When I was baby, a butterfly landed on my nose. Dad's called me that ever since. Dad, I'm not a baby anymore, whined Tenten. Maybe, but you'll always be my little butterfly nose. Dad, you're embarrassing me, said Tenten. Okay. Now Naruto, exactly how many new kunais and shurikens do you need? A full set, please, said Naruto. Soon Naruto was once again fully stocked with for once good weapons. Thanks, what do I owe you? Asked Naruto. It's on the house this time, seeing as how you're Tenten's new little friend. Wow. Thanks old man, beamed Naruto. No problem, now get out of here you little scamp. Naruto left with a brightened face. Hey Naruto. Let's hang out sometime, shouted Tenten. Yeah sure, okay, called back Naruto. As Naruto had now finally left the building, Tenten's father started rubbing his chin. What's wrong dad? Asked Tenten. Good grip on morals, respectful, high goals, very well. I wholeheartedly approve. When's the first date? Tenten's face did a mild blush. YAOI, you are so embarrassing. I can't believe you, shouted Tenten. Naruto beamed as he carried his pouch full of new kunais and shuriken. Now if only he had been watching where he was going, maybe he wouldn't have bumped into someone who just so happened to be carrying some groceries. Oof. Hey watch where you're going, said a voice. Naruto looked up to see none other than Temari. Oops, sorry about that, my mind was elsewhere. Hey I know you, you're the sister of that JRK in the black pajamas. Temari right? Asked Naruto. Temari blinked in confusion for a moment or two. Oh yeah, you're the loud idiot who hangs out with the hot moody guy, said Temari. Naruto hung his head in shame. Why is it always Sasuke? Hey you okay? Asked Temari. Naruto quickly regained his composure. Of course, believe it. Here, let me help you, said Naruto. Naruto started to pick up some of her groceries. Thank you, said Temari. Hey don't worry about it. The name's Naruto by the way, said Naruto. Temari looked at him quizzically for a moment. Having Gaara usually tended to have boys shy away from her, who wanted to date someone who was Gaara's sister. She couldn't help but wonder why this guy was helping her until it finally occurred to her. He was a leaf neen, meaning he probably knew very little about Gaara. Hey, don't you know who my brother is? Asked Temari. Yeah, he's the freak with the mummy on his back, right? Asked Naruto. No, not him. My other brother, said Temari. Naruto thought for a moment. Oh, the guy with the gourd. What's his name again? It's Garubaka. Don't you know how dangerous he is? He'd kill you as soon as look at you, said Temari. Temari wasn't sure, but she could have sworn she saw him smirk. Big deal. I can be pretty dangerous myself when I want to. If you think he's something, just wait until you see what I can do, said Naruto. To say that Temari was shocked would be an understatement. She had never heard someone talk with such a level of confidence. But she quickly got over it. Once he saw what Gaara could really do, he'd change his tone. And then he'd probably avoid her just like all the rest. Well, I think that's everything, said Naruto. He handed Temari her groceries and started on his way. I'll see you around, okay? Asked Naruto. Temari shook her head. If he only knew. Later, in one of the many forests of Konoha, a werewolf with silver fur stood giving himself a once-over. He had a wolf head with a snout and wolf ears, in short the works. He stood a whopping 6 feet 8 inches, he is still 12 after all, with a long bushy tail. His claws, although not made of metal, still shone off in the sunlight. His canines were big and intimidating, but surprisingly enough his eyes were still blue. Wow. I feel unbelievable, said Naruto. Got that right, champ. In your hybrid form you are stronger and faster than you ever were before, said Ailey. Naruto smirked. Faster you say? Naruto turned into a blur as he ran through the forest. Now this is what I'm talking about. Having fun? Asked Ailey. You bet. This is the kind of speed I've always dreamed of, said Naruto. If you think you're fast now, just wait till you go under your full beast mode. Then you'll really be moving, said Ailey. Naruto stopped running. Is my full beast form better than my hybrid form? Asked Naruto. No, it's just different. In your full beast mode you can track better, run faster, you even get a bigger set of chompers. While in your hybrid form you're a better fighter, can perform hand seals, and your claws are bigger. Naruto smirked as he started to run back towards where he started. So what happens to me during a full moon? Do I get forced into my hybrid form or something? Asked Naruto. Oh hell no. That's just an old wives' tale, but I won't lie to you, the full moon does affect you. However, It's more like you get an adrenaline rush from it. Normally the feeling is so exhilarating werewolves prefer to be in hybrid mode or even full beast mode just to get a bigger kick out of it. And silver. Avoid it if you can. A little bit will burn like you won't believe, but a lot of it will kill you. Got it? What about other werewolves? Not too many of them to tell the truth. You probably won't run into any others, so don't worry about it. Said Ailey. Well, it's time for ramen. What? But we're not done yet. It's just a ramen break. Please. UG. Forget silver, ramen is your biggest weakness. Alright, but only one bowl, said Ailey. Naruto changed to his human form and put on his orange top half of his jumpsuit. If he had kept it on, it would have been torn apart during the transformation. He really needed to find some shirts that could stretch. This wasn't to say that he didn't love his jumpsuit. Oh, quite the contrary. It was so orange and bright that most of the time people had to look at him. Naruto beamed as he walked out of the forest and into the village. He kept walking until he found his favorite ramen stand. He entered Ichiraku's with a smile on his face. Hey old man. One beef ramen special please, said Naruto. You been ordering a lot of meaty ramen lately, any reason? Asked the chef. Let's just say I developed a whole new appreciation for it, said Naruto. The old man merely shrugged as he started cooking. Naruto gobbled down his meal in 5 minutes and gave a contented sigh. That was good, old man. Don't ever leave Konoha, complimented Naruto. Naruto could have eaten more, but he still needed to figure out his werewolf powers more. So Naruto walked back to the forest with a slight spring in his step, unaware that he was being followed by someone in the shadows once again. Naruto reached the forest once again but had this sneaking suspicion he was being watched. He took a quick look around but didn't see anyone. Naruto merely shrugged and entered the forest. As Naruto took off his shirt, he could have sworn he heard a somewhere. Well, that was weird, said Naruto. Naruto changed into his hybrid form and heard a gasp and a twig snap. Okay, I know I heard something that time, said Naruto. Naruto saw a small hint of a sleeve just barely peeking behind a tree. Acting on instinct, Naruto charged forward. When the figure tried to run, Naruto pounced on him, her pinning the figure to the ground. What Naruto saw clearly sent him for a loop. Hinata! Naruto! Naruto froze. Hinata had just found out his secret. Is that really you? Naruto immediately got off her. Hinata, I can explain, stuttered Naruto. Hinata looked at Naruto for a moment. Could this really be Naruto? Okay, she did witness him transform, but could this really be the same boy she fell in love with? She stared into his eyes. They were still the same blue eyes she had fallen into so many times. It really is you, said Hinata. Looks like you're going to have to come clean, bucko. Naruto sighed. He was hoping he could avoid this if he could, but it looked like there was no way out of it now. He knew that Hinata was nice, so there was a possibility she would keep his secret. Okay, Hinata, sit down. I'll tell you everything, but it's going to take a while, said Naruto. Naruto figured that it would probably be best if he started at the beginning. Hinata was surprised to hear that the yandere was not only a werewolf but Naruto's father, not to mention the fact that he was a werewolf too. When Hinata werewolves were looked at as monster and the fact that Naruto was already looked as a monster for having the QB sealed within him, it was no wonder he kept it a secret. Did she mention that she almost fainted at the part about the QB? Because that's almost what happened. To put it simply, Hinata, I am at your mercy. I won't blame you if you hate me now, but please don't tell anyone what happened here, said Naruto. What happened next sent Naruto for a loop. She hugged him. For once her feelings towards Naruto had overpowered her shyness, causing her to comfort him in the best way she knew how. I could never hate you. You may be furry on the outside, but you're still Naruto on the inside, said Hinata. It was amazing how a furry face could go from silver to red so suddenly. He couldn't recall the last time he was hugged, so it was still a little new to him. She broke the hug and took a couple steps back. Her face was 10 times redder than Naruto's. So, this'll just be our little secret, right? Asked Naruto. Hinata blushed but nodded. So, why were you following me? Asked Naruto. Hinata suddenly started twiddling with her fingers while having a blushing face. WWWWLUSSC. Oh, I get it now. You must have seen me eat only one bowl of ramen instead of my usual 10 and decided to follow me to ask why I left so suddenly, said Naruto loudly. Hinata sadly nodded. Well, at least she almost confessed. That was the closest she's ever gotten. Well, it's getting kind of late. Maybe I should take you home, said Naruto. Hinata blushed once again and nodded. So Naruto escorted Hinata back to the village, only this time he was getting confused glares instead of hateful ones. This was due to them wondering why the Hyuga heiress was wasting her time with a demon like Naruto. Once they reached the Hyuga manor, Naruto rubbed the back of his neck. Well, goodbye I guess. I'll see you tomorrow at the preliminaries, okay? Asked Naruto. Hinata nodded with a slight blush. As Naruto left, Hinata gave a contented sigh. She had spent a whole portion of the day with Naruto and even learned a few secrets about him. She entered the mansion beaming, raising a few eyebrows of the Branch family. Hinata walked to her room with a slight skip in her step. Unknown to her, her little sister had seen her and shook her head. Sometimes that girl scares me. That's all for now. I know the ending was kind of weak, but I hope you can forgive me. Now I have a little something for all the ninjas girls. A way for them to fall for the boys. Also, here are the names of the girls who will be in the harem that I didn't know a chapter ago. Tarna. Sasami. Naruto was only half listening to the Hokage's speech about why the Chunin exams were held. He didn't care why they were held, all it meant to him was one step closer to being Hokage. He saw Sakura timidly raise her hand only to have Sasuke angrily pull it down. Don't you dare tell them about this, Mark. All the people I want to fight are in this very room, said Sasuke. Sakura looked hurt at Sasuke's actions. But Sasuke, you JRK? She's only worried about you, steamed Naruto. Naruto, you're one of the people I want to fight the most, said Sasuke. Naruto looked surprised for a moment but suddenly started to smirk. Demonstrate. If I wasn't, then there would have been something seriously wrong with you, said Naruto. Kabuto had quit, but that was okay. Naruto didn't really care. The guy smelled like snakes and mud for some reason. There was a coughing sound and the members of Team 7 were brought to the attention of someone who must have been the referee. All right, now, the matches will be decided at random with the board behind me. The board settled on Sasuke fighting some Nin. Would everyone except the two fighters please leave the area? Asked Hade. Naruto started to go up the steps when Ino suddenly grabbed his wrist and ran all the way up the stairs. Hey, Ino, what do you think you're doing? Asked Naruto. I need to talk to you alone for a sec, said Ino. Ino led Naruto down the catwalk until they reached the end. All right, now what is so freaking important? Asked Naruto. I need you to help me, said Ino. Naruto stared at her confused for a couple of seconds until a scowl appeared on his face. Look, if this is some type of offer for me to try and hook you up with Sasjerk? No, that's not it. I want you to help me not be a fangirl anymore, said Ino. 0-0. I'm sorry, but I think I had something un-Ino-like in my ear, said Naruto. I'm serious. Sasuke's actions in the Forest of Death made me realize something. He's not the same Sasuke I knew when I was a little girl. When I really sat down and thought about it, I realized I didn't really know that much about him, and he didn't really know that much about me, said Ino. So why come to me about it? Asked Naruto. I heard about what happened between you and Sakura. I figured if anyone knew about how to get over someone, it would be you, said Ino. Well, you're already on to a good start. I guess the best thing I could really say is try to find someone who will treat you the way you deserve to be treated, said Naruto. Great, now where am I going to find a guy like that? Asked Ino. How about Shikamaru? He's too lazy to be a boyfriend to anyone. Kiba? His dog keeps pissing on my leg. Chuji? Get real. Neji? Hyuga version of Sasuke, Naruto. Right, how about Lee? Hell no. Shino? Not into bugs. Naruto started to list off all the guys with his fingers and an anger vein appeared on his head. Demon Ino. That's every guy I know. If not them, who? Asked Naruto. Ino shrugged, causing Naruto to sigh. Oh well, I'm sure you'll find someone. Just remember what I told you about finding someone to treat you right and you should be fine. said Naruto. Naruto walked back to Sakura shaking his head. What did Ino want to talk to you about, Naruto? Asked Sakura. Oh, it's nothing you need to worry about, Sakura-san, said Naruto. Sakura involuntarily winced. You know, Naruto, I will do what it takes to get you to call me Chan again. I'll make sure of it, said Sakura. Don't just tell me, show me, said Naruto. Esilischai Renden, shouted Sasuke. Oh right, Sasuke's fight. Forgot about that, said Naruto. Winner, Sasuke Uchiha. About time, Cockatoo Head. I was able to hold up 2 conversations, your fight took so long, said Naruto. An anger vein appeared on Sasuke's head. What did you call me? Asked Sasuke. The back of your head kind of looks like the back of the head of a cockatoo. Don't tell me you never noticed, said Naruto. You know, I never thought about it, but Naruto does kind of have a point, said Shikamaru. Kakashi came down the stairs and said that he was going to go and try to fix Sasuke's little problem. The board started scrambling random names until it settled on 2. Zakuabumi versus Shino Aburame. The bug user faced off against the man whose arms Naruto saved. Shino eventually won by sticking some Kakai bugs in the holes in his hands, causing his own back to backlash him. He uses bugs, that is kind of creepy. But then again, who am I to judge? I'm a friggin' werewolf, thought Naruto. The next match was Kankuro against someone or another. Naruto didn't really care. Kankuro smirked as he faced off against his opponent. In a puff of smoke, Kakashi appeared. Hey, don't you like? What about Sasuke? Is he? Started Sakura. Oh, don't worry about it, Sakura, it's been taken care of. He's sound asleep at the hospital, said Kakashi. Sakura breathed a sigh of relief. However, he is being guarded by several ANBUs. Kakashi. Sakura's face became worried again. Smooth move, Kakashi-sensei. You really know how to put someone at ease, you know that, said Naruto, dripping with sarcasm. Naruto heard a scream and looked down to see that Kankuro had won his fight with a puppet. Oh, so that's what he was carrying, a puppet, said Naruto. Cough. Winner of the match is Kankuro. Cough, said Hayate. Once again the billboard started up again until it finally landed on 2. Sakura Haruno versus Ino Yamanaka. Well, this should at least be interesting, said Naruto. Sakura smirked as she went down the stairwell. She had a plan of action on how to deal with Ino. While Ino and Sakura were making their way to the floor, Tenten was staring at Naruto. What did Ino want with him? She couldn't have decided that Naruto was a better target than Sasuke, could she? Tenten was just starting to realize her feelings towards him, and she would fight for him if she had to. Hey, Tenten. Don't telling me you're staring at that blonde failure, said Neji. Tenten quickly turned to him with a glare. What if I am? He's certainly been a lot nicer to me than you have, said Tenten. Tenten poked him in the chest, causing him to take a step back. He's been kinder, sweeter, and more respectful to me than you ever were. Poke, poke, poke. So you can forget about me being your little fangirl from now on because I just might have found someone better. With one last poke, she accidentally pushed him down the stairs. Yelped Neji. Tenten, it is not youthful to push Neji down the stairs, said Lee. Shut up. Hey, I know, why don't you go hang with Naruto for a while? He's probably pretty hard working himself if I heard right, suggested Tenten. Fire started to burn in Lee's eyes. That is an excellent idea. From what I have seen in the forest, I know that Naruto also possesses the power of youth, said Lee. As Lee ran off, Tenten couldn't help but smirk. Maybe he'll even throw in a good word about me, thought Tenten. Sakura and Ino stared at the fallen Neji for a moment. Well, that was weird, said Ino. Cough. The next match is between Sakura Haruno and Ino Yamanaka. Begin. Ino and Sakura jumped apart to keep their distance. Sakura smirked. It was time to put her plan into action. You know, Ino, I'm not going to fight you over Sasuke. It's pointless, said a smug Sakura. Oh, you can have him, said Ino. What? Asked Sakura. What? Asked Shikamaru. What? Asked Chuji. What? Asked Asuma. I'm through with Mr. Ice King. You can have him for all I care, said Ino. Then who will you? I don't know, I'll find someone. Alright, less talking more fighting huh? Suggested Ino. Sakura tied her hayate to her forehead, symbolizing that she was going to go all out. Ino smirked and did the same. At the respond of some unforeseen signal, both charged towards each other. Sakura started to go through hand signs and created 3 bushins. Ino wasn't too worried. If they were kage bushins, then she might have something to worry about. But with regular bushins, all she had to do was decipher the original. Unfortunately, she bet on the wrong horse and got a kick to the head. After that, the two merely started to exchange blows. Neji limped up the stairs, cursing himself for letting his guard down. Now he had a handicap. Sakura broke apart from Ino, gaining some distance from her. Okay, so getting Ino mad about not having Sasuke wouldn't work, but that didn't mean she couldn't still get her mad. Ino, just give it up already, said Sakura. What? You're not fit to be a ninja, the only thing you care about is being social and where you get your next outfit, said Sakura. Ino scowled. What did you say? Ino, you can't lose it now, thought Shikamaru. You heard me, you probably care more about your precious hair than completing a mission. I bet that if you lost it somehow you wouldn't even be here, said Sakura. Ino took a kunai and cut off her ponytail, gripping it in her right arm. I don't need this hair to beat you. She lost it, thought Shikamaru. Ino threw her hair forward, scattering it towards Sakura. She did a few hand signs and settled on having her hands forming a box. Don't tell me you're going to try that whole mind transfer thing on me? Asked Sakura. You got it, billboard brow, said Ino. You'd have to be able to catch me first, said Sakura. Sakura tried to move, but something was holding her feet in place. That was when it hit her. Ino had thrown something at her that tied up her legs when she threw her hair at her. Shintenshin no Jutsu. Ino's body fell limp and a very Ino-like smirk appeared on Sakura's face. Naruto blinked in confusion. What the hell just happened to Ino? And what is wrong with Sakura's face? Asked Naruto. It's over. Though Shikamaru. The energy from Ino's Shintenshin mind transfer technique struck her head on. She's finished, said Kakashi. Mind transfer? Then Sakura's not even, started Lee. Exactly, Sakura's psyche has been overtaken and supplanted by that of Ino. Right now, Ino is inside Sakura. So, her goal is probably to, started Kakashi. Sakura Ino timidly raised her hand. Sakura Haruno wished to withdraw from the match, said Sakura Ino. Don't do it. Come on, Sakura-san, shouted Naruto. What the? I thought he didn't care about her anymore, thought Ino. You said you were going to do what it took to get me to call you Chan again. Now prove it to me, shouted Naruto. So that's why you want to help her? Well, sorry Naruto, but she won't be able to prove herself this time. Sakura Ino suddenly started shaking. What? I feel so cold. Naruto is so loud. And he's right. I can't let Ino beat me. Sakura. But, that's crazy. What's wrong? Are you withdrawing from the match? Asked Hayate. Are you kidding? I'm staying in, shouted Sakura. Naruto scratched his head. What the heck is going on? Asked Naruto. Soon both Ino and Sakura were huffing and puffing. This fight is weird, said Naruto. There were 2 different psyches inside you before I got there. What on earth are you? Asked Ino. Heh, don't you know? Even the sweetest girl needs a hard center, or she's not gonna make it out there, said Sakura. Ino and Sakura charged at each other in one last kamikaze attack, each land a punishing blow to the face, knocking both their hayates off. They each landed opposite of each other, far away. Neither candidate is able to continue. As a result of simultaneous knockouts, neither one moves past the preliminary round, said Hayate. What? Shouted half the people. Both Kakashi and Asuma leapt down and retrieved their students before heading back up. Neither one is hurt badly enough to need treatment from the medical corps. They should both regain consciousness within the next half hour. But I'm impressed by both of them, said Asuma. Yeah, agreed Kakashi. Naruto and Sasuke were both doing well, and now even fragile little Sakura has shown amazing strength. I know you've all been through a lot, but I'm glad I enrolled you all in the Chunin exam. I mean that from the bottom of my heart. Naruto looked around for a moment as if searching for something. Hey, where'd Tenten go? Asked Naruto. The fifth match of the preliminaries is about to start. Tenten against Temari, please step forward, said Hayate. Naruto looked down and saw Temari and Tenten ready to face each other. Demon, that woman's sneaky, said Naruto. Hey, look, another candidate from the land of the sand. This should be fun, said Neji. Begin. Tenten jumped back and threw 3 shurikens at her opponent. Temari seemed to flicker for a moment before the shuriken fell to the ground as if hit by something. What? But I always have perfect accuracy, thought Tenten. The fan Tenten. She's knocking away your attacks with the fan, shouted Naruto. The fan? Of course, thought Tenten. Tenten turned to Naruto and gave him a wink, causing a blush to form on his face. Hey, you done flirting with your boyfriend yet? Asked Temari. I never said he was my boyfriend, said Tenten. Never said he wasn't, said Temari. Can we just fight? Asked Tenten. Meanwhile, Sakura was just starting to wake up. So you finally came to Sakura? Asked Ino. Tenten, use the power of youth, shouted Lee. That's the spirit. Keep cheering her on, shouted Guy. Our match is over and done, said Ino. Lost? Stuttered Sakura. Sakura looked like she was about to cry, but this only raised a sigh out of Ino. I'm the one who should cry. It's a disgrace, a tie. You fought me to a standstill, said Ino. Ino pulled out Sakura's Hayate. Here, I think this belongs to you. By the way, you've blossomed into a lovely flower, said Ino. Sakura took her headband and gave a sad smile. Ino, now that we're not fighting over Sasuke anymore, do you think we could be friends again? Asked Sakura. Ino smiled. I think I'd like that, said Ino. Naruto winced as Tenten landed on Temari's fan. That was a low blow. How dull. It's a shame really, said Temari. Well, we weren't about to let ourselves be defeated in a place like this, now were we? Asked Kankuro. The winner of the 5th round match is Temari, said Hayate. Naruto leapt down onto the floor. I'll take her, Temari, said Naruto. You want her? Take her, said Temari. Temari flung Tenten off of her fan only to have Naruto just barely catch her. What the F is your problem? Shouted Naruto. Naruto glared at her for a moment, but then it changed to a face full of disappointment and pity. If you keep treating people like this, you're just going to end up all alone, and you'll only have yourself to blame, said Naruto. Temari scowled. This moron should keep his opinions to himself. Just take her and go, said Temari. Naruto shook his head and wrapped Tenten's arm around his shoulder. Thank you, Naruto, said Tenten weakly. No problem, you're one of my friends now. I help my friends, said Naruto. She somehow managed to muster a small smile. However, it only lasted for a moment. Still can't believe I was so humiliated by her, said Tenten. Hey, don't you worry about it. You were just out of your element, that's all, said Naruto. Naruto had once again managed a smile to form on Tenten's face as he walked her to the Mednines. The Mednines took Tenten from Naruto and put her on the stretcher. We'll take her from here, said one of the Mednines. I'll come visit you at the hospital, okay, Inden? Shouted Naruto. Naruto earned one last smile from Tenten before the Mednines carried her out. Naruto started to walk up the stairs where he was greeted by Sakura at the top. Hey Sakura-san, feeling better already? Asked Naruto. Yeah, but don't mind me. You just worry about yourself. If you let yourself lose now, you'll be a disgrace to all men. And Sasuke will never let you live it down, said Sakura. But no pressure, said Naruto. Thanks, Naruto, for helping me out before. Ino almost had me until I heard your obnoxious voice trumpeting, said Sakura. Yeah, I sure saved your butt, said Naruto. Sakura managed not to pummel him by chanting a mantra of, I'm trying to get him to call me Chan again. While Sakura was talking to herself, Lee had managed to make his way over to them. These matches are certainly exciting, are they not, Naruto-kun? Asked Lee. Yeah, Lee. I can't wait to show off my stuff, said Naruto. Sakura sighed. They were like a bunch of kids. Okay, my turn. I'm good to go. Who thinks he can take me? asked Naruto. I have a feeling it's going to be me, said Lee. The board started up again and settled on another 2 names. Shikamaru Nara versus Kintsugi. Ah man, said Lee disappointedly. Rats, pouted Naruto. No need to pout, cub, you'll get your chance, said Ailey. Did you just call me cub? Asked Naruto. Well, you're not a kid, that's for sure. I'll stop calling you a cub once I've seen you fully mature. What happened to calling me champ? Asked Naruto. Oh, I'll still call you that, rest assured. Oh, and by the way, you can't go hybrid during these fights, said Ailey. What? Hello? Pitchforks and torches, remember? But okay. Kabong! Naruto winced as he saw Kin knock herself out against the wall thanks to Shikamaru. Oh, that has got to hurt, said Naruto. The winner is Shikamaru Nara, said Hayate. Kiba started listing the names of the remaining genins, but Hinata wasn't paying attention. She was too busy staring at Naruto. Yesterday their relationship had gotten a little closer. Hinata blushed as she started to daydream about Naruto. Him in his werewolf form curled up around her, sleeping and being used as a pillow by her. She prevented her thoughts from going tai because she knew she couldn't handle them and probably would have died of blood loss. But that was okay, romantic thoughts were more than enough for her. Naruto Uzumaki versus Kiba Inuzuka. Well, it's about time. Thanks for being patient, everyone. I'm gonna make this worth your wait, shouted Naruto. I swear, you have got to be the loudest werewolf in history, said Ailey. I'll take that as a compliment, said Naruto. Oh yes. Thank you. Thank you. We can take this guy, Akamaru. Akamaru? The small dog had disappeared from his jacket. Where'd you go, buddy? Asked Kiba. Kiba found Akamaru whimpering behind his leg. What's wrong, boy? Asked Kiba. Akamaru yipped a couple of times, followed by a whimper. This raised an eyebrow out of his master. What do you mean something's weird about him? Asked Kiba. Akamaru whimpered some more. What do you mean you don't want to fight him? Shouted Kiba. Naruto was already down waiting for Kiba so they could start the match. Hey Kiba! You forfeiting or what? Shouted Naruto. Kiba was busy trying to pry Akamaru away from the railing bar which he had so firmly clamped his teeth around. Be down in a second, shouted Kiba. Grr, growled Akamaru. Iruka Umino was walking with a bag full of groceries. Of course, half of it was filled with ramen cups. I have really got to kick this ramen addiction before I end up like Naruto, said Iruka. One of his ramens fell out of the bag and started rolling away. No, that one's my favorite. Iruka started to chase after it, but with his groceries made it a difficult task. He wasn't exactly sure how far he chased his precious ramen, but he knew he wasn't anywhere near his apartment. He put the groceries down and bent over to pick up his ramen when, chump! Iruka screamed as something latched onto his behind. Bad dog! Bad dog! Shouted a voice. Iruka knew that voice. That was the voice of Hana Inuzuka. He knew it because she had on more than one occasion run into him picking up Kiba from the academy. Hana injected a shot into the dog, causing it to release its grip on Iruka's behind and fall into a sleep. But not without a price. Rai-ini-ini-ini-ini-ip. Iruka blushed as he saw that the dog had a piece of his pants in his mouth and, if he wasn't mistaken, some underwear too. Oh my, said Hana. She just couldn't manage to avert her gaze from the hole in Iruka's pants. Iruka quickly turned around, covering his new pants hole with his hands. Hey! Stop looking, said Iruka. A small blush appeared on her face. I'm not going to need shots, am I? Asked Iruka, looking at the dog. No, he's just an aggressive guard dog that needed his shots. He ran out from us before we could do anything. You were probably the first person he saw on his run, and I guess he just decided to do what he did best, said Hana. Hana noticed Iruka was busy contemplating how he was going to take his groceries home without revealing the hole in his pants. I could probably patch that up for you, said Hana, trying to push down a blush. Later. Hana smiled to herself as she eyed her work on Iruka's pants. She folded the pants over her arm and walked over to a door. Iruka, I'm done, called Hana. A hand quickly came out from behind the door, grabbed the pants, and pulled them back. A moment later Iruka came out with his pants on, rubbing the back of his neck. "Thanks, Hana-san," said Iruka. "No," said Hana. "Huh. You call me Chan. Hana-chan." "Got it?" asked Hana. "I'm okay by why?" asked Iruka. "Well, I realized I didn't really know that well, so I decided to think about what I did know about you. You're a really good guy and I'd like to have you in my life," said Hana. Iruka blinked in confusion for a moment. Is she hitting on me or asking me to be her friend? Probably friend. "Yeah, okay," said Iruka. "Would you like to stay for dinner?" asked Hana. "Thanks, but no thanks. I really need to get my groceries home," said Iruka. "Okay, perhaps some other time then," said Hana. Iruka nodded and left. Kiba scowled as he stood opposite of Naruto. "Sorry it took so long, but somebody refused to come down," said Kiba. Akamaru whimpered up in the stands and hid behind Hinata's leg sadly. "But it doesn't matter, I'll take you down either way," said Kiba. "Don't be so cocky, you jerk," said Naruto. "Naruto, don't you dare let that loser beat you," shouted Sakura. "Well, Sakura-san," said Naruto. Iruka couldn't help but ponder why he was receiving such odd stares from the villagers. "Wonder why they're all staring at me?" He heard a giggling from behind. He turned around, but who he saw was certainly a surprise. "Anko-san." Anko giggled again. "Maybe you can help me. Could you please tell me why the villagers are staring at me?" asked Iruka. "Tell me, did you recently get a hole in your pants?" asked Anko. "Actually, yes, I did." "Why?" asked Iruka. "Because it shows. The patch job done on your pants was really poor," said Anko. "I guess sewing isn't one of Hana's strong points," thought Iruka. Both Kiba and Naruto clenched their fists. "Don't worry. I'll be kind, I'll finish you off fast instead of dragging it out," said Kiba. "Oh yes. Well, right back at ya," said Nao. "You're not fooling anyone with that." "Cool act," said Kiba. "Who says it's an act?" asked Naruto. Naruto smirked, causing Kiba to scowl. "Well then, begin," shouted Hayate. "Ninja art of beast mimicry. Shikyaku no jutsu. Down on all fours technique," shouted Kiba. Naruto blinked a couple of times at the new Kiba in front of him. "Huh, he kind of looks like me in my prestige form, only punier," said Naruto. "I'm not surprised. The Inazakas were inspired by werewolves. I guess you could kind of think of him as your cousin," said Ailey. "Really? Well, that explains a lot," said Naruto. "Here I come," shouted Kiba. Naruto swore for letting his guard down. "Down for the count already," said Kiba. Kiba smiled smugly to himself until he heard laughter coming from Naruto's direction. "Naruto. Haha, I've said it about 100 other people and now I'm going to say it to you," said Naruto. Kiba turned and saw a fire in Naruto's eyes that he hadn't seen anywhere before. "Don't underestimate me," said Naruto. "Go." "Naruto," shouted Sakura. "Yeah," cheered Lee. "Oh, Naruto," thought Hinata happily. "All right, now I'm staring to get annoyed." "Time I got serious," said Kiba. Kiba popped a soldier pill in his mouth and threw a smoke bomb at him, surrounding Naruto in a purple cloud. "Dim in. I can't see a thing." "Take this. Man-Beast Ultimate Taijutsu Getsuga," shouted Kiba. Naruto braced himself an instant before he was struck by a human spiral which was surprisingly sharp. When the smoke cleared, Naruto stood holding the place where Kiba hit him tenderly. "That hurt you, JRK," shouted Naruto. How could you still be standing?" asked a shocked Kiba. "Stupid. He should be more careful, not that I care. I mean, look at him, he's just plain pathetic." "Baka," said Temari. Kankuro eyed his sister oddly. "Okay, what's her problem?" "She's acting kind of PMSy," thought Kankuro. "Okay, now it's time to pay you back," said Naruto. Naruto placed his fingers into the signs for his Kagebushin Jutsu. "And what makes you think I'll let you?" shouted Kiba. Naruto tried to brace himself again, but Kiba managed to hit him before he could, sending him sprawling to the ground. A weakling like you could never beat someone like me," proclaimed Kiba. Hinata frowned at Kiba's proclamation. "Oh Kiba, you're wrong. Naruto is no weakling. And I wish I had even half the confidence he's always shown in himself. His courage is so amazing. I know all too well how hard it can be to stand up for yourself. And yet, for the longest time, no one would even admit he had any good points at all. They refused to see him as he really was. But Naruto started getting up. Now everyone is watching, everyone is acknowledging him, his determination. Naruto smirked. "Who you calling a weakling, ya pansy?" asked Naruto. "What did you call me?" asked Kiba. "You heard me. I actually expected a lot better from you," said Naruto. Kiba growled and crouched down to all fours. "Getsuga!" Kiba once again spun towards Naruto, only this time he jumped out of the way. However, Kiba hadn't seen such a move coming and crashed into the wall. Normally this would cause him to act as a drill, but since he was so surprised, this only allowed a slight crash. Kiba came out of the crash a bit dizzy. "All right, back to work," said Naruto. Kiba quickly recovered from his daze and ran towards Naruto. He slid around to attack Naruto from behind. However, this would prove to be a most unwise move because Kiba held his nose in pain due to the fact that his nose inhaled some of the gas from Naruto's fart. "Arg! Jij, that was just nasty," shouted Kiba. Naruto's sweat dropped, knowing that if the situation was reversed, he would have been in every bit as much in pain as Kiba, if not more. "That is the last time I listened to you about eating forest animals," said Naruto. "Hey, when you're a werewolf you're supposed to hunt, not go to a ramen shop," said Ailyu. "We'll talk about this later," said Naruto. "Kagebushin no Jutsu," shouted Naruto. There were now 5 Narutos. One of them ran up to Kiba and delivered a punch to his face. "You!" The original Naruto ran up his back and leapt into the air. 3 Narutos slid on the ground, kicked Kiba upwards. "Zu! Ma! Ki!" Kiba was greeted at the top by the original Naruto kicking him downward to the ground. "Naruto Renden!" Kiba was slammed down onto the ground face first. Heiei coughed a couple times. "And the winner is Naruto Uzumaki." "Yeah," cheered Lee. "Oh yeah. That feels good," cheered Sakura. "Holy crap. When did Naruto get this good?" asked Shikamaru. "Yes," cheered Hinata on the inside. Naruto smiled smugly to himself. "And I didn't have to use even my prestige on him." Naruto beamed as he ran up the stairs. Hinata swallowed a large lump in her throat. She hoped she could do this. Yesterday it was a miracle she even managed to hug him, but today? To try and give him something? A present? She just hoped she could do it without fainting. Naruto was about to walk back over to Kakashi and Sakura when he heard someone squeak his name. He turned to see Hinata holding out some kind of jar. "What's that stuff?" asked Naruto. "It's an ointment for wounds," said Kurenai. "Wow. Thanks, Hinata. You're even nicer than I thought you were. Especially considering, yesterday." At the mention of yesterday, Hinata's entire head glowed red. "Hey, exactly what happened yesterday?" asked Kurenai. "Not what you're thinking, I can tell you that much," said Naruto. "It's a SSS secret," said Hinata. Kurenai was a little taken back by the fact that Hinata was keeping a secret from her, but she couldn't help but smile at how happy Hinata seemed to be whenever she was around Naruto. They're cute together. Maybe I could arrange a double date. "Yes, that'll work, me and Naruto with Hinata," thought Kurenai. Naruto took some of the salve and placed it on one of the wounds he got from Kiba, and almost immediately a dream-like smile appeared on his face. "Wow! This ointment is like really, really good," said Naruto. Naruto felt some killing intent directed towards their direction and saw Neji glaring at Hinata. "What are you looking at, stare boy?" asked Naruto. Naruto turned back to Hinata but found her missing. "Demenit. Are all women sneaky?" asked Naruto. Naruto saw that Hinata was down the stairs by Kiba ready to give him some ointment she just gave Naruto. "Oh well, back to my own team I guess," said Naruto. "Kiba-kun." Kiba turned his head towards Hinata. "This is a healing salve, for you and Akamaru," said Hinata. Nice of you to worry about everyone else but save some of that concern for yourself. There are only 6 of you left, Yuchuji, Niji, Lee, one from that sound village, and that guy from Sand, said Kiba. Hinata was beginning to think she knew where Kiba was going with this and she wasn't sure what she should do. If they pair you off against that Sand ninja, withdraw immediately. And not just him. The same goes for Niji. If you have to face him, don't fight. Forfeit. He's so cruel to you, you'd be torn to pieces, said Kiba. Kuff, then the next match will be, started Hey8. Hinata Hyuga versus Niji Hyuga. Hinata gasped. Of all the people she could have fought, why did it have to be Niji? Hinata stood in front of Niji, averting her eyes from him. I never dreamed we'd find ourselves fighting each other, Hinata-sama, said Niji. Niji, H-U-N-H. She's his sister? Shouted Naruto. Both are members of Konoha's oldest and most illustrious family, though whose veins flows the most elite and accomplished blood, the Hyuga clan. But they're not brother and sister, said Kakashi. Then how are they related? Asked Sakura. Well, it's complicated. I guess you could say they're related in the same way that a tree branch is related to the trunk, said Kakashi. Branch and trunk. Thus, Hinata is a member of the main branch of the Hyuga clan and Niji is a member of the cadet branch that supports it, said Lee. So it's family fighting family? That'll be hard on both of them, said Sakura. Maybe not as much as you think. There's been strain between the central and cadet branches of Clan Hyuga for some time. Relations aren't exactly friendly, said Lee. Why is that? Asked Naruto. I don't know all the details, but it sounds like a pretty common tale among older families. The first generation of the Hyuga clan made all sorts of rules and decrees that favored the main branch of the family in order to preserve the family line and retain the purity of their blood. It's said that members of the cadet branch still burn with anger and humiliation, said Lee. So it's one of those fateful showdown things then, said Sakura. Cough. Well, please begin the match, said Hate. Niji continued to glare at Hinata. Before we begin, there's something I have to point out to Hinata-sama, said Niji. Hinata looked at Niji. Questionably. You're not cut out to be a shinobi. Withdraw from the match, said Niji. You're all sweetness and light, a peacemaker, not a troublemaker. You're easily led, not a leader, said Niji. Hinata's face fell sadly. And you have no self-confidence. You've got a world-class inferiority complex, so I know you'd have been more comfortable and content staying at the genin level. But applicants for the higher-level Chunin selection exam must compete as a trio, and you couldn't bear to let your teammates down. The truth is, your participation has been reluctant from the start, hasn't it? Asked Niji. No, you're wrong. I really wanted to change that about myself. So, of my own volition, stuttered Hinata. A leopard doesn't change its spots. Hinata-sama, you're the sheltered little baby of the main branch, aren't you? Asked Niji. What? Asked Hinata. Fear started to show on Hinata's face. A failure always fails. And a weak personality won't become strong, said Niji. Naruto started to scowl. It's precisely because of the unchangeable nature of humankind that differences between people are born. It's why we've coined terms like elite and failure. It doesn't matter who you are, we're all judged on the basis of our looks, our intelligence, our talent, our personalities, just as we judge others in turn. Yes, it's a form of discrimination. And the factors that it's based on don't change. We have no choice. We must live within the boundaries set for us by the judgment of others. It's as unchangeable as the fact that I'm of the cadet branch of the family and you're a member of the main branch, said Niji. Okay, now I'm just getting sick of typing Niji's speech. No wonder a lot authors skip it. But I won't stop halfway. I refuse to become lazy on my readers. I shall make this story accurate. Naruto started to tremble with anger. This guy was starting to royally PSS him off. I've seen through many things with this all-seeing Byakugan eye, and so I know this courage you're displaying is just a bluff. In the truest, deepest part of your heart, you're desperate to run away from here right now, said Niji. No, I really want to, started Hinata. Kakashi started to explain exactly what the Byakugan was, but Naruto wasn't listening in the slightest. He was too busy fuming at Niji's treatment of Hinata. Niji activated his Byakugan with a fierce glare. Hinata started to shiver with fear. "My eyes can't be deceived," said Niji. Hinata gasped. "Just now, to escape my stare, you averted your own eyes, glancing towards this upper left. It signaled your recall of a past experience, one that brought you pain. When you subsequently glanced to the lower right, it indicated that you were envisioning physical and mental agony. In other words, you recalled your own previous experiences, and based upon those memories you imagined the outcome of this match. You foresaw your own defeat," said Niji. Hinata flinched. "Even now, as you bring your arms up in front of your body as if to shield yourself, your body is signaling your desire to raise a wall between us, to create some distance from me. You implore me to come no further, to peer no more deeply into the innermost secrets of your heart, because everything I have said so far has been right on target." Naruto started growling like a wolf would if he were protecting his mate. Sakura, slightly unnerved by Naruto's actions, took a step back from him. "Naruto?" asked Ailyu. "What? You're growling." "Well, maybe I want to growl. In addition, the way you're touching your lip, it's another of those tender, NTMT behaviors that express the agitation in your heart. It's a defensive reflex, an attempt to ease your own anxieties and doubts. It's completely clear, whether you admit it or not, that you are aware that you can never change yourself." "Yes, she can," shouted Naruto. Both Niji and Hinata looked up, and Naruto shocked at the outburst. "You can't just arbitrarily decide these things about other people, you fool. Show him, Hinata. Beat up this idiot," shouted Naruto. Hinata seemed to stare at Naruto in awe. "Naruto, come on, Hinata. At least talk back to him. Just hearing him has made me mad, and it's you who has to fight him," shouted Naruto. Niji glared at Naruto, not noticing that a new spring of confidence started to form in Hinata's eyes. "Naruto, thank you," thought Hinata. Niji turned back to Hinata, surprised to see the fear in her eyes completely gone. "The look in her eyes is different now," thought Niji. "So you're not going to withdraw? Then I won't be responsible for what happens here," said Niji. Hinata activated her own Byakugan, remembering the words of Naruto's Nindo. I don't want to run anymore," thought Hinata. Hinata got into her Juken stance. They have the same Hyuga style after all. "Even her stance is identical to Niji's," said Lee. "Hyuga style?" asked Sakura. "The strongest school of taijutsu in Konoha," said Lee. "Huh?" asked Naruto. "I've mentioned it before, I'm sure, that the strongest junior ninja is a member of my own team." "I was referring to Niji," said Lee. Hinata and Niji started to exchange blows via palm moves. She managed to graze the side of his body. "Did she get him?" asked Sakura. "No, it's just a scratch," said Naruto. "But a scratch is all it would take. That's why the Hyuga clan is often regarded as Konoha's most illustrious family," said Lee. "What do you mean?" asked Sakura. "Among the Hyuga, there are unique taijutsu passed down from one generation to the next. Unlike the taijutsu that Lee and I specialize in, which is all about beatings, bruises, and broken bones, a style its proponents call Goken, or ferocious fist. The Hyuga clan employs Juken, or gentle fist, to inflict damage to the enemy's Kirakuki-eye, through which the chakra flows. That leads to the breakdown of the internal organs, destroying the foe from within. It doesn't look like much, but the effect grows gradually. After the initial attack, said Guy, there's no way of strengthening the internal organs, so any enemy struck with that blow is going to succumb, said Kakashi. Hinata kept pressuring attack after attack. I can do it, thought Hinata. Yeah, way to go Hinata, cheered Naruto. Lee started to explain about certain chakra flows, but Naruto wasn't really listening. He was almost mesmerized by Hinata's fight. But that's great, Lee, said Naruto. Lee looked between Naruto and Hinata's fight back and forth for a minute before flames erupted in his pupils. Why is it? Naruto holds the youthful flames of love for Hinata, exclaimed Lee. Hinata almost tripped and Naruto turned around so fast that if you blinked you would have missed it. What? I never said anything about that, shouted Naruto. Guy-sensei, I hope I too may find someone as wonderful to me as Hinata is to Naruto, said Lee. You can do it, Lee, just so long as you stay youthful, said Guy. Guy-sensei. Lee. Guy-sensei. Lee. Guy-sensei. Lee. Make them stop, shouted Sakura. Unfortunately for Sakura, no one heard her plea, especially Naruto, who was still trying to find a way out of his embarrassing situation. But, I don't think she'd, stuttered Naruto. Kakashi patted him on the shoulder. It's okay, Naruto, nobody is implying anything. Let's just enjoy the fight now, huh? Suggested Kakashi. Hinata supposedly landed a solid blow to the chest. All right, cheered Naruto. However, Naruto was shocked to see that it was Hinata who coughed up blood. Hinata gritted her teeth and tried attacking again, but what she didn't know that was through the entire match Neji had been striking her chakra points in her arm. He pulled her sleeve back to show her the places he hit with his fingers. It can't be. You mean, from the very beginning? Asked Hinata. Precisely. My eyes can detect the tenketsu. Neji. Kakashi started to explain about the tenketsu or chakra points that can stop or increase the flow of chakra, but Naruto was too busy witnessing the battle turn in Neji's favor. Hinata was sent flying back from a palm move. Hinata-sama, this is the unalterable difference in strength, the distinction that separates the elite from the failure. This is unchangeable reality. From the moment you said you wouldn't run, your defeat was inevitable. The only possible outcome was your present despair, said Neji. Hinata huffed and puffed, trying to catch her breath. I withdraw, shouted Neji, and never go back on my word, struggled Hinata. Naruto was shocked. That was his nindo. Because that's my shinobi way too. Just like me, thought Naruto. Naruto couldn't stop staring. Hinata refused to go down. Man, she's got guts, said Naruto. She's a lot like you, said Lee. Yeah, I've noticed that she's always watching you, Naruto, teased Sakura. Why is it? You will be a perfect couple together, shouted Lee. Naruto blushed. Would guys stop that? I'm trying to watch this, said Naruto. Neji continued to glare at him. Come here, said Neji. Hinata tried to take another step but coughed up blood again. That kid is already at her limit. One more attack and she'll, thought Kurenai. Hang in there, Hinata, shouted Naruto. Naruto, thought Hinata. The look of strength is back in her eyes, thought Neji. Hinata sprinted forward, ready to attack. I've watched you for years. Why is that? Thought Hinata. She pressed on her attack but failed in landing a single blow. I don't know what it is, but when I watch Naruto, I feel a wellspring of courage bubbling up inside me. I feel like if I just do my best, then even I am worth something. That's how I start to feel, thought Hinata. Neji swatted away Hinata's arm and delivered a punishing blow to her chin. Whoa! That was a low blow, shouted Naruto. Hinata coughed up blood a couple of times before charging at Neji again. Naruto, I've been watching you for such a long time, but now at last you're watching me, thought Hinata. Neji batted away Hinata's palm move and countered with one of his own. Hinata fell to the ground after coughing up some more blood. Don't you know when to quit? From the start, your attacks have been completely ineffective, said Neji. That was Jenny's master slide. It targets the heart. It's a pity, but the girl can no longer even stand. Sagai sighed to himself. Sometimes he hated his job. Seeing as the match cannot go on, Don't stop it, shouted Naruto. Sakura was about to lecture Naruto but stopped mid-sentence when she saw Hinata starting to get back up. Needless to say, everyone was shocked at the girl's willpower. Why are you getting up? If you push too far you really will die, said Neji. It's because now the person I've admired for so long is finally watching me and, thought Hinata. Why? Thought Neji. And in front of him, I can't bear to look uncool, thought Hinata. Naruto smiled to himself. He had underestimated her. This isn't over yet, said Hinata. You're not fooling anyone. I can see with these eyes. It's taking all your strength just to stand. You were burdened from birth with the destiny of the Hyuga clan's main branch. You've hated and punished yourself for your own weakness and frailty, but you can't fight your nature or change your fate. But you need not suffer anymore. Be at peace, said Niji. But you're wrong, cousin Niji. I can see it now, that ever more than me it's you who are torn and suffering, caught between the destinies of the main branch and cadet branch of our clan, said Hinata. In a pure act of rage, Niji charged towards Hinata, ready to end her life. Niji! The match is already over, shouted Hayate. Luckily Guy, Kurenai, Hayate, and Kakashi had managed to step in and stop his attack. Guy started to lecture him on breaking some type of promise. Hinata started to have a coughing fit on the ground, coughing up blood. Hinata! Shouted Kurenai. Naruto, Sakura, and Lee leapt down to see if they could help. Hinata in any way. Hinata! Hey, are you all right? Shouted Naruto. She doesn't look good. Her face is so pale, said Sakura. Hinata stared up at Naruto's face with heavy eyelids. Naruto. I wonder if maybe I'll manage to change, just a little bit. With those last thoughts, Hinata lost consciousness. Hey, Mr. Failure, called Niji. Naruto turned to face Niji. A couple words of advice. A true shinobi warrior would have too much class to make a spectacle of himself by cheering during a serious match. And one more thing, you may as well accept who you are. Once a failure, always a failure, said Niji. Oh yeah, insulting a werewolf is always a smart idea, said Ailyu sarcastically. Naruto glared at Niji. You wanna try me? Challenged Naruto. Heh. Naruto started running towards Niji, full intent of knocking his lights out, when Lee suddenly appeared in front of him, arms spread out, stopping his charge. Get out of my way, Lee, warned Naruto. Naruto, I understand almost painfully well what you're feeling, Naruto. But we have to limit our battles to the confines of the scheduled fights. Having seen this failure strike down and defeat a genius through sheer force of will, it really makes you look forward to the final rounds, eh? Even though his opponent could very well be me. But even if it's you in the finals, Naruto, I'll have no regrets, said Lee. Yeah, I get it, okay? Asked Naruto. Lee and Guy gave each other nice guy poses. Hinata coughed up more blood. Kurenai opened her jacket and didn't like what she saw. Oh no, she's going into ventricular fibrillation. He really intended to kill her, thought Kurenai. Kurenai sent a cold glare towards Niji. Instead of wasting time scowling at me, you'd better take care of her, said Niji. Where are those medics? Hurry, shouted Kurenai. The medics said a small apology as they ran over to Hinata and started to put her onto the stretcher. At this rate, she won't last 10 minutes. We've got to get her to the emergency room right now, said one of the medics. Naruto gave a small gasp at this. Hinata. Naruto walked over to where she coughed up some blood. I give you my word. He picked up some of her blood and pointed his fist towards Niji. I vow to win. That kid so doesn't know his place, it's funny, he has no idea how outranked he is, said Kankuro. Temari hit Kankuro on the back of the head. Oh. What did you do that for? Asked Kankuro. Temari blinked a couple of times. I don't know, said Temari. If you don't know, then why'd you do it? Asked Kankuro. Don't make me hit you again, said Temari. Kankuro winced and decided to drop the subject. He noticed Gaara squirming and flinched. This isn't good. Gaara smelled blood, and now that thing is waking up, starting to fidget, the demon that lives within him. He saw Niji walking away. But that Niji guy, you'd think he hadn't even been harmed, that he still has hidden reserves of strength. We've got to start planning ahead to prepare for the final rounds. He saw Naruto slowly walking up the stairs, staring at his feet. Maybe I should gather some intelligence. Naruto's an idiot, but he'd be a good place to start. Naruto stood on top of the stairs, his mind full of curious thoughts. Why was he feeling so protective of Hinata? He barely knew the girl. But she was very nice to him. She never hit him, that's for sure. Maybe it was because in some way they were both the same, both failures. He had no idea they had the same Nindo, that was for sure. I should visit her in the hospital. She's a really good person. Hey! Naruto turned to see Kankuro and gave him an annoyed stare. You're a funny guy, I like that, said Kankuro. Well, you're not funny at all and I don't like that, said Naruto. An anger vein appeared on Kankuro's head. That miserable little, you are so toast the first time I get an excuse, thought Kankuro. What the heck do you want? Shouted Naruto. Well, you see, it's about that Hyuga Niji guy, but… Naruto crossed his arms. I'm gonna get that guy. He'll be lucky if he's still in one piece, said Naruto. Well, you're certainly fired up. Gonna avenge your girlfriend, huh? Asked Kankuro. She isn't my girlfriend, said Naruto. Could have fooled me. I could hear you growling from the opposite side of the room, said Kankuro. Do you want me to kick your butt? Asked Naruto. Touchy, you're kind of acting like my sister. Maybe it's a blonde thing, said Kankuro. Naruto sighed. Cough, cough. Now, then it's time for the next bout, said Hayate. I guess it's finally your turn. Go, Lee, said Guy. No way, said Lee. Needless to say, everyone was surprised at Lee's attitude. I've waited this long. If it were up to me, I'd rather be the final act, said Lee. It almost like Lee is sulking, thought Sakura. Inside Naruto's mind, Ailyu was looking back and forth between Lee and Guy. Wait a second. Naruto, said Ailyu. What? Are those two father and son? Nope, just student and sensei. No way. Look at those eyebrows, they got to be hereditary. Lee's an orphan. Look, can we talk about this later? Oh, alright, Cub, you win. The board once again started up. Gaara used his sand to teleport himself down to the arena. Don't keep waiting. Roar, roar, roar. I'm safe, shouted Chuji. Naruto rolled his eyes at Chuji's actions. He always did care more about food than fighting. Gaara versus Rocklet. Okay, you caught me. As soon as I said I wanted to be last, I was thwarted. It's a natural law. You can throw a stone at a telephone pole time and again and never hit it, but the minute you aim to miss, you end up hitting the thing dead center, exclaimed Lee. That's my youthful student, cheered Guy. Oh brother, thought Sakura. Lee, I've noticed something crucial that most people may have overlooked, said Guy. Lee saluted his sensei. Yes, sir. That gourd thing of his is quite suspicious, said Guy. Lee scribbled furiously on his notepad. I see. Stop taking notes. You won't have time to consult them in the heat of battle, said Guy. Lee continued to scribble. I see. I hope Lee will be all right, thought Sakura. All right. Go get him, Lee, shouted Guy. Yes, sir, shouted Lee. Lee leapt off the catwalk and landed across from Gaara. It is an honor to face you so early on, said Lee. Gaara merely humphed. Looks like Gaara got himself an easy win. Your guy doesn't stand a chance, said Kankuro. Wrong, said Naruto. Kankuro raised an eyebrow towards Naruto. That guy is strong, a lot stronger than you think, said Naruto. Anyone who can kick Sasuke's butt is strong in my book, and entitled to ramen, my treat, thought Naruto. Iruka couldn't help but wonder what kind of higher being was poking fun at him this time. He was in Anko's apartment sitting in the bathroom while she tried to improve on Hana's patchwork. The only problem was that Anko kept trying to come up with excuses to barge in on him. Luckily none of them worked well enough for him to let her in. Why me? Asked Iruka. There was a knock on the door. Iruka, I'm done, called a voice. Iruka opened the door slightly and snatched his pants and closed the door before Anko could sneak a peek. Iruka's sweat dropped at Anko's improved handiwork. She's as bad as Hana. Iruka sighed and put on his fixed pants and exited the bathroom to see Anko waiting for him with a glint in her eyes, one which Iruka wasn't entirely sure he trusted. Thanks Anko, I guess I'll be going now, said Iruka. He started to head towards the door but was stopped when Anko suddenly snatched his arm. Wait, what's your hurry? Stay a while, said Anko. Sorry Anko, but I really need to be getting home, said Iruka. Then how about I meet you for dinner? Asked Anko. Iruka gulped. The famous Anko had set her sights on him. The only question was why? Anko, why the sudden interest? Asked Iruka. Anko hung her head for a moment, which caused Iruka to raise an eyebrow. All right, you caught me. I am so sick of dating guys that seem okay only for them to turn out to be total pervs and jers. I want someone to pay for my dinner instead of the other way around. I'd like to be treated like a lady instead of a way for some guy to get laid. In short, I'd like to be treated like a lady by a true gentleman, which as it turns out is you," said Anko. 0-0. Lee just barely managed to avoid a blast of sand by leaping backwards into the air in a rolling position until he finally landed on the statue's fingers. Lee didn't know what to do, all of his attacks were blocked by that stupid sand. "All right, Lee, hit him OFF, shouted Guy. But Guy-sensei, you told me to only to remove them to protect those precious to me," said Lee. "Yes, I did, but I'm going to make an exception in this case." "So go ahead and take him off," said Guy, giving him the nice guy pose. Lee smiled and started to pull off his orange leg warmer to reveal weights. "Weights," thought Naruto. Now I will be able to move much more freely," said Lee. Temari smirked to herself. Just because he removed some weights isn't going to make a kaboom." The weights Lee had caused a huge dust cloud when they hit the ground. Kakashi's sweat dropped. "Guy, you really are too much sometimes. He was wearing those the whole time? And here I thought I had endurance," thought Naruto. Then in a blink Lee disappeared. "Where did he?" started Gaara. Before Gaara could even finish his question, he got his answer, a fist punching through his protective sand. To say that Gaara was surprised would be an understatement. No one had ever gotten past his sand before. Lee disappeared again only to punch through some sand on the other side. For the first time ever, Gaara started to panic. He couldn't tell where he was going to pop up next. And worst of all, his sand couldn't keep up with him. "Yeah, go Lee. Show that walk-in beach who's boss," shouted Naruto. Temari silently chuckled to herself. She thought that was a pretty funny insult even if she would never admit it out loud. Lee appeared above Gaara and delivered a swift downward kick to the head. "Yeah. That's right, don't mess with leaf ninjas," shouted Naruto. Lee was shocked to see bit and pieces of Gaara's face fall off, crumbling into sand. "What? You think that's so you?" stuttered Iruka. "Yes, I've checked all the other male nins and you're the most gentlemanlike," said Anko. Really?" "Yes." Anko started to smile lustfully. "Lucky you." Iruka started to sweat. He knew that smile from the stories he had heard about her. Look, a peeping Tom." Anko rolled up her sleeve and turned to the window. "Where?" As of late she had been having a feeling that there was a peeping Tom that always spied on her in the baths, but now if he was following her home there was going to be hell to pay. However, she saw no peeping Tom. When she turned back around, the only thing left of Iruka was a note. She grumbled to herself as she picked up the note. "Dear Anko, I'm sorry but I really must get my groceries home before they spoil. I'm flattered you've taken an interest in me but I'm afraid I can't go out with you at the moment. Maybe some other time." Anko sighed to herself but started to smirk. "I'll get you soon enough, Iruka-kun." Lee panted heavily. The lotus had already failed, he was extremely worn, and not to mention he was getting his butt kicked by sand all over the place. He wasn't sure what to do. "Come on Lee, you said that failures could beat geniuses if they try. Now prove it," muttered Naruto under his breath. Lee suddenly started to smile as another blast of sand was starting to head his way. "Now he's happy he's going to die?" asked Naruto incredulously. In a blink Lee had dodged the sand blast. "He's got his speed back?" Lee got into an odd stance. "Now what's he doing?" asked Naruto. "Whatever you're trying to do, it's not going to work. It's over," said Gaara. Bit of broken floor started to rise into the air. "You're right, it is over. One way or another this next attack will end it," said Lee. Lee's face started to glow red. Naruto could swear that heard Kakashi shout something like, "Guy, what did you do this time?" "Illegitimate father," shouted Lu. "Lu, would you knock it off?" shouted Naruto. Lee was hitting Gaara in so many different directions it was starting to make some of the spectators dizzy. "Wow. He's giving him a pounding in midair," said Naruto. Lee gave a look over to Niji. "Are you watching, Niji? This is the move I planned on using on you. Gives you something to look forward to, huh?" thought Lee. Lee gave one final tug of his bandages that had wrapped around Gaara's waist. "This is it." Gaara winced as he was hit with both a punch and a kick at the same time. Hidden Lotus. Gaara landed on the ground, causing an explosion. When the dust settled, Gaara was in a crater and Lee started to limp away, but Gaara would be dead if he ever let someone just walk away. He used some of sand in a last attempt to crush him. He could only manage to get his sand wrapped around his left arm and leg, but it would have to do. Gaara closed his hand, causing the sand to crush the two contained limbs. Lee cried out in pain as the bones in his arms and legs were crushed. The sand started to reconfigure itself around Gaara. He sent another wave of sand towards Lee, only to have it knocked away by Guy. Gaara held the right side of his face in pain. "You saved him. But why?" "He lost," said Gaara. "Because he is my student, but he's more than that. He is someone who is precious to me," said Guy. "Because he's your son." "I knew it," shouted Ailyu. Would you knock it off?" "You completely ruined the moment," shouted Naruto. Gaara, being one who would never understand such words, started to walk back towards the stairs. "Winner of the match, J.A." But Hayate stopped, for what he saw was literally unbelievable. Lee stood in his typical pose with one hand out. Impossible! How could he still be standing? Thought Gaara. Guy walked over to Lee with tears in his eyes. "Lee, even when you've lost consciousness, you still refuse to give up on the fight," cried Guy. Iruka sighed as he fell into his bed. He had one hectic day, that was for sure. But he knew tomorrow was going to be worse. Naruto glared furiously at the floor. It wasn't fair. Lee fought so hard and gave the fight everything he got, and now because of it the doctors say that his condition would never allow him live a life of a ninja ever again. Naruto always felt that he could relate to Lee. He knew what it was like to be looked down upon, what it was to have to gain strength by working hard. Naruto suddenly felt a fury dwell inside him as he watched the Mednines carry Lee's unconscious form away. "You said we could do it. You said all we had to do was try. It was all a lie, wasn't it?" Kakashi landed next to Naruto and put a hand on his shoulder. "Naruto, calm down," said Kakashi. "But Kakashi-sensei, it's not fair," said Naruto. "No, it's not. But Lee was so obsessed with proving his dream he never once thought of the price he had to pay. Now because of it he can never live his dream again," said Kakashi. All of the anger Naruto had was now replaced with sadness. Temari sighed as she watched Naruto. "He looks so sad. Having 3 of your friends beaten up in the same day has got to put anyone down in the dumps." Temari froze at her own thoughts. "Not that I care." Why does Temari look so sad? And why is she staring at Naruto with those eyes? Unless, I don't believe it. My sister has a crush on that idiot and she doesn't even know it. Either that or she's in denial, thought Kankuro. "You should feel honored, Naruto. You were one of the people he wanted to fight, right up there with Neji and Sasuke," said Kakashi. Naruto eyed the floor sadly. "He wanted to fight me? But I'm no genius. I'm not a ninja prodigy. I don't even have a bloodline. So why would he want to fight me?" Naruto started to go up the stairs, but when he reached the top, Kankuro grabbed him by the scuff of his jacket. "Now you listen to me, you moron. If you know what's good for you, you'll stay away from my sister," said Kankuro. "Huh." Kankuro let go of him and started to head down the stairs. "I'm watching you," said Kankuro. Naruto stood there for a moment with a very confused expression on his face. "Did I miss something?" shouted Naruto. Naruto heard an explosion and saw that Chuji had been defeated. "Well, I know I missed the fight anyways," said Naruto. The third started another speech on why the next part of the exam was going to be a month away, but Naruto wasn't really paying attention. Too much had happened to him in one day. He figured that maybe should visit the hospital just to make sure his friends were okay, that way he wouldn't be staying up all night worrying. Naruto grumbled through the hallways of the hospital. Stupid nurses wouldn't let him visit Sasuke, but at least they told him where the rest of his friends were, so he decided to move on to the next of his injured friends, Hinata. He luckily found her awake. He supposed Hyugas were fast healers. "Hey Hinata," said Naruto. Hinata blushed brightly from being caught off guard. "Naruto-kun. What are you doing here?" asked Hinata. Well, a lot of our friends got hurt during the preliminaries, so I thought I'd come by and visit. How are you feeling? Asked Naruto. Sore. The doctors say that I will have to stay here 2 weeks top, said Hinata. Naruto winced. Well, I can't say that I'm surprised. There was no excuse for what Neji did, even if it was a fight, said Naruto. Hinata hung her head sadly. But your fight was still awesome, Hinata, said Naruto. Hinata's head bolted up. He kept insulting you and knocking you down, but you just kept getting up. You were awesome, said Naruto. Hinata's blush deepened. He thinks I'm awesome? And Hinata, I promise. Do. Hinata snapped out of her thoughts and gave Naruto her full undivided attention. I will beat Neji and show him just what a failure can do, said Naruto. A clearing of the throat interrupted their conversation before it could dwell any further. I hope I'm not interrupting anything, said Kurenai. This time both Hinata and Naruto blushed. No, you're not, stuttered Naruto. Naruto, I'm afraid I'm going to have to ask you to leave. I have some things I need to discuss with Hinata, said Kurenai. Oh well, okay, see you around, Hinata, said Naruto. Oh, before you go, Naruto, I wanted to ask you something. What's Iruka's favorite food? Asked Kurenai. A miso ramen, I guess, said Naruto. I mean, besides ramen, said Kurenai. Well, I don't know. He only takes me out for ramen, said Naruto. Sigh. Thanks anyways, Naruto, said Kurenai. Naruto shrugged and left while Kurenai turned to Hinata. Now, Hinata, what would you think of a double date, me and Iruka, you and Naruto? Asked Kurenai. Hinata did a full body blush and fainted backwards. That's what I thought, said Kurenai. Elsewhere, Naruto had spotted Kiba. Ha! I kicked your butt, said Naruto. Shut up, Naruto, growled Kiba. I'll leave you to lick your wounds, said Naruto. Naruto walked down the hall to see several doctors leave a room, all very depressed. He took a peek in to see Lee looking very depressed. He guessed they had just told him the news. Hey Lee, said Naruto sadly. Lee saw Naruto but continued to hang his head. Why? Asked Naruto. Why what? Why did I do something so reckless? Asked Lee. No. Why did you want to fight me? I'm no genius. I don't have some sort of bloodline which gives me an unfair advantage. So why? Asked Naruto. Because your type of strength is different than Neji's or Sasuke's, but still just as powerful. You gained your strength through blood, sweat, and tears. I can easily relate to this and would gladly pit my own strength against to see who has gone farther, said Lee. Naruto smirked. Thanks, Lee, you're an okay guy. You know, I don't care what the doctors say. I have a feeling I haven't seen the last of you out there, said Naruto. He held out his fist in a typical friendship manner. Pound it. I said pound, not punch it, shouted Naruto. I apologize, this is my first time doing a friendship tap thingy, said Lee. Naruto held his hand tenderly. We'll work on that some other time. I just need to see 10-10 now. Hang in there, Lee, said Naruto. Lee nodded firmly. Naruto went down the hall to the last room on the left where he saw 10-10 in bandages eating some hospital food in bed. Wow, 10-10, out of all the people I've visited you looked the healthiest, said Naruto. Naruto! 10-10, startled by Naruto's appearance, accidentally flung her milk carton, which somehow ended up hitting Naruto in the face. Oh, I knew you were a dangerous opponent with weapons, but I didn't know you could throw such a mean milk carton, joked Naruto. 10-10 blushed at doing such an embarrassing action. Why was it that every time he was around that she turned into such a klutz? Sorry, apologized 10-10. It's okay, but I didn't expect you to be in the middle of eating, said Naruto. Yeah, well, I love a free meal. I only had a few cuts and bruises despite the rough landing. I'm going to be released today, said 10-10. Wow, that's great news. Don't know how your father is going to take you losing though, said Naruto. Oh, don't worry about him, he's pretty forgiving if you gave it your all, said 10-10. She put the tray aside and got out of bed. Walk me home, asked 10-10. Sure, why not? Naruto walked down the hall with 10-10. He couldn't help but feel uneasy for some reason, almost as if she was up to something. But from what he knew about 10-10, she wouldn't do anything to him, would she? You know Naruto, we really should hang out sometime. Like go to the mall or something. Said Ten. Mall? Wait, we have a mall? Since when do ninja villages need malls? Asked Naruto. Ten giggled. Even ninjas need a mall, Naruto. Said Ten. Naruto and Ten had finally reached the stairs. Well, I suppose you have a point, Minnie. Said Naruto. Ten smiled playfully. If I'm Minnie, then will you be my Mickey? Asked Ten with a wink. Naruto, completely caught off by such a statement, slipped and fell down the stairs. Oh. Stairs. Evil. OW, shouted Naruto. The cries of pain were finally silenced when Naruto reached the bottom. Ten tenderly leaned over the railing. Naruto. I'm okay, called Naruto. It was a good thing he was in a hospital, he felt like he needed one. Naruto and Ten finally arrived at the mall that was much to Naruto's surprise, a lot bigger than he thought. Are you sure you're alright? Asked Ten. Don't worry about it. I heal fast, and I mean ridiculously fast. Said Naruto. Oh, another bloodline thing, huh? Asked Ten. Yeah, let's go with that. Said Naruto. Out of the corner of her eye, Ten spotted an ice cream shop. Hey Naruto, what's your favorite flavored ice cream? Asked Ten. I don't know, I've never had any before. Said Naruto. Ten looked at Naruto as if a second head had instantly sprouted out of his neck. What? I've only known one ice cream shop, and the lady who owned it would always come at me with a broom if I got anywhere near it. Said Naruto. Why would she do that? Asked Ten. Naruto put a hand lightly on his stomach. That's a long story. Said Naruto. Ten frowned. There must have a lot more to Naruto than what was on the surface. Naruto, I want you to stay right here. I'll be right back, said Ten. Ten ran into the ice cream store, leaving a confused Naruto behind. So, you thinking about telling her? Asked Ailyu. I don't know, maybe. How's having to put up with QB like? Asked Naruto. Oh, I'm having lots of fun poking fun at him. The fact that he was a high and mighty demon now sealed inside someone inferior to him is the most aggravating thing in the world to him. Glad you're enjoying yourself. Ten came back with 2 chocolate ice cream cones. She handed one to Naruto. I figure if you're going to have your first ice cream cone, the flavor might as well be chocolate. Said Ten. Thanks, Ten. Said Naruto. Temari sighed to herself in the apartment she was sharing with her brothers and sensei. Her thoughts kept drifting back to the preliminaries with the words Naruto said and the look he gave her. Where does he get off? Why should he care what does or doesn't happen to me? But more importantly, why do I care? Temari started to hit head against her folded-up fan. Why? But can't. But I. But get. But him. But out. But of. But my. But head. But Gaara entered the room and raised an eyebrow at his sister's actions. Why is she doing that? Asked Gaara. Who knows, girls are weird. Said Kankuro. Agreed. Temari rubbed her now red-marked forehead. Oh, I gave myself a headache. Said Temari. Temari got up and started to walk towards the door. Now where are you going? Asked Kankuro. To get an ice pack. And then for a walk, said Temari. Naruto liked his chops, now finished with his ice cream. He had a nice time eating his ice cream and getting to know Ten better. Well, Naruto, it's been fun, but I really need to get going. If I'm not home before curfew, Dad'll blow a gasket, said Ten. Well, if you really have to go, said Naruto. Yeah, but let's do this again sometime, said Ten. Yeah, sure, okay, said Naruto. Naruto waved goodbye to Ten as she started to leave. I think she likes you, said Ailyu. Nah, girl like her wouldn't want a guy like me. She just probably wants a sane friend, said Naruto. Well, as long as you're here, you might as well try to find some new clothes that can stretch. I suppose you're right. I sure am going to miss my orange jumpsuit though, said Naruto. Yuji, why do you even wear that tacky thing? It's not suitable for a ninja. It's like you're saying, see, here I am. Kill me. It's a suit someone notices by force, said Ailyu. Exactly. It's true that I'm often sent hateful glares my way, but I'm often ignored coldly too. With my orange jumpsuit they have no choice but to notice me. I never thought of it like that. Naruto started wandering around the mall looking for a clothes store that would have what he'd need. Naruto. Naruto turned to see Ino, obviously surprised to see him. Ino? What are you doing here? Asked Naruto. Ino looked at him with half-lidded eyes. It's a mall, Naruto. Did you actually expect for me not to be here? Asked Ino. I guess you have a point there, said Naruto. So what are you doing here? Asked Ino. Oh, I need a new outfit that can stretch to replace my jumpsuit. I'm afraid it's just not cutting it anymore, said Naruto. About time that thing is way beyond tacky, said Ino. See? The smart blonde girl agrees with me, said Ailey. The smart blonde girl agrees with me, mocked Naruto. Anyways, do you know of any stores that have clothes that'll stretch to ridiculous lengths? Asked Naruto. Oh, I know just the store, said Ino. Ino grabbed his arm and started to drag him over to store. This store has a knack for having clothes that are both fashionable and functional, said Ino. Ino went looking through some of the men's shirts trying to find a suitable shirt for Naruto. Ino, you don't have to help me this much, said Naruto. Yes I do. You have absolutely no fashion sense, said Ino. An anger vein appeared on Naruto's head. Excuse me? Asked Naruto. Come on Naruto, I don't want us all to suffer due to your poor choices, said Ino. No wonder Sasuke never chose her, thought Naruto. Ino put a number of cloth articles and started pushing him towards a changing room. Trust me, I'm repaying a favor here, said Ino. Favor? Before he could finish, Ino pushed him in and closed the curtains. Naruto grumbled to himself as he started to put on the clothes Ino gave him. What did you mean favor? Asked Naruto. Well, thanks to you, I'm starting to notice some other boys, and they are definitely noticing me. I've already set up for 4 dates next week, said Ino. That's great, knew you'd find somebody, said Naruto. Naruto sighed. He had to disagree with the clothes Ino picked out for him. He thought he looked like Sasuke. He shuddered involuntarily. Okay, I'm coming out, but I don't think black is a good color for me, and I need a bigger size. This shirt clings too much, said Naruto. Naruto could hear Ino's foot tap impatiently as he opened the curtains. Ino's jaw dropped. Naruto had pecs, abs, even a six-pack. He had more muscles than anyone she had ever seen. You have muscles. You have muscles. Who said you have muscles? Shouted Ino. No one, said Naruto. Ino shook herself out of her stupor. Damn Naruto. I didn't know you were training so hard, said Ino. Ladies and gentlemen, I give you the most noticeable features of a werewolf, said Ailey. Naruto scratched the back of his neck shyly. Naruto decided he should probably change the subject before Ino started asking too many questions. Hey look, they have orange clothing, said Naruto. No more orange, said Ino. But I like orange. Orange isn't your color. You should try black, said Ino. Blue. Deal. Ino smiled to herself. She had just done the citizens of Konoha a huge favor by getting Naruto to try on a different color of clothes. No reason why they should all have to suffer due to Naruto's poor fashion sense. Just make sure the stuff can stretch, said Naruto. Don't worry, because if some of the jutsus are ninjas, they've made sure these things can stretch about a mile at least, said Ino. Ino picked out several blue clothes for him, including a couple muscle shirts. Kurenai smiled as she walked down the streets. She had finally gotten Hinata to agree to a double date. Of course, the poor girl fainted 5 separate times first. So now all she had to do was arrange the date with Iruka. However, there was one little problem that she hadn't taken into account. This was one of the few parts of the village that she hadn't been to. This meant only one thing. I am completely lost. Naruto and several Kagebushins walked out of the clothing store, each one grumbling. Ino, I don't think we really needed to buy this much clothes, said the original. Nonsense, there's no such thing as too much new clothes, said Ino. This caused the Kagebushins to roll their eyes. Naruto heard a growl come from Ino's stomach. Hungry, huh? Well, don't worry, I'm sure we could find a food court around here somewhere, said Naruto. No thanks Naruto, I'm on a diet. I have to watch my figure, I'm already fat enough as it is, said Ino. Ino was surprised to see that she was on the receiving end of a deadly glare from Naruto. What? You are not fat. Do you have any idea how many malnourished women I've seen in town, and they still think they're fat? I could see their rib cages, they were like skeletons with skins on. You're beautiful just the way you are, Ino, never let anyone tell you any different, shouted Naruto. Of course, Naruto being the knucklehead that he is had no idea that he just called Ino beautiful. This got a very surprised look from Ino. It's one thing to go out on a diet when you have something like a gut, but it's another to go starving yourself, said Naruto. Ino stood for a moment or two before shaking herself out of her stupor. PFT. Like you're one to talk, Mr. I eat nothing but ramen, said Ino. Hey, speaking of ramen, we should probably find a ramen stand somewhere around here, said Naruto. Naruto, there's no ramen stand here in the mall, said Ino. Naruto stood dumbfounded for a second. What kind of upside-down mall is this? Shouted Naruto. Hinata stared at her sheets. She couldn't believe it, she and Kurenai might be going out with Naruto and Iruka. It was a dream come true, well except for the part about Kurenai and Iruka, she hadn't seen that one coming. Hinata remembered the first time she met Naruto. Flashback. 6-year-old Hinata was sobbing on the grass until she heard a voice. Hey, what you crying for? Asked the voice. Hinata looked up to see a 6-year-old Naruto. Hinata sniffled for a second. Those mean boys took the new dolly my mommy gave me, sobbed Hinata. Well, that's not nice. You stay right here. I'll be right back, so don't move, said Naruto. 5 minutes later, Naruto was running from a couple of boys drenched in paint. He ran over to Hinata, put something in her arms. Hinata stared at the gift she had just received. It was the very doll the bullies had taken from her, and while they were soaked in paint there didn't appear to be a single drop on her doll. Look, there he is. Come back here, you demon brat, shouted one of the bullies. Here, sire, doll back to Gottern by, hurried Naruto. Naruto ran as fast as his little legs could take him as older boys ran after him. However, only one thing stuck in Hinata's mind. He got my dolly back, thought Hinata. And flashback. And now I might be going out on with him? It's almost too good to be true. Gasp. What am I going to wear? Naruto waved goodbye to Ino as he and his clones started to head back. Well, that was fun, said a clone. I guess, but did you see the way she was looking at me? It was as if I just sprouted another head to her or something, said the original. Naruto suddenly heard a crash followed by something falling to the ground. God F damn it, shouted a voice. You guys take the new clothes home, I'll check it out, said the original. They nodded and went on their way. Naruto headed over to where he heard the crash and saw Temari on the ground with twigs in her hair. Her fan hand landed a good distance away and she herself looked like she landed in a painful position. Temari looked up and flinched at who she saw. Oh, it's you, said Temari. Need a hand? Asked Naruto. Temari glared defiantly at him. No. Temari struggled to get up for a moment but found that she couldn't. Yes, she admitted. Naruto held out his hand, which she grabbed firmly. As Naruto helped her up, she tried to get some of the twigs out with her free hand. So what happened to you? Asked Naruto. Temari mumbled something incoherent. Come again? Asked Naruto. I crashed into the tree, all right? Said Temari. That kind of seems like an amateur mistake for a wind mistress, said Naruto. Hey! My mind was elsewhere, said Temari. A Temari? What? You can let go of my hand anytime, you know, said Naruto. Temari looked down to see that she had never let go of his hand when she was being helped up. She let go as if Naruto's hand were on fire. And Temari started Naruto. Naruto raised towards Temari's face, which started to blush furiously. Oh my god! Is he going to try to kiss me? Thought Temari. Naruto pulled a twig out of her hair. Missed one, said Naruto. Temari face faulted. Hey, am you okay? Asked Naruto. Just leave. I'm feeling confused enough as it is, shouted Temari. Naruto blinked in confusion. Confused? What's there to feel confused about? Asked Naruto. Forget it. I'll leave, said Temari. Temari stomped over to where her fan was only to trip over a branch that fell out of the tree that she hit. Is it just me, or is there always a lot of gravity involved whenever I'm with women? Thought Naruto. Naruto winced as he saw the wound on Temari's leg caused by her little tumble. That looks pretty bad. Here, let me help, said Naruto. Naruto took his sleeve and ripped half of it off. Temari then decided to show Naruto her impression of a fish with her mouth opening and closing. What? Look, I'm getting rid of this thing so it doesn't matter if I rip it. I'm not gapping about that, you idiot. It's your arm. Naruto looked at his arm and Temari. What about it? I never realized it because of the jumpsuit, but if your arm is any indication, you must actually be pretty ripped, said Temari. Naruto grinned sheepishly and started to scratch the back of his head. Ah shucks, you're going to make me blush. But enough about me, let's wrap up that leg, said Naruto. Get fresh and I'll kill you, said Temari. Got it. Temari forced down a blush as Naruto started to wrap her leg. There we go, you can walk and everything, right? Asked Naruto. Temari stood up and smirked. Good, well, I really ought to be heading home now. Try not to crash into any more trees, okay? I'll see you later. Temari scoffed at the remark but couldn't help but smirk to herself as she watched Naruto's retreating figure. Kiba looked at sister questionably. She'd been in serious thought for over an hour. Sis? Is there something wrong? Asked Kiba. Oh, nothing. I'm just wondering how I should ask out a certain guy, that's all, said Hana. A guy? Who is it? Asked Kiba. Oh, it's your old teacher from the academy, Iruka, said Hana. What? You can't date my old sensei? Shouted Kiba. For your information, Gaki, I can date whoever I want, said Hana. But why him? Asked Kiba. Kiba, I'm going to let you in on a little family secret. The women of our family have always been attracted to men with fatherly instincts. And I only just recently discovered how much of that Iruka has. Can't believe I've never noticed him that way before. Well, I'm off to check my wardrobe, said Hana. Kiba covered his eyes with the palm of his hand. This is so wrong, said Kiba. Naruto yawned as he plopped himself down on his bed. Night had come awfully early. What a day, I am totally wiped, said Naruto. Just as Naruto was about to close his eyes, he heard a distant scream. Tonight's never going to end, is it? Asked Naruto. It's all right for me to check it out in my hybrid form as long as no one knows who I am, right? That's right. That's all I needed to hear. Kin was running for her life. She couldn't believe it. Her fellow sound neens were trying to kill her. She turned into an alley only to find a dead end. She turned around only to see Tayuya and the rest of the elite sound neens. I don't know what you're so FNG upset about. It is a friggin' honor to give your life to Orochimaru-sama, said Tayuya. No. 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 I don't want to die, shouted Kin. Well, that's too effing bad, Beach. Orochimaru-sama always gets what he wants, said Tayuya. However, their advancement was halted by a blood-curdling howl. Did you hear that? Shut your fat butt up, we got work to do, said Tayuya. However, the mighty elite sound neens screamed as a silver-furred werewolf landed in between them and their victim. There was a group gulp as the werewolf started to growl at them. They tossed a trash can at Lunar Beast only to have it sliced to ribbons by werewolf claws. Maybe we should get out of here. Quiet, chicken D-dash. We aren't running just because. However, Tayuya changed her mind as the werewolf roared in her face. Let's get the hell out of here, screamed Tayuya. Naruto turned to Kin, who pressed her back to the wall. You okay? Asked Naruto. Kin's eyes rolled to the back of her head and she fell to the ground in a faint. Hey, I was right, a lot of gravity is involved whenever I'm with women. I got a feeling those bozos aren't going to give up on trying to kill her, can't have that, thought Naruto. Naruto thought for a moment. I know. The old man'll know what to do. But I'd better change back, don't want to give the old man a heart attack. Naruto changed back and picked Kin up bridal style. The Hokage grumbled to himself as he was only halfway through his paperwork despite the late hour. The natural enemy of a Hokage, paperwork, grumbled Sarutobi. Suddenly a blur entered the room. Needless to say, Sarutobi was surprised to see Naruto with a young woman in his arms. "We have a problem," said Naruto. "Well, Naruto, I must admit this is a most unexpected. Mind explaining to me why you have brought an unconscious girl to my office?" asked Sarutobi. "She was attacked by ninjas from her own village, no less," said Naruto. This caused the old man's eyes to widen in surprise. "Quickly, put her down in the chair in front of my desk," said Sarutobi. Naruto did as he was told as the Hokage came to look Kin over. "She has no injuries on her. I take it she merely fainted from seeing one of your werewolf forms," said Sarutobi. Naruto froze. "Yutao. Naruto, the yandame was both my successor and my predecessor. Do you really think I would pass on my title without knowing everything about him? Minato only let his most precious people in on what he truly was. I felt honored and humbled he would let me in on his secret. So it's only natural that you would be a werewolf too," said Sarutobi. Naruto gave a small smile. Being a werewolf is kind of a rush, but it also feels natural, especially in a forest. "But let's focus on our little friend here," said Naruto. "Yes, why don't you explain what happened from the beginning?" said Sarutobi. Iruka yawned as he heard a knock on his door. "Who in their right mind would want to be trying to reach me at this hour?" asked Iruka. Iruka opened his door to see an out-of-breath Kurenai. "Finally! I've been lost for hours. It took me forever to get back into this section of Konoha. Anyways, Iruka, you're probably wondering what I'm doing here." Iruka's eyes were more than halfway closed and he seemed to be wobbling where he stood. "You're half asleep, aren't you?" asked Kurenai. Iruka grunted in response. A playful smile crossed her lips. "I know a way to wake you up," said Kurenai. Iruka grunted once again. Kurenai gave a small peck to his cheek. Iruka's face immediately started to glow bright red. "Cake Kurenai," stuttered Iruka. "Knew it would work." Kurenai giggled. Iruka, now fully awake, gave his undivided attention to Kurenai. "What are you doing here?" asked Iruka. Kurenai's playful smile made a reappearance. "I have a proposal for you, Iruka-kun," said Kurenai. Iruka's eyes widened at being referred to as kun and gulped. "Well, Naruto, it's late. Thank you for filling me in on what happened, but I think I will take it from here. I'm also afraid we're going to have to let her in on your secret of being a werewolf," said Sarutobi. "What? Why?" shouted Naruto. "Naruto, she's bound to find out sooner or later. But don't worry, I won't let her tell anyone. Now go get some rest," said Sarutobi. Naruto felt a little uneasy about letting a total stranger in on his secret, but he trusted the old man. "All right, I just hope you know what you're doing," said Naruto. Naruto started to head towards the door. Today was a really long day and he needed to hit the sack badly. "Oh, Naruto, before I forget, there has been something I've been meaning to give you," said Sarutobi. Sarutobi walked over to Naruto and handed him an envelope. "Inside is a letter from your father along with the keys and a map to his old household. I was asked to give these to you when certain traits surfaced," said Sarutobi. Naruto gave a sad smile as he took the letter. "Thanks, old man." Outside, Naruto opened the envelope to find everything inside the Hokage said there would be. Keys, letter, map, the whole kit and caboodle. Naruto decided he would read the letter when he would get to the household. That way he would be sure that only he was reading it and not somebody who was hiding too. So he was a little paranoid. Show him someone who wasn't in some shape or form. He followed the map he was given for about an hour. Just when he was about to give up and go back to his apartment, he had finally found it. Naruto looked up at his father's old household, and up and up. "Holy crap! This isn't a household, this is a friggin' mansion," said Naruto. It was true, the house that had been left to him was more like a mansion. Naruto made a kagebushin and sent it back to his apartment to retrieve his things. "Well, might as well see what's inside," said Naruto. Naruto walked up to the door and unlocked it with one of the keys. Inside, Naruto wasn't surprised at how dusty it was. It was obvious no one had been inside for many years. Naruto closed the door behind him and decided now was a good time to read that letter. Naruto opened it up and smiled at the fact that it was a bit of a long letter. "Dear Naruto, If you're reading this, then my plan worked and the QB is sealed within you and that I am dead. You must know that I never wanted this for you, to be born an orphan. To experience the pain of being alone while watch parents comfort their children on a daily basis. I know how the villagers are probably treating you. Try not to judge them too harshly, they are only acting out of pain. Both myself and your mother would give anything to be there for you, to give you the love you so rightly deserve. But if you're anything like your old man, you won't let anything stand in the way of your dreams. So keep a stiff upper lip and walk with pride. Show them that it will take more than a few harsh words and cold glares to keep down an Uzumaki. Now if you excuse me, I need to show a certain fox why it's not a healthy idea to mess with the village hidden in the leaves. Your loving father, Minato Uzumaki. Naruto was confused. He felt happier than he had ever been before, and yet tears were streaming down his face. They simply wouldn't stop. Naruto held the piece of paper tightly to his chest. Naruto had precious people in his life, but now he also had a precious item, the letter from his father. He would make sure to cherish it always. Naruto wiped away the tears as he tucked the letter into his pocket. Well, I can't just stand around and cry all night. Time to find a room, said Naruto. His Kagebushin soon arrived with most of Naruto's belongings. Naruto put on his PJs and his sleeping cap, leaving the rest of his belongings on the floor. After a little exploring, Naruto finally found a bedroom and plopped down onto it. It didn't take long for sleep to overcome him. Naruto found himself once again in front of Kyuubi's cage. Only this time he found Ailyu torturing the once mighty demon. Fuzzy Wuzzy was Fox. Fuzzy Wuzzy had no socks. And when the Yondaime came out to play, Fuzzy Wuzzy got sealed away. Mocked Ailyu. I hate you. Oh, what did I ever do to deserve this? Asked Kyuubi. Want me to break out the list? Asked Ailyu. No. Not that stupid list again. I can't take it, shouted Kyuubi. Naruto cleared his throat to the attention of the spirit guide wolf. Oh, hello, cub, said Ailyu. Looks more like a kit to me, said Kyuubi. He's a wolf, not a fox. Come, Naruto, there is still much to discuss, said Ailyu. As Naruto and Ailyu started to leave, Kyuubi began to voice his displeasure. Hey, you losers can't just the mighty Kyuubi no. Shut up. Nobody cares what you have to say. Now leave us alone or else I'll turn your cage pink, said Ailyu. You wouldn't dare. Try me, challenged Ailyu. Naruto was amazed to see that the mighty demon started to pout. That's what I thought. Come along, Naruto-kun, said Ailyu. Naruto followed Ailyu out of the room and away from Kyuubi. Naruto and Ailyu entered another room that Naruto didn't think existed. Naruto, I think there's something you need to see. You see, your father came from a clan of werewolves, and while they were powerful, they were also blinded by foolish pride. What I am about to show you is a shadow of your father's past. The memory I secretly witnessed on the day your father turned his back on the clan, said Ailyu. The room instantly started to shimmer until it changed into a grand hall where several old men were sitting at the end of the room. Why is everything in black and white? Asked Naruto. I'm a wolf, I'm colored blind, cut me some slack, said Ailyu. Fair enough, said Naruto. The doors instantly slammed open as a man that looked like an older and more matured Naruto entered the room. Is that my father? Asked Naruto. Yes, and you are about to witness one of his defining moments, said Ailyu. Father, shouted the man. The eldest of the old foggies glared at the man. What is the meaning of this, Minato? Why don't you tell me? What's this rubbish about the family not accepting my engagement? Asked Minato. Minato, you are my son and a werewolf prodigy, but I simply cannot accept your engagement to a human. Arashi's fist tightened. That's what this is all about. Because she's human? Because she wasn't born a werewolf. The Kazamas have always married into other werewolf clans. To marry a human is an insult to us all. You should have just found a nice she-wolf. At this point, Minato was trembling with anger. I can't believe you believe this clan. If this is what it means to be a Kazama, then I don't want anything to do with it any longer, shouted Minato. The old man's eyes widened in realization at what his son was saying. You don't mean? That's right, if you let her marry into our family, then I'll just have to marry into hers. I don't want to do anything associated with this clan anymore. Minato Kazama no longer exists. Now there is only Minato Uzumaki. Minato started leave but paused and gave his father one last look. You'd better watch out because from now on there'll be 2 werewolf clans, the Kazamas and the Uzumakis. Said Minato. I showed you this because I thought you had a right to know what happened to your father's side of the family. Except Minato, they were all killed in a clan civil war. But I wanted you to know how much your father sacrificed himself for the women he loved and the child that was within her. Said Ailey. Naruto gave a sad smile. The man just kept on giving. Said Naruto. Yes, but now I think it is time for you to wake up. Said Ailey. Why? Asked Naruto. Lu smiled smugly. You're about to have a visitor. Naruto groggily sat up. Guess she was right. Said Naruto. Naruto tiredly started to walk towards the front door. I'm coming. I'm coming, called Naruto. Naruto opened the door to find Kin staring at her feet timidly. The gears in Naruto's head stopped spinning for a moment as he saw the Exound Nin standing in front of him. It took a kickstart from Ailyu to get them going again. What are you doing here? Asked Naruto. Hokage sent me here because he said that you were supposed to be my guardian during my time here and that your place would be my safe house. Said Kin. Naruto sighed to himself. Terrific. But these are desperate times, so come on in, said Naruto. Naruto raised an eyebrow when Kin didn't come in. It looked like she was staring at something, to be more accurate his pajamas, or so he thinks. Okay, so ever since his werewolf abilities became active his pages were a bit smaller, but that didn't mean she had to stare with some drool coming out of her mouth. Well, the drool, he didn't know what the drool was about, but point was he had enough. Naruto snapped his fingers a couple of times in front of her face, snapping her out of her stupor. You coming or what? Asked Naruto. I'm alright, said Kin. I'm still new to this house myself, so we're going to have to explore to find you a room, said Naruto. As Naruto and Kin tried to find another bedroom, Naruto couldn't help but feel Kin's occasional stare. Why do you keep staring at me like that? Asked Naruto. Hokage-sama told me about everything. From QB, to the cold stares, to you being the werewolf that saved me. How can you keep smiling after all that's happened to you? Asked Kin. Any idiot can have a great amount of outer strength, but it takes a man to have a great amount of inner strength, said Naruto. To say that Kin was impressed was an understatement. She was amazed at how much inner strength and bravery Naruto had. Hey look, we finally found an empty room. Okay, I'm right down the hall, so if you know who tries to break in and get you, you can come down and get me. Or if you just need to find the bathroom or something, said Naruto. Kin nodded and entered the room. Naruto went back to his own room and crawled into bed. Naruto tried to fall asleep for about an hour, but it was to no avail. It was one of those rare nights when one was too tired to sleep. Just when he was about to try again, the door to his room opened. Kin? Is that you? Asked Naruto. Naruto didn't even turn to look at her, he was so tired. Why yes, I was just wondering if it would be okay if I slept with you tonight? You see, my room is just so dark and after everything that's happened today, you can't help but feel as those creeps are watching and waiting in every shadow? Asked Naruto. Yes, that's it exactly, said Kin. Okay, you can sleep here tonight. I don't blame you for not wanting to sleep alone. Today must have been pretty scary, so it's alright. The bed is more than big enough for 2. But you don't have to worry about those jerks anymore. I won't ever let them hurt you, said Naruto. Kin thanked him and crawled into bed. Naruto was just thankful that there was more than enough room in the bed, thus avoiding any awkward contact. Naruto woke up the next morning but with a confused look on his face. Something doesn't feel quite right, said Naruto. It took Naruto a moment or two to figure out what was wrong. And when he did, his face turned atomic red. Kin was wearing his old orange jumpsuit, minus the sleeve, but more importantly she was holding onto his torso like a giant teddy bear, looking quite content. Naruto's blush deepened as she started to snuggle into his chest. Okay, time to end this. Kin, wake up, said Naruto. He shook her shoulder a couple of times, waking her up. Kin looked around her surroundings groggily until she realized what she was doing. She leapt out of bed and away from Naruto with a heavy blush on her face. Two things. First, what are you doing wearing my old jumpsuit? Second, why were you using me as a teddy bear back there? Asked Naruto. Well, you see, I didn't have any pajamas left and I found this jumpsuit lying in the middle of the floor in front of the front door, said Kin. I guess I can buy that. Now what about happened 15 seconds ago? Asked Naruto. Oh, well, I tend to hold things in the middle of the night close to me, said Kin. Kin mentally winced. The truth was that for some reason she felt safe with him, but she just told a really far-fetched lie. What kind of complete and utter moron would believe that? Who? Okay, I'll believe that, said Naruto. Kin blinked in confusion. He bought it. Now that's over with, I think it's time for me to get dressed, said Naruto. Kin, catching the hint that he wanted to change in private, started to back out the door. Right, I'll just wait for you downstairs, said Kin. It's a funny thing walking backwards. You can never see where you're going, so you're most likely to trip. There's that gravity again, said Naruto. Naruto was now dressed in a blue muscle shirt wearing matching blue jeans. Well, I'm off. I have to visit Sasuke at the hospital, train for the Chunin exams, pick up some groceries, and do a whole bunch of other crap, said Naruto. Naruto was about to leave when something caught his attention, a very loud something. Naruto-sama, shouted Kin. Naruto froze. Sama? Naruto turned around and saw that Kin was bowing to him as if he were his new Orochimaru. Naruto let out a yelp of surprise and jumped a couple of steps back. What do you think you're doing? Shouted Naruto. Naruto-sama, I owe my life to you, and because of this I shall serve you for the remainder of my days, said Kin. Many of you are probably wondering why Kin didn't do this last night when she first arrived. Well, it would have been a little embarrassing for her to do right off the bat. Plus, she wasn't exactly sure Naruto was worth it, having not known him very well. For all she knew, he could secretly be another Orochimaru. But now, after getting to know him last night, she was sure that he was the one person that was truly worth bowing down to. Now cut that out. You're making a scene, said Naruto. But Naruto-sama, and stop calling me that. I'm no lord and I'm certainly not a Hokage, well, at least not yet anyways. Look, I'm going to go now. You stay here and watch the house. When I return, I expect for you to not be bowing to me, said Naruto. What do you mean Sasuke's not taking any visitors? Shouted Naruto. Please keep your voice down, sir. This is a hospital. I'm sorry to say that Mr. Uchiha's condition is still too critical, said the nurse. Naruto growled. Oi, what's all the noise about? Asked a voice. Naruto turned and saw Kakashi reading his orange book. Kakashi-sensei, just who I need. I need you to train me for upcoming finals, said Naruto. Sorry, Naruto, but I'm afraid I'm going to be too busy to train you, said Kakashi. Yeah, right, you're probably just saying that because you're really going to train Sasuke, aren't you? Shouted Naruto. No, I just have some important business to take care of. But I didn't forget about you either and found you a teacher, said Kakashi. Ebisu walked down the hall adjusting his glasses. That would be me. Oh hell no, said Naruto. There a problem? Asked Kakashi. I know this guy and I hate him. You say that you're not really going to not train Sasuke, but I can smell that you're lying, said Naruto. Kakashi raised an eyebrow. Smell? Forget about that. Point is, you're a bad teacher. No teacher shows favoritism of one student over the others. Even Iruka-sensei will tell you that, said Naruto. To say that Kakashi was stunned would be an understatement. He was close to shocked. Naruto never acted this way, at least not to him. You're probably going to end up teaching him some super cool jutsu, like maybe that Chidori thingy, said Kakashi. Naruto saw Kakashi sweat. I hit the nail on the head, didn't I? Well, what are you going to do after that? Are you going to teach me a jutsu just as good? Or what about Sakura-san? She needs the help most of all, said Naruto. Kakashi was speechless. He honestly couldn't think of anything to say in his defense. Just so you know, Kakashi-sensei, you have 3 students, not 1, shouted Naruto. Kakashi fell over backwards from the force of Naruto's yell. I'm out of here, but I think you should know that maybe you're the one that needs to go back to the academy. Because you obviously don't know how to balance a team, said Naruto. Naruto stormed out of hospital, not caring where he went, just as long as it was away from Kakashi. Naruto, shouted a voice. Off in the distance, Naruto spotted the man he once called Sensei running towards him. This man also had another name, Iruka. Iruka stopped in front of his former student out of breath. Sensei, what is it? Why are you out of breath? Asked Naruto. Tayuya gulped. Why do I have to be the FNGRD to tell him? The rest of you were pissing your pants as much as I was, said Tayuya. Just do it. They pushed Tayuya into the room where Orochimaru was waiting for one of them to report on the assassination of Kin. Orochimaru-sama? Stuttered Tayuya. Orochimaru turned to her with his typical grin. I regret to inform that Kin managed to get away, said Tayuya. Coo. I must admit I am surprised that she managed to slip through your fingers, but it is of no matter. Bring me Dosu's body, said Orochimaru. Naruto walked through the streets with his mind on what Iruka had told him. Iruka and himself were supposed to go on a double date with Kurenai and Hinata. He supposed that there were worse girls to go out on a date with. Which had brought him to another matter. Naruto had been thinking a lot of the Hyuga heiress, and he didn't know why. True. Hurt she got in her fight and how Neji treated her had royally set him off. But why was it that he hated seeing her hurt so much? When Naruto had really thought about it, if it were him that had to fight Hinata, Naruto wasn't sure he could do it. He wasn't sure why, but just couldn't picture himself hitting Hinata. It just seemed wrong. You there. I will not allow such perversion. Shut up. There was the sound of a puff of smoke followed by a man flying overhead. What the? Started Naruto. Naruto ran over to the man and saw that it was Ebisu. Ebisu? Who could have? Naruto looked over to the direction from which Ebisu was thrown from. There was only one thing Naruto could say at what he was seeing. Just who the heck are you? And what's up with the giant frog? Shouted Naruto. Naruto pointed to an old man on top of some type of striped toad. The old man's face lit up at the chance for an introduction. Good question. I am the most holy hermit sage of the Mount Myaboku toads, otherwise known as the toad sage, Jiraiya. Pleased to meet ya. Naruto's left eye started to twitch. Fine. Good for you. But why did you do that to him? Asked Naruto. He interfered with my research. Research? I'm a writer. I write novels. Jiraiya pulled out an too familiar orange book. Like this one. That's that pervert book that Kakashi-sensei won't stop reading, shouted Naruto. Oh, so your sensei is a fan, is he? Asked Jiraiya. He won't stop reading it, we can't get him to stop. And if you wrote that perverted junk, then you must be an even bigger pervert, accused Naruto. Wrong. I am no ordinary pervert, I'm a super pervert, said Jiraiya gleefully. Naruto hit his forehead with the palm of his hand. Oh, screw this. I've got training to do, said Naruto. Naruto turned around and started walking towards the forest. He had been meaning to develop some jutsus for his werewolf side. What's your hurry, werewolf? Naruto froze and slowly turned to face the perverted sage. But how did you? Kid, I trained the fourth. You think I don't know a werewolf when I see one? Naruto fell into the hot spring for about the 10th time. Stupid seal. It's making my chakra act all wonky, thought Naruto. Yeah, well, the worst it's done in here was made Kyuubi's cage slightly lopsided. Not even enough to notice. Naruto threw off his shirt. No point of wearing this, said Naruto. Hey kid, focus your chakra for a moment, I need to check on something, said Jiraiya. Naruto shrugged. The old man had agreed to be his sensei until the third part of the Chunin exams began. Naruto did as he was told and started to focus his chakra. Just as I thought. Come here for a sec, said Jiraiya. Naruto walked over to Jiraiya. Now he's just acting weird, thought Naruto. Jiraiya threw his hands up into the air. Raise your arms up like banzai, said Jiraiya. Okay, now he's up to something, thought Naruto. What are you? Five-pronged seal release. Naruto felt the ground clutching his stomach. Hey, it's not lopsided in here anymore, said Ailey. What did you do to me? I undid Orochimaru damage to your seal. How about a little gratitude, huh? If you weren't the spitting image of your father, I wouldn't even bother with you, said Jiraiya. Whatever, said Naruto. Well, squirt, try it now. said Jiraiya. Naruto walked out onto the water without any problems whatsoever. Now it isn't so hard anymore. I guess you're not so bad after all, Ero-sennin, said Naruto. Don't call me that. Now listen up, we'll continue your training tomorrow, said Jiraiya. Yeah, see you tomorrow, said Naruto. Black Ops were growing concerned. Sarutobi had locked himself in the office after Naruto. Sama, is everything alright there? Asked one of the Umbus. I'm busy finishing up a 12-year experiment. I'm almost done, so make sure nobody bothers me under any circumstances. Hi Hokage-sama. Sarutobi wiped his brow. Now that they're gone, maybe I can continue with my work. Orochimaru is in for the biggest surprise of his life. It's time I corrected my mistake. Naruto walked down the road with his hands in his pants pocket. His thoughts drifted back to the whole double date thing. How the hell was he supposed to go on a double date? He never dated anyone in his entire life. Hey, Naruto, called a voice. Naruto knew that voice. That was Tenten's voice. She finally reached him and paused to catch her breath. Hey Tenten, what's up? Asked Naruto. You walked right past me without even blinking an eye. What has you distracted so much? Asked Tenten. Tenten had to admit, she was definitely liking what the muscle shirt was wearing. She means the muscle shirt he was wearing. Not the other way around. Well, you see, I kind of have to go out on double date and I don't know what to do on it, said Naruto. Tenten's left eye started to twitch. The one thing she hadn't been expecting was competition. She figured that Naruto was there and was going to stay available there for a while, but if she guessed right, his availability might be closing fast. If one woman wanted to date him besides herself, then it would only be a matter of time before more would also want to date him. If she really wanted to end up with Naruto, she was going to have to play hardball. Oh really, with who? Asked the twitching Tenten. Iruka-sensei will be dating Kurenai-sensei while I'll be dating Hinata, said Naruto. So it was the Hyuga girl. Just about everyone knew she had a monster crush on him, maybe more. Everyone but Naruto Uzumaki, that is. He was oblivious as a cow in a slaughterhouse. As far as Tenten was concerned, she was still in this game. The fact that Kurenai wanted to go out with Iruka seemed a little odd. She always figured she was out of Iruka's class. But Hinata actually gathering the courage needed to date Naruto wasn't something she had expected. So what you're saying is that you have a date coming up and you have no idea what to do on it, correct? I guess that's sort of it, said Naruto. A plan started to formulate in Tenten's mind. Well, Naruto, I think I might be able to help you. Really, how? Asked Naruto. I'm going to teach you. Now come on, said Tenten. Before Naruto could react, Tenten grabbed his hand and ran off, dragging him the whole way. Anko took another big swig of sake. And that man's elusive. She had been trying to get a hold of Iruka for quite a while now, but he kept escaping from her grasp. Well, you seem to be hitting the sake pretty hard today, said a voice. Anko squinted her eyes to try and see who the blurry visitor was. The image settled into Kakashi reading his perverted orange book. If Anko wasn't so dizzy, she would have slugged him for reading that in her presence. Oh, it's you, Aerocyclopes, said Anko. Kakashi's sweat dropped. You do know that my other eye is just hidden by… Whatever. What do you want? Asked Anko. Well, you seem pretty distracted by something. Is anything wrong? Asked Kakashi. Oh, it's that Chunin Iruka Yamano. I've been trying to score a date with him, but he keeps slipping through my fingers. It just doesn't make sense about how a Chunin could be so slippery, said Anko. You mean you don't know? Iruka is still a Chunin, but only because he wishes to remain a Chunin. What? If he were to become Jounin or higher, then he would have to stop working at the academy. And I think we all know how much he loves working there. Kakashi had a point. Iruka did love his job. Wait a minute, how do you know all this? Asked Anko. Oh well, me, Asuma, and Iruka are poker buddies. Poor Iruka, he can never seem to win. Why are you looking at me like that? Anko smiled one of her terrifying smiles at him. If you're friends with him, then you can set me up on a date with him, said Anko. Now let's just hold on here for a second. Anko was about to respond when she suddenly fell to the floor, passed out. Saved by the sake, said Kakashi. Tenten pulled Naruto into the ice cream shop that they visited last time. What are we doing here again? Are we getting more ice cream? Asked Naruto. Sort of. Your first lesson is here, said Tenten. She pulled Naruto in and had him take a seat at a table. Now stay right here, I'm going to go order us a milkshake, said Tenten. Milkshake? As in non-plural? Asked Naruto. That's right, now don't move, said Tenten. Naruto swallowed a lump in his throat. After placing an order, Tenten soon sat across from him. Now then, we're here so you can learn how to drink a shake with a lady. Their shake arrived with 2 straws already inside. All right now, usually, don't drink when I'm talking to you. It's rude. Anyways, like I was saying, it's usually best to take small sips. If you want to take big ones, it's usually best to do it with the girl you're drinking with, said Tenten. This whole speech was making Naruto blush. Another important factor is that when you're taking these sips, stare at the girl, not the drink. Let's try now, shall we? Asked Tenten. Naruto's blush deepened. Naruto started to drink, a little nervous that Tenten was smiling now that he was forced to stare intently at her face. Kurenai walked into Hinata's room with a smile on her face. Well, I've set it up. Once you get out of here, you'll be on your first date with Naruto, said Kurenai. Hinata smiled bigger than Kurenai ever saw her. I'm so happy. But also terribly nervous, but in a good way, said Hinata. Kurenai smiled. Naruto always did bring out the best in Hinata. Until then, I'll pick out a new outfit for you. Hinata was about to voice her protests when Kurenai cut her off. Don't worry, I'll make sure it's one that both you and Naruto like. Hinata blushed deeply, but there was also a smile on her face. Tenten grinned to herself. So far everything was going exactly as planned. Okay, now that we got drinking shakes covered, next we're going to cover what to do in a movie theater, said Tenten. You mean? Well, no, we can't go to the theater because I would need to speak and you can't talk during a movie. It's just not done, said Tenten. Then where are we going to do it? Asked Naruto. Yes, that was the million-dollar question for Tenten. It had to be someplace quiet and dark. Quiet because they needed as little interruptions as possible. Dark because the movie theater would probably be pretty dark. Ah, that shed is perfect, said Tenten. The SS shed? Asked Naruto. Yeah, come on, said Tenten. She grabbed Naruto by the hand and dragged him over to the shed. So now Naruto was sitting in a shed, alone, in the dark, with just the two of them. Tenten? Okay, now pretend we're at a movie theater and hold my hand, said Tenten. What? Just do it, said Tenten. Naruto blushed as he placed his hand on top of hers. Good, now if the girl likes you back she may do this, said Tenten. Tenten turned her hand on its back and laced her fingers with Naruto's. It was a good thing the shed was so dark, otherwise Tenten would have seen Naruto's blush deepen. Around the 3rd date or so, if she wants, she'll let you put your arm around her shoulder. She demonstrated once again by wrapping his arm around her shoulder. Sometimes if the girl really likes you, she'll let you cop a feel, said Tenten. Tenten heard a loud thud. Naruto. Tenten looked at where Naruto's hand was and realized that she had accidentally gotten him to feel her left BRT. Oops. Hinata was brought out of her daydreams of a date with Naruto when she heard a knock on the door. Come in, called Hinata. Hinata was surprised to see that her visitor was none other than her little sister. Hanabi-chan? What are you doing here? Asked Hinata. Father told me to come here and tell you that he along with the rest of the family are disappointed that you lost a member of the branch family, said Hanabi. Hinata's face fell. Her family always did know how. Bring her down. Speaking of which, Hanabi-chan, I need for you to tell father something. Tell father that once I am released I will be going on a D-date with Naruto. Hanabi rolled her eyes. Honestly, I don't see what you see him. He's such an idiot, said Hanabi. Hinata's mood started to sour. She may not be able to stand up for herself, but she would always be able to stand up for Naruto. That idiot, as you put it, is never afraid to be himself, and no matter how difficult something is, he never gives up. Can you say the same? Asked Hinata. Hanabi wasn't sure what to be more surprised about. The fact that her big sister stood up to her or that she didn't stutter once. I want you to remember something, Hanabi. Today idiot may be tomorrow's Hokage, said Hinata. Hanabi left with a confused look on her face. Kin worked on dusting Naruto's and herself's new household. The blonde boy had earned much more than her respect in her eyes. To her she realized that he was more than a shinobi, more than a demon container, even more than a werewolf. He was a hero. She personally thought that Konoha didn't deserve him. She would have been delighted if the two would start a new ninja village together. But that was his decision, not hers. And what else was that the man was forever determined to become Hokage. He was truly remarkable in her eyes. Naruto and Tenten arrived at her house. Now comes the last part, the goodbye kiss, said Tenten. She giggled as she saw Naruto's eye grow to the size of saucers. Tenten, is that you? Shouted her father. Tenten groaned. Why was it that parents always had the worst timing? Yes, Dad, shouted back Tenten. Tenten rolled her eyes and turned her attention back to Naruto. Now pucker up and… Tenten, did you remember to do your chores? Tenten growled. Can it wait? I'm kind of in the middle something. Now, young lady. Tenten stomped her foot. I'm sorry, but we're going to have to cut our lesson short, said Tenten. Okay, said Naruto. A playful smile crossed Tenten's lips. But until then… She gave him a small peck on the cheek before running off. See you later, Naruto. He placed his hand on his cheek and slowly walked away. Told you she liked you, said Ailey. I honestly didn't see that coming. Hanabi walked down the street with her big sister's words still in her head. Today's idiot may be tomorrow's Hokage. She turned a corner only to be hit by a ball in the back of her head. Sorry about that, called a voice. 3 children ran over to her. They were known as Undo, Kanomaru, and Moegi. Sorry, you just kind of popped up out of nowhere, said Konohamaru. Honestly, you need to watch where you're throwing the ball, said Moegi. Yeah, well, I've had a lot on my mind lately. It was true, his grandfather had been acting kind of odd lately. Truth was that Konohamaru was starting to grow worried. Who's your grandfather? Asked Hanabi. Curiosity had gotten the better of her. She just simply wished to know who his grandfather was, and then she'd be on her way. He's the Hokage, said Konohamaru. 0-0. Anyways, you want to play with us? Asked Konohamaru. Play? Yeah, you know. Konohamaru bounced the ball off her face once. Play. Hanabi repressed her anger for the moment. I don't know. Father always says that there isn't time for games, said Hanabi. You can play with us if you want, said Konohamaru. Why you would let me? You don't think I'm being a JRK? Asked Hanabi. Most children her age did often call her a JRK for one reason or another. Konohamaru scratched his head for a moment. Let me put it this way, if you want friends you have to be a friend. And I just think you deserve a fair shot, that's all, said Konohamaru. Hanabi just stared at Konohamaru for a moment before her eyes started shining like stars. Of course, to the others it looked like she had become furious. After a little incident with Sakura, the 3 had kind of been a little paranoid about angry women. Run for it, shouted Undo. The Konohamaru Corps ran as fast as their little legs could carry them. She's still gaining on us, shouted Moegi. Konohamaru couldn't help but smile as they came to a 3-way fork in the road. Split up, said Konohamaru. The 3 ran down the different paths, but Hanabi kept on Konohamaru. The grandson of the 3rd Hokage quickly down into another alley only to find it a dead end. Oh no! He turned around only to see Hanabi at the other end. What is it you want from me? Asked Konohamaru. Hanabi nodded to herself as if finally come to a decision. It's settled, from this moment forward you're going to be my boyfriend, said Hanabi. The confused boy merely looked at the Hyuga with a perplexed expression. Huh. Naruto yawned as he opened the door. Kin. I'm home, called Naruto. Naruto-sama, shouted Kin. In a short time Naruto found himself in the presence of a bowing woman. Kin, I thought we talked about this. No bowing until I'm Hokage, said Naruto. But Naruto-sama? And stop calling me that. At the moment it's just Naruto. But Naruto-sama... Enough. Now moving on to catch, said Naruto. Kin caught a small little toad light that Naruto had tossed to her. It's a night light, this way you don't have to be afraid of the dark and come into my room for safety, said Naruto. A lustful smile crossed her face. Why are you looking at me like that? Asked Naruto. Glomp. Oh, but what if I wanted to come into your room for another reason? She whispered into his ear, Naruto-sama? Naruto was getting redder and redder by the second. Somehow he had managed to slip out of her grasp and was making a run for the stairs. Well, would you look at the time? It's time for bed. Bye. Kin didn't think anyone could have run up those stairs at such a speed, but somehow Naruto managed to do just that. Oh well, I could always. And I'm locking the door, shouted Naruto. Kin snapped her fingers. Nuts. Temari was giving herself a nice cleaning in the hot springs. This was exactly what she needed to keep her mind off of a certain someone, not that she would ever admit it to anyone. Five-pronged seal realise. Something sent rocketing into the air, over the bamboo wall, and into the spring. A head popped up out of the water. This head belonged to the very boy she was trying to get mind off of. Stupid Ero Sennin. You! Naruto turned around to see Temari as naked as the day she was born. She grabbed him roughly by his collar, bringing him face to face with the Sannin. You little pervert! You were trying to sneak a peek at me, weren't you? No! I wasn't, I swear. Don't you lie to me. You wanted to see me naked, so you peeped. No, I didn't. I swear on my love of ramen, I wasn't trying to see you naked. Well, why not? Shouted Temari. Naruto blinked in confusion. Excuse me? What? Is my body not good enough for you? Demanded Temari. Jiraiya blinked a couple of times as he saw Naruto approach. He looked as tired as hell. What happened to you? Asked Jiraiya. Somebody kept trying to pick my lock last night. Come again. Never mind. Look, what are you going to teach me today? It better be something good. Jiraiya had agreed to train him, but the places where they trained was starting to get on Naruto's nerves. When it wasn't by the bathhouses, it was by the waterfall where the women would play in their bikinis. Today it was the waterfall. Oh ho, seeing as how you are the son of my late student, I got you something very special. 2 summoning contracts. Naruto's face immediately brightened. 2. That's awesome. One is a toad contract and the other is something quite special. Now all you need to do is sign your name in the contracts with your own blood, and then below that you make a fingerprint impression with all of the fingers of one hand, said Jiraiya. As Naruto started to sign the first contract, Toads, Lu started to speak to him. Why that no good lazy butt? He just wants to teach you how to use Kyuubi's chakra. But what he doesn't know is that Kyuubi Baka here doesn't want to lend you any without it corrupting you. Let's teach him a lesson. Suddenly Naruto felt a different kind of chakra overcoming him. Unlike Kyuubi's chakra, this one felt more silky. Do it now, shouted Lu. Kuchios no Jutsu. In a huge puff of smoke, the toad boss Gamabunta appeared. Crap. He summoned Gamabunta on his first try, shouted Jiraiya. The women who were splashing around quickly ran out of the water, screaming their heads off. No. The pretty girls. Gamabunta looked around. Where am I? Jiraiya, why did you summon me? If it was because you were trying to impress some women again, I'm going to... It wasn't him that summoned you, it was me, said Naruto. Huh. Gamabunta looked up to the top of his head and saw everyone's favorite genin. Jiraiya, why did you put a kid on my head? I didn't, I swear. The kid really did summon you. He's Minato's kid. Minato's kid? Gamabunta picked Naruto off of his head and brought him in front of his face, hanging in mid-air. The giant toad squinted his eyes at Naruto. Naruto felt a bit uneasy under Gamabunta's gaze. I suppose I could give you the benefit of the doubt seeing as how you're Minato's son, but you're still going to have to pass a little test. A test? Like what? You have to stay on my back until sundown. But it's already so early in the morning. Fine, noon then. Gamabunta put Naruto on his back. However, this was when Naruto began to notice something. Hey, where's Ero-sennin going? He probably doesn't want to get stomped on. Stomped on? What's that supposed to mean? Naruto got his answer as Gamabunta suddenly leapt into the air. The test had begun. Kurenai walked into Hinata's room at the hospital to find her staring out the window. Good news, Hinata. I've talked to the doctors and you will be released early tomorrow, said Kurenai. That's wonderful. And I also bought you this, said Kurenai. She pulled out a light blue dress that promised to hug the wearer's figure. Hinata fell to her left. I can't wear that. I'll die if Naruto sees me in that. Hinata, you have a very lovely figure for someone your age. There's no shame in letting it be known, said Kurenai. But you have to stop hiding yourself in your jacket. You are a ninja, not turtle. There's a difference. Not as though the two could ever coexist. Kurenai saw that Hinata still had her doubts. Maybe this called for a change in tactics. Look, I'm pretty sure Naruto will like you in this dress. I mean, you do want to look your best for Naruto, right? Hinata blushed. Hook, line, and sinker. Both Naruto and the giant toad were panting out of breath. Give up yet? Never. I never give up and I never back down. That's my ninja way. Gamabunta looked up to see the sun directly overhead. Well, it appears you've won our little wager. I'll allow for you to be my summoner from now on. In a giant puff of smoke, Gamabunta disappeared, leaving Naruto in midair. Well, this can't be good. As Naruto started to fall to the ground, he let out a "curse you, gravity," before making friends with the dirt. Iruka was making his students run laps around the track outside, but something was troubling him. Kanomaru had been acting strange all day. Not only had he gotten pale, but the poor boy was just plain jumpy. Kanomaru, come over here for a moment, called Iruka. Kanomaru did as he was told, with his friends disappointed to see him go. I didn't do it. No, Kanomaru, you're not in trouble. I just wanted to ask if there is anything troubling you lately? You haven't been acting like yourself today, said Iruka. Of course something is troubling me. Hanabi says I have to be her boyfriend from now on, shouted Kanomaru. Out of all the answers, Iruka was expecting this certainly wasn't one of them. Looks like we may have to talk with her father about this. I just hope I can get someone to watch the students for me. Iruka suddenly heard a bush rustle from behind him and threw a kunai towards it. Something dodged the kunai and jumped out of the bush. Hana? What are you doing here? Asked Iruka. Well, every chunin has to work at the academy at some time or another. So I came by and almost lost a toe thanks to you, said Hana. Sorry, reflex. Listen, can I ask you for a favor? Asked Iruka. Favors were good. Favors led to trust. Favors give leverage. Sure, what do you need? Asked Hana. Me and Kanomaru need to go over to the Hyuga estate. Could you watch my class for me? Asked Iruka. Hana smiled. But of course. You can count on me. Thanks, I owe you one. Hana's smile turned into a playful smirk. Yes, Iruka, you do. Iruka let some steam out of his shirt through his collar. Let's go, Kanomaru, said Iruka. But I don't want to go to the place where the crazy girl lives. Iruka dragged a screaming and kicking Kanomaru away, leaving Hana with her new students. Okay, students. How many of you like dogs? Hana's own 3 dogs came out of the bushes and started to play with the children. This will definitely earn me some points with him. Naruto awoke to see Jiraiya leaning over him. Now if only the toad sage would stop spinning, he would be set. Naruto, how many fingers do you see? Asked Jiraiya. Jiraiya was holding up 2 fingers, but that wasn't how it looked to Naruto. 8. Jiraiya stared at his 2 fingers and then looked down at Naruto. That fall must have rattled your brain. I'll be fine as soon as my werewolf regeneration kicks in. Now what's the other summoning contract to? Asked Naruto. Only werewolves can sign that contract. I know this because I tried to sign it once and, well, let's just say I'm lucky I still have all 5 fingers. Well, then it sounds like it's worth a shot. Jiraiya tossed Naruto the scroll to Naruto. As Naruto immediately got to work, he failed to notice Jiraiya slowly sneaking away from him. There, finished. Alright, Lu, one more time. Got to speak to the summoning boss of whatever this thing summons. Okay, but brace yourself, I've seen what these guys can do and it ain't pretty. Kuchios no Jutsu. Another giant cloud of smoke appeared. Naruto wasn't sure what he just summoned, but it felt like he was hanging off its nose or something. The smoke started to disappear, revealing a giant wolf of some kind, with Naruto clinging to his nose. Where the hell am I? What's hanging off my nose? It doesn't feel like a booger. I'm not a booger. I summoned you, shouted Naruto. Wait a minute. The wolf started to sniff Naruto for a moment. For a second Naruto was afraid he was going to end up in his nose. You kind of smell like Minato, but you also have the scent of that woman that was always bashing about and shouting around him. Hang on a second, shouted Naruto. Naruto struggled to climb until he reached the top of the wolf's nose. I'm Minato's son, Naruto Uzumaki. Believe it, said Naruto. Figures, only a werewolf could sign that contract. So, what are you exactly? A wolf boss, asked Naruto. I am the dire wolf boss, Lupin. And if you truly wish to be my summoner, then you must pass my test. Oh really? Well, I passed Gamabunta's test. He had me riding on his back till noon. So you passed my old friend Gamabunta's test, huh? Well, I think you'll find my test a little different. You see, for my test you must avoid being eaten by myself for 5 housers. You're joking, right? Lupin started to growl. You're not joking. Better start running. Well, Hayashi-sama, you're probably wondering what me and Konohamaru are doing here, started Iruka. I can only assume it has something to do with my daughter Hinata. Iruka sipped his tea. Actually, this has to do with your other daughter, Hanabi. Hanabi? Are you sure? Asked Hayashi. Yeah, she's the crazy one, shouted Konohamaru. Konohamaru, please, said Iruka. All right, Iruka, what is this all about? Asked Hayashi, putting his tea down. Well, it appears that it's my boyfriend. No sooner than those words were shouted, Konohamaru got bowled over by his self-appointed girlfriend Hanabi. Hanabi, what is the meaning of this? Asked Hayashi. Hanabi stopped hugging Konohamaru for a moment to look at her father. Well, father, I figured it was about time for me to have a boyfriend. And if it had to be anyone, why not someone you would approve of, like the grandson of the Hokage? Asked Hanabi. Hanabi, that is not the point. You are too young to have a boyfriend, said Hayashi. But father, I think he's my first crush, said Hanabi. Hanabi, hey, where'd he go? Asked Hayashi. Hanabi blinked a couple of times as she realized that the boy she had been hugging had somehow managed to slip from her grasp. Konohamaru was in the meantime running as fast as his little legs could take him. Legs don't fail me now, shouted Konohamaru. Hanabi activated her Byakugan. You can run but you can't hide, shouted Hanabi. Hayashi shook his head. For now I will allow Hinata to do as she wishes. I think I have a bigger problem with my second daughter, said Hayashi. Naruto was in his full beast form, running as fast as his 4 legs could carry him. Lupin was pretty quick, even for a dire wolf boss. Naruto narrowly avoided another snap from Lupin, but the tree he had leapt away from was snapped in 2. Don't give up, do you? Asked Naruto. I'm very picky about who I allow to summon me. Even if they are werewolves, I only allow the best of the best to summon me. Well, then I'm just going to have to avoid being eaten. Believe it, said Naruto. Lupin dove once again into the forest, only this time he did end up with Naruto in his mouth. Problem was, Naruto was now in his hybrid form and had 2 of Lupin's fangs in his hands, trying desperately to keep the mouth open. I'm not going to let this stop me. Just when Naruto thought it was over, Lupin spat him out. But you said? Time's up, I'm afraid, and since you technically weren't in my stomach, I guess you win. The werewolf's eyes lit up. Seriously? You mean it? Lupin smirked. Believe it. Lupin disappeared in a giant puff of smoke. Naruto started to change back to normal. I need a soak. Ino enjoyed herself in the hot spring, giving herself a good cleaning. After a hard day in the flower shop, she decided that she needed this, especially after a Little Bee incident. This was always her favorite hot spring because there was a little secret about it that only she knew. The bamboo wall that separated the men's and women's side of the bath had a hole in it covered by a wood knot. Best part was that it was removable. Back when she still had feelings for Sasuke, she had often hoped that he would come to this very spring and she could get a glimpse of him. But now, man, did I need this. That sounded like Naruto, thought Ino. Ino pulled the wood knot out of the hole and saw Naruto taking a soak in the water. The lower half of him was covered by steam and water. Yep, that's Naruto all right. I should probably stop staring at him now. Yes, sir, any minute now I'm going to stop. What felt like 5 minutes to Ino was really half an hour because she found herself no longer alone in women's half. Ino. Ino jumped 5 feet into the air at Sakura's sudden appearance. She fumbled with the wood knot for a moment before putting it back into its place. Sakura, what are you doing here? Asked Ino. I came here for a bath. Were you trying to peep on the men's side? No, said Ino a little too quickly. You know what, I'm ready to get out, so I'll just see you later, Sakura. Meanwhile with Kyubi and Il. You wolves are so annoying, why can't you be more like us foxes? Actually Kyubi, foxes are a step down from wolves. Wolves are bigger, stronger, and faster. Fact of the matter is that you foxes were never that great to begin with, but now they have simply gone downhill. Said Ailey. What? It's true. You're more likely to be found in a garbage dump than a forest. What? I guess they just think it's a better source of food. And don't even get me started on kitsuns. But what's happened to kitsuns? Basically, they changed into yodeling, banjo-playing, cousin-kissing hillbillies. Let me out of this $$ cage so I can teach those hashtag and dollar hashtag kitsuns what it means to be a and hashtag and fox. Such language, said Ailey with fake shock. Naruto was once again in his full beast form in the forest howling at the moon. Think how Link howls in Twilight Princess. He had been told earlier that day that his date with Hinata had been moved to tomorrow. He came to the forest to try to clear his head, and howling at the moon seemed to help. Suddenly Naruto started to sniff the air. He had picked up a scent. He knew this scent. Can come out now, Hinata, said Naruto. Hinata came out from behind a tree with a blushing that she had been caught. How did you know it was me? Asked Hinata. I caught your scent. I'd recognize it anywhere, said Naruto. Hinata's blush deepened. So, our date is tomorrow, huh? Asked Naruto. Hinata blushed even deeper. Wise. I'm looking forward to it, said Hinata. An odd silence passed between the two. Hinata decided that maybe now would be a good time to change the subject. Why, you don't look quite the same as last time, said Hinata. Oh, this is my full beast form. I think my howling is much better when I'm like this. But I'll stop doing that at the moment if you want, said Naruto. Why you don't have to do that? I liked it, said Hinata. You did? Hinata nodded shyly. Would you like to hear more? Asked Naruto. Did he like that? Naruto grinned and started howling again. Hinata sat on the ground enjoying Naruto's howling. It was almost as if Naruto was filling the night sky with a song that only he understood. Naruto soon stopped and looked at Hinata. Would you like to go for a ride? Asked Naruto. What? Would you like to go for a ride on my back? Asked Naruto. Are you sure it's all right? Asked Hinata. Sure, just hop on. Naruto knelt down and let Hinata climb on. Hold on tightly now, said Naruto. Hinata did as she was told, and in a second she was almost blown away at the force of the speed Naruto was going at. She had to admit she did enjoy holding on to his fur. It felt soft and silky, like something she would sleep on like a pillow. But at the moment sleep was the last thing on her mind. Trees and bushes seemed to fly by in a blur. It was almost enough to make one dizzy. But fear was soon crossed Hinata's face as she saw where Naruto was running to. Naruto-kun, we're heading straight for that canyon, said Hinata. Yeah, I know, isn't it great? Shouted Naruto. Hinata whimpered and buried her face into Naruto's fur. For a moment a feeling of weightlessness crossed over Hinata. She looked down of Naruto's right side to see the canyon below. Naruto was trying to jump the canyon. What was more impressive was that he was actually succeeding. Naruto-kun, this is amazing. It's almost like you're flying. Naruto replied by giving her his trademark grin. He landed on the other side and let Hinata off before collapsing on the ground, panting out of breath. Now that speed. I'll take you back as soon as I catch my breath. Hinata walked over and started to pet his neck. Take as much time as you need. But Naruto didn't seem to reply. Naruto-kun? ZZZ. Naruto had fallen asleep. He was too tired to stay awake, so it looked like Hinata would have to wait until he woke up for him to take her back. Naruto groggily woke up to find that Hinata was sleeping on his torso. But what was even more surprising was that he had been curled around her almost protectively. He looked up to the sky and saw that it was morning. Oops. Iruka paced about, worried sick that he couldn't find Naruto anywhere. Calm down, Iruka. I'm sure Naruto will show up, although it is a bit of a wonder that Hinata is missing too, said Kurenai. But where could he be? He knew that the double date was today, said Iruka. Before Iruka was about to continue his constant pacing when the very 12-year-olds they were looking for walked up to them. Where were you two? Asked Iruka. On second thought, forget it. Now come on, Naruto, we got a lot to do before the date, said Iruka. Iruka dragged Naruto off by his shirt, leaving a worried Hinata behind. Don't worry about them. Iruka just needs to get Naruto ready. Speaking of which, why don't we show Naruto your new dress? Asked Hinata. Hinata smiled with a blush. Iruka had dropped Naruto off at his house to pick up the outfit he had bought for him. Naruto opened the door only to be immediately tackled to the ground by Kin. Where were you? I was so worried when you didn't come home last night, said Kin. Oh well, you see, I was out with Hinata all night. 00. That didn't come out the way it was supposed to. What? Kin started to shake him violently. You were supposed to lose your virginity to me, shouted Kin. Say what now? Asked Naruto. Kin blushed atomic red and leapt off of Naruto. I was supposed to keep that one to myself. Yeah, I'm just going to pretend I didn't hear any of that. Look, Kin, I was just running with Hinata in the forest, tuckered myself out, took a rest but accidentally ended up sleeping there, that's all, said Naruto. I apologize, Naruto-sama. I should have let you explain, said Kin. Oh, don't worry about it. Oh no, I couldn't do that. In an instant, Kin was about an inch away from Naruto's face. I simply must make it up to you. Naruto swallowed a lump in his throat and let some steam out of his top by pulling his collar. Oh well, would you look at the time? I need to go and get dressed for my date. Naruto ran into the room next door and immediately locked it. It didn't take long for Kin to start knocking on the door. Oh come on, Naruto-sama. At least let me watch you change heart suit, shouted Kin. No. Naruto walked over to Kurenai. Iruka and Hinata wore a yellow shirt along with yellow dress pants. Well, I had to leave through the window, but I'm here, said Naruto. Why did you have to leave through the window? Asked Iruka. I don't want to talk about it, said Naruto. It was at this time that Naruto actually noticed the outfit Hinata was wearing. She wore a light blue dress that had orange stars decorating the rim of the bottom. A small blush crossed Naruto's face. Kurenai cleared her throat, snapping Naruto back to reality. Well, now that we're all present and accounted for, why don't we make our way to the movies? Kurenai hooked her arm around Iruka's before turning her head towards Naruto and Hinata. I suggest that the two of you follow our example. Naruto held out his arm, letting Hinata hook her own around his. Admittedly, she was blushing harder now. As they started to walk, Naruto felt the urge that he should probably start up a conversation. So, you look nice tonight. TT, thank you. This D-dress was chosen just for our DD date, said Hinata. Really, Suddenly a pair of snakes shot out from the shadows, wrapped themselves around Iruka, and pulled him into the alley from whence they came. Iruka-sensei, shouted Naruto. Naruto was about to leap into action but was cut off when Kurenai put out hand in front of him, blocking his path. He's fine, trust me. That's just an old friend that needs to talk to him, said Kurenai. Naruto looked skeptical for a moment but decided to let it pass. Yes, sure, whatever, said Naruto. Now come on, or else we'll miss the movie. I'm sure Iruka will catch up. Naruto shrugged. As long as Iruka was okay, there was nothing to supposedly worry about. Iruka was slammed against the brick wall roughly. A fear like he had never known had swept through his body. He was trapped with no hope of escape. Hello, Iruka-kun. And now I know you're a little bit angry with me. But you see, Anko-san, I just never got the chance to tell you about my little double date with Kurenai. Anko paused in thought for a moment. Very well, Iruka, I'll let you continue your date with Kurenai, but keep in mind once the Chunin exam is over, then you will take me for our date. Get it? Got it. Good. Who knows, maybe when our date comes you'll get a reward for being a good boy. Said Anko with a wink. Iruka blushed furiously. As the Jounin and two Genins continued walking until Naruto. Naruto looked in the direction of the shout to see Temari with her jaw hanging open. Excuse me for just 1 second, said Naruto. Naruto walked over to Temari and snapped his fingers a couple of times in front of her face, snapping her out of shock. What are you doing with that girl? Demanded Temari. I'm taking her out on a date, said Naruto. Temari seemed frozen in place for a moment, not moving an inch. Temari? She remained unmoving. Temari, are you okay? A furious expression crossed Temari's face. Me? Of course I'm fine. Why wouldn't I be? I'm so happy for you, shouted Temari. What's wrong, Temari? Why are you yelling Wait, are you jealous? Asked Naruto. Jealous? Why would I be jealous? You can make out with her till the cows come home. See if I care, shouted Temari. Naruto fell backwards from the force of Temari's yell. Naruto couldn't help but feel confused. I swear I will never figure that woman out. Iruka ran to the theater to find Kurenai waiting for him with her foot tapping impatiently. It's about time. Naruto and Hinata are already enjoying the movie. Iruka laughed sheepishly. Sorry about that, let's go. Inside they saw that the movie about the Snow Princess had already started. Iruka was about to walk over to his seat when Kurenai suddenly stopped him. Look, she said, pointing to the Genins. Poor Hinata was shaking like a leaf out of nervousness. Naruto placed his hand upon hers not to make a move but to calm her down. Hinata's head snapped towards Naruto the instant his hand touched her flesh. I'm nervous too, said Naruto. Remarkably enough, Hinata stopped shaking and smiled at Naruto. Naruto squeezed her fingers, earning a squeeze back. Ah, isn't that cute? I guess we can watch the movie from here, said Kurenai. Iruka and Kurenai took a seat and started to enjoy the movie. Halfway through they both held each other's hands at the same time. Once the movie was over, the four ninjas were about to head over to Ichiraku's when a chain shot out of the alley, wrapped itself around Naruto's legs and dragged him into the shadows. That's been happening a lot lately, said Kurenai. Iruka noticed the clearly worried Hinata and placed a hand on her shoulder. Don't worry, that's just 10-10. I'd recognize that chain anywhere. Flashback. A chain shattered a bull's-eye target, earning a sweat drop from Iruka. That was very good 10-10, but you're supposed to be throwing kunais. But chains are cooler than kunais. Iruka sweat dropped. And flashback. She always was a bit odd. Sarutobi poured a purple liquid onto his concoction, causing a puff of smoke to show that his experiment was a success. Now all I have to do is wait until tomorrow. Sarutobi fell into his chair only to have sleep overtake him. Naruto walked out of the alley rubbing his butt. Everything all right? Asked Kurenai. Yeah, 10-10 just wanted to set up a date with me a week after the Chunin exams are over, and she pinched my butt, said Naruto. Hinata gasped. She never thought that she would ever actually have competition. Was it possible she didn't have a chance? Naruto suddenly grabbed Hinata's wrist and started running. Come on, Hinata. It's ramen time and it's going to be the grown-ups' treat, shouted Naruto. Maybe she did stand a chance. But this isn't good, said Iruka. But it's just ramen, said Kurenai. Yeah, but you don't know Naruto and ramen. Nothing can stop him, said Iruka. Naruto ran with Hinata barely keeping up. They almost stumbled upon each other when they finally got in the stand. Hey old man, one miso ramen? He and his daughter looked up from their cooking to see Naruto and Hinata sitting at the stools waiting patiently. What are you two on, some kind of date? Asked Ayam. Actually yes, said Naruto. Well then I have a special bowl just for the occasion, said IM. Soon the old man handed them a big bowl with heart decorations. That's for you two to share, by the way. I expect for you two to feed each other. It is a date after all, said IM. Naruto and Hinata complied but did so while blushing furiously. Kurenai and Iruka entered and saw the bowl Hinata and Naruto were eating out of. Any chance you got a second one of those? Asked Kurenai. Coming right up. Iruka pulled out a chair for Kurenai. Oh, thank you, Iruka. Soon Kurenai and Iruka were mimicking Naruto and Hinata by feeding each other also. This isn't too bad, thought Naruto. One of the flaps was opened by Ino, and needless to say she was surprised to see Naruto and Hinata feeding each other in such a romantic manner. Her jaw dropped, keeping her frozen in place. Naruto suddenly felt her presence and turned to her. Oh hey Ino, said Naruto. Naruto, are you two on a date? Asked Ino. Is that really so hard to believe? Asked Naruto. Well, no, I guess not, said Ino. However, she muttered under her breath, not now anyways. Hinata, you're enjoying yourself, aren't you? Asked Naruto. Yes. Of course I am, said Hinata. She quickly muttered under her breath, as long as I'm with you. See? We're having a great time. In fact, I don't think I would mind going on another one, said Naruto. Naruto looked down to see that Hinata had fallen over with a very red face. Her eyes had been turned into swirls, but her smile easily distracted one from them. However, Naruto thought that Hinata was perhaps having a relapse. Keep with me, Hinata, shouted Naruto. Ino frowned at how much of a fuss Naruto was showing over Hinata. She quietly left to head back home. Why do I feel so depressed? Hinata almost felt depressed at her date with Naruto, but it was starting to get late and all good things must come to an end. However, for some reason Naruto kept smiling at her. What? I underestimated you, Hinata. I based you off of what I originally thought of you, but you proved me wrong. You know what, Hinata, I like people like you, because you showed me just how much fun I can have with someone like you. Hinata blushed so hard she swore that it was lighting up the evening sky. They finally arrived at the Hyuga mansion, hearing the head of the Hyuga family constant protests to his second daughter. For the last time, Hanabi, you must give Konohamaru his goggles back. But it's mine now. Well, you two, you'd better end the date and kiss already before anything gets worse with Hayashi and Hanabi. Kiss? Don't you two know? All dates end with kisses at the girl's house, said Iruka. It's tradition, said Kurenai. Both Gen-ins blushed as they puckered their lips and slowly started to move towards each other. They were both shaking with nervousness but still moving towards each other. An anger vein appeared on Kurenai's head. Oh, for pity's sake, said Kurenai. She gave a hard kick to Naruto's back, launching him forward. The force of the impact made Naruto's lips embrace Hinata's, accidentally sliding his tongue inside her mouth. A full-body atomic blush covered both of them. They broke apart, but the full-body blush was still in effect. They averted their eyes from each other, both clearly embarrassed. I had fun tonight, and I hope you come tomorrow to see me kick Niji's butt, said Naruto. I will. I know you'll probably fare better than I did. Sometimes it feels like I can't do anything right, said Hinata. Naruto frowned upon hearing this. He saw how great Hinata was. Why didn't she? You know, Hinata, I believe in you. Maybe you should do the same sometime. Hinata gave a shy smile and nodded before going inside. Hinata closed the door behind her, leaning it with the most content smile she had since her mother was still alive. Not only had he given her some honest-to-goodness advice that she planned on taking seriously, but he had even kissed her with tongue, sort of. Hanabi, who was trying to stay away from her father to keep the goggles Konohamaru had given her. Oh, you're back. How was your date? It was wonderful, Hanabi, said Hinata. Oh, well, that's, hey, you're not stuttering, said Hanabi. I'm not? Well, what do you know? Well, then I guess all that's left is to drop me off at me home, said Kurenai. All right then, let's go. You can go home now, Naruto, said Iruka. Well, okay, I guess, said Naruto. So as Naruto headed back towards his house, Iruka escorted Kurenai talking about missions and students and other type of shinobi stuff. When they finally reached Kurenai's apartment, she grabbed Iruka by his chunin vest and pulled him in for a deep, passionate kiss. When it ended, Iruka rubbed the back of his neck, blushing. "I guess the date is over now, huh?" asked Iruka. An odd smile crossed her lips. "I wouldn't say that," said Kurenai. She suddenly yanked him inside her apartment by his chunin vest. Naruto entered his house to find it surprisingly empty. Honestly, he was kind of expecting Kin to tackle him or something, but instead there was nothing. "Kin? I'm home, guess she went to bed." Shrugging his shoulders, he got into his pajamas, nightcap included, and headed up to his room. Spotting his bed, Naruto collapsed face first onto the mattress. But something didn't feel right. His bed was all lumpy. It was never lumpy. "I got a bad feeling about this." He got off of bed and pulled the blankets off. There he saw Kin as naked as the day she was born, smiling at him. "KKKKN. Hello Naruto-sama. Why are you naked?" "Well, I couldn't let Hinata one-up me." Kin glomped her naked body onto Naruto's. "Now show me how much of a wolf you are." Naruto gently pulled her off him, seemingly staring off into space. "Kin, I am going to run." She frowned. "And I am going to keep running, and when I come back, I expect you to be fully clothed." Naruto ran through the wall, leaving a Naruto-like hole in its place. "Apu." She looked down and saw a drop of blood on the floor. This wasn't the type of blood one got from a wound, this was something that came from the nose. "Yes. It isn't much, but it's a start." "Okay, that's the double date." Next chapter is Naruto vs Neji, and believe me, I have a few things up my sleeve for that. But since everyone enjoyed the Temari Omake so much, here's one for Tenten. And yet another one just for the hell of it. Ino sat on her bed hugging her knees, feeling depressed for reasons she did not know why. She was just fine until she saw Naruto with Hinata, which was suddenly when she felt like her stomach was full of lead. She heard a knock on her door and knew it was her mother checking up on her. "Ino, honey? Don't you think you should be getting ready to watch the Chunin exams?" Not hearing a reply, she merely opened the door. She frowned when she saw the state Ino was in. "Ino, is everything all right?" "I don't know, Mom, I'm feeling confused," said Ino. "About what?" "Well, you see, there's this boy." "Oh. Mom, please. It's not like that, or at least, I don't think it is," said Ino. "Want to talk about it?" "Okay, the thing is I've never saw my friend as anything more than just that. And before he started being nice to me, I used to think even less of him. But once I saw him on a date with someone else, it felt like something in my chest sunk right down to my stomach," said Ino. "Well, Ino, it sounds to me as though you've developed feelings for this boy." All the blood seemed to drain from Ino's face. "No, not Naruto." "And why not?" "Well, because he's Naruto," protested Ino. So he's Naruto." "Ino, the heart wants what the heart wants." "Well, maybe it only wants his body," said Ino. "Huh. Yeah, that makes sense. He has one the buffest bods I've ever seen. All I have to do is have a little self-control and I'll be fine." "Thanks, Mom, now I have to leave before the Chunin exams start," said Ino. As Ino leaped out the window, her mother shook her head in despair. She started to walk down the stairs. She came across her husband. "Babe? Where are you going?" he asked. "To find a book on what to do when mother-daughter talks go away." Sarutobi sighed. Sasuke had yet to show up and he was beginning to wonder if Kakashi had been a bad influence on him. However, he was snapped out of his musings by the presence of the Kazekage. "Ah, Kazetsama, you must be tired from your long journey." "Oh no, I was happy to make the journey." "Of course, you're still hale and hearty, but the voyage might have been a bit harder on you, Hokasama. Perhaps you ought to choose your successor soon." "Huh, well, don't bury me yet. I hope to continue here for another 5 years, at least," said Sarutobi. "However, I must ask, what is that bag that you have hanging around your waist?" Sarutobi patted the bag confidently. "Just a little reassurance." "Well, then I guess we ought to begin." Sarutobi stood up and walked to the railing. "Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed guests, Welcome and heartfelt thanks for gathering here in Kanahigakure for the Chunin selection examination. Please sit back and enjoy. Before we begin, I have a few announcements. Look here. Gunma pulled out the fight chart. There have been a few last-minute changes. Look again and confirm your assigned opponent. I was down for an extra match, but did that Dosa guy withdraw? Thought Shikamaru. Hey, what's going to happen since Sasuke hasn't shown up yet? Asked Naruto. If he doesn't arrive by the start of his own match, he'll lose by forfeit, said Genma. I hope Sasuke isn't starting to turn into Kakashi-sensei, thought Naruto. Listen up all of you. This is the last exam. The landscape may be different, but just as with the prelims, there are no set rules. You fight until one of you dies or admits defeat, unless I determine that a clear winner has already been decided, in which case I'll stop the match before anyone's killed. Understand? Asked Genma. Naruto was only half listening to the proctor. He was too busy glaring at Niji, who was returning his glare. You two stay down here. The rest of you proceed to the waiting room outside the arena. As everybody else left, Niji smirked at Naruto. You got something to say? Asked Niji. I've said this once before. Naruto moved his fist forward. I vow to win. Niji activated his Byakugan. He has absolute faith in himself, as if he hasn't got a single doubt. Now then, match 1. Begin. Niji got into a defensive stance. Ho, it's more fun this way anyways. I can't wait to see the despair in your eyes when the truth finally dawns on you. Bring. Iruka awoke with a yawn and looked at his surroundings that started to pale. He certainly wasn't in his own apartment, and what's more, he was completely naked. He looked around and spotted Kurenai. Kikuri. Yep, we did the nasty last night. You were better than I thought. Iruka was speechless. Now you'd better hurry and get dressed. Chunin exams have already begun and I don't want to miss Shino's match, plus your students are probably waiting for you. Naruto had tried a straight-out attack, but all that did was end him up flat on his butt. Alright, let's see how you like this. Kagebushin no Jutsu. 4 clones appeared around Naruto ready for a fight. Niji looked at the clones with his Byakugan and his brow furrowed. I see. Since his chakra is equally and evenly distributed among all of the doppelgangers, even my Byakugan won't be able to tell me which of the bodies is the genuine article. But in the end, there is only one actual body. Don't get cocky. Then come at me then. All 5 Narutos charged towards Niji, who promptly used 2 of the Naruto's heads as a springboard to leap over them, performed a spin and kicked 2 of the other Narutos in the head. He landed and elbowed to charging clones in the chin, spun yet again, and moved his palms into their stomachs, sending them flying. Now that the 4 clones had poofed away, causing the original Naruto to grumble. So you want to be Hokage, huh? I don't think that's going to happen. I can pretty much tell, with these eyes of mine, abilities and talent determined at birth. In other words, your entire destiny is set from the moment you're born. Why are you so stubborn? You're always so sure that the future is full of doom and gloom. Why? Well, are you saying that anyone can become Hokage if they just try hard enough? Only a select few shinobi are even considered for Hokage. Wake up and face reality. Those who will become Hokage are born with that fate. You can't get there by trying, you have to be pre-selected. Each person's life consists only of being swept along in the inescapable current of his destiny. All of us have only one thing in common, one shared fate, death. My God, do you ever shut up? To say that Niji was surprised by Naruto's little outburst would have been an understatement. He was expecting a lot of reactions, but frustration wasn't one of them. So you think fate has automatically determined that I'm supposed to lose to you, huh? So if I do beat you, then maybe you'll admit that everyone has the ability to determine their own fate, right? Yes, but that would have to mean that you would actually have the ability to beat me first. All right then. He bit his thumb and slammed it onto the ground. Kuchios and Ojutsu. However, since he didn't use as much chakra as he did for Gamabunta or Lupin, he didn't get a boss. When the smoke cleared, an armored dire wolf stood looking as though he were ready for war. For a moment he seemed confused as to how he got there until he spotted Naruto. "Oh, it's you. Pops told me you were able to summon him, but I didn't think it was true. Guess I should have listened to him. I'm one of his many offspring, Lunar." "Wow, you're Lupin's son? Well, right now I need to beat the crap out of that guy over there," said Naruto. Surprisingly enough, Neji started to laugh. "Hey! Just what's so funny, huh? I can't believe how stupid you are. Summoning a wolf that much armor won't be able to even move, let alone attack me. His armor, while the wolf head decorations and spikes does give it a cool look, is too heavy for him to get me. Quite a foolish move. Okay, that does it. Nobody insults the armor." Lunar held his head back and let out a blood-curdling howl. "At least one of us got to do that," said Naruto. "Yeah, howling is fun, but I digress." In a blink the dire wolf rushed towards Neji and bit his leg. But he didn't stop there. No, he ran with Neji's leg in his mouth. Lunar picked up some more speed and started to run along the inside wall. Lunar kept running with him until he reached the proper speed he had apparently been waiting for and threw Neji into a tree. Lunar smirked at Naruto. "And that's why I consider myself son number one." As the smoke cleared, Neji struggled to get up. In all accounts he had been very lucky. The strange wolf had only bitten deep enough to carry him, even though it still hurt like a beach. What was even luckier that he hadn't broken his back when he had crashed into that tree. "I admit, your mongrel caught me off guard. But I seriously doubt you'd be able to prove me wrong about fate with him fighting your battles for you," said Neji. Lunar and Naruto looked at each other for a moment. "You know, I hate to admit it, but he has a point." Lunar knocked away a rock with his paw. "Ah, poodle meat, and here I was hoping to eat him." Both Neji and Naruto sweat dropped at that. Lunar disappeared in a puff of smoke, completely disappointed at such a short visit. Neji grinned inwardly. If he had to fight that odd wolf instead of Naruto, then he would have been in real trouble. Neji shifted back into his stance. "Now then, I believe I was kicking your butt." An anger vein appeared on Neji's head when he noticed Naruto wasn't even paying attention to him. He appeared to be staring at the Hokage monument. "Hey! Pay attention!" shouted Neji. "Oh, I'm sorry, I was just thinking about the fourth. Did you know that some of his most dangerous jutsus were the ones he came up with himself? So I've decided to follow in his footsteps." Naruto sped through a series of hand signs. Explosion tag shurikens. Explosion tags shot out of Naruto's pouch and flew towards Neji. "Kaiten!" Neji covered himself in a chakra whirlwind, causing a huge explosion covered the entire field. When the dust settled, Naruto looked worse for wear, but Neji looked as if he hadn't even been caught in the explosion. "Oh man, it took me so long to develop that jutsu, and when I finally get to use it, he cancels it out. Oh well, time to get some answers." "Why?" "Because I didn't want to explode." "No, not that. I mean, you're so strong, and you act like you know everything. And when you were up against Hinata, who was fighting so hard, you played those horrible mind games with her. That's none of your business." "Think so? You mocked Hinata, calling her a failure and claiming you could see her fate." "Main branch. Cadet branch, I don't know anything about that stuff, but I could never forgive a jerk who goes around calling people failures." "All right. Since you insist, I'll tell you about the hateful legacy of the Hyuga clan. Now maybe I'll get some answers. One day when I was 4 years old, this abominable mark was branded onto my forehead using the curse mark jutsu. That day, a grand celebration was being thrown in Konoha. There was a lavish ceremony in honor of the shinobi ruler of the Land of Clouds. Konoha had long waged war against his nation, but he had come to sign a pact of alliance. Every shinobi in Konoha from Genin to Jonin was in attendance except for one family which was noticeably absent. It was the Hyuga clan. Coincidentally, that day was also the day that the main branch's heir turned 3. "Your girlfriend, Hinata." Naruto failed at hiding a blush. "Not my girlfriend." "She's close enough. But back to the subject at hand. My father and Hinata-sama's father over there, Hisashi Hyuga and Lord Hayashi Hyuga, were twin brothers. However, Hinata-sama's father entered the world first, and thus was eldest son and member of the main branch, while my father as second son was relegated to the cadet branch. Why did they have to do that, splitting into main branch and cadet branch? What is it for? And what does that weird mark mean? Asked Naruto. This mark on my forehead is no decoration. This curse mark signifies an absolute threat of death imposed by the main branch upon the cadet branch. The secret techniques of the main branch can easily destroy the minds of those of the cadet branch, so of course, killing us is a simple task. And this curse mark only fades after death, after the secret of the Byakugan has been sealed away. The Hyuga clan possesses one of the most distinguished Kekkei Genkai. Countless numbers of people would do anything to gain the secret of such unique abilities. So this curse mark was created to ensure that the cadet branch would live for one purpose only, to serve and shield the main branch and never disobey them, and to eternally protect the Byakugan, the bloodline trait of the Hyuga clan. It's a brilliant, efficient setup. Naruto couldn't believe what he was hearing. How could somebody do that to their own family? And then the incident occurred. My father was murdered by the main branch. What? One night someone tried to kidnap Hinata-sama. Lord Hayashi rushed to the scene immediately and killed the perpetrator. And whom do you suppose that masked bandit was? It was the shinobi ruler of the Land of Clouds with whom we had just signed the alliance treaty. That's messed up. Tell me about it. It became clear that they had been after the secret of the Byakugan from the very beginning. However, even though their own ninja got himself caught and killed in their failed plot, the Land of Clouds claimed Konoha had breached the contract and began making unreasonable demands. Of course, things fell apart between Konoha and Cloud. The war nearly resumed, but eager to avoid battle, an agreement was reached. Konoha made a backroom bargain with Cloud. Bargain? Cloud demanded the corpse of Lord Hayashi, head of the Hyuga main branch and carrier of the Byakugan, the bloodline trait of his clan. And Konoha accepted that condition. War was safely averted, thanks to my father, who was sacrificed to protect the main branch. He was murdered to serve as Hayashi Hyuga's body double. The only way to escape this abominable curse mark is to die. Even though they were identical twins with practically equivalent strength, the difference between being born first and being born second sealed each of their fates forever. That explains a lot. When he sees Hinata, he doesn't really see her. All he sees are the people who took his father away from him. Thought Naruto. And so in this match too, the moment I was selected as your opponent, your fate was sealed as well. Okay, now he's pushing it. Your fate is to lose to me. That's a fact. I don't really think that's up to you. I can't even imagine how much pain you felt when your father was killed, but I think you're wrong to conclude that everyone's destinies are predetermined. Niji retied his hiate to his forehead. You're hopeless. You wish. I refuse to be. Defeated by a coward like you, I won't lose to someone who believes in resigning himself to fate. Now Niji was mad. What a joke. Stop trying to lecture me as if you know anything. How could you understand anything about my fate, about bearing an indelible, inescapable curse? Naruto's expression softened. I know better than you think. But he quickly steeled himself. But the difference is I fight with every fiber of my being. Here, let me show you what I'm talking about. Naruto threw a flurry of kunais into air with smoke pellets attached. They exploded, causing the entire field to be covered in smoke clouds. Some of the audience complained about how they couldn't see the fighters anymore. You think this'll help you? He activated his bloodline. You can't hide from me as long as I have these eyes. Good. Because I want you to see this. Naruto transformed into his hybrid form and Niji took several steps back. What are you? Somebody who is greatly misunderstood. Remember, Niji, as bad as things may be for you, there is always somebody else who's had it worse. Naruto sped towards Niji faster than he could have anticipated and slashed him in his side. Niji stumbled backwards only to have Naruto kick him in his chin, sending him hurtling upwards. Niji almost sailed out of the smoke screen only to have Naruto grab him by the ankle. Did I say you could leave? Naruto yanked him back down and slammed him onto the ground. Despite the pain, Niji forced himself to get back up. Naruto was ready to make another slash on Neji, but he saw it coming this time and delivered a chakra palm to Naruto's chest. This made Naruto take only a single step back. Angered, Naruto bit into Neji's shoulder, causing him to cry out in pain. Letting go, Naruto kicked Neji in his stomach, sending him flying into the arena wall. Neji coughed up some blood and pried himself out of the wall. "Daemon! The smoke is starting to clear." Neji could see that Naruto had changed back into his human form. Neji charged towards Naruto despite his body's constant protests. Gentle fist, 8 trigrams 64 palms. Crap. Naruto couldn't believe he let Neji get that close without realizing it. Now he was paying for it big time. 2 palms, 4 palms, 8 palms, 16 palms, 32 palms, 64 palms. Naruto crashed to the ground, grunting in pain. His entire body seemed content to just lay there on the ground, but Naruto wouldn't hear any of that. Neji seemed to scoff at Naruto's attempt to get up. "All of your tenketsu points have been closed off. There isn't even a point in trying to get up. Just shut up, will you? Can I ask you something? Why do you keep trying so hard to defy your destiny?" asked Neji. "Because you called me a failure." Naruto's pupils became vertical as he entered his prestige. "He's an Inazaka," shouted an audience member. "I'm not an Inazaka," shouted back Naruto. However, what Neji saw through his Byakugan truly amazed him. "All of the tenketsu points I just closed have just popped open. I think you were better off as that giant wolf thing. Still a little fuzzy about that, but point is you can't beat me like that." Neji sprinted towards Naruto and aimed 2 fingers to close another tenketsu point. However, just as he came within range, Naruto grabbed his fingers and bent them back at an unnatural angle, which was quickly followed by Naruto elbowing him in the gut. "My reflexes, they're almost automatic. Hello, advantage." Naruto leapt into the air and threw 3 shuriken. Neji did a quick kaiten, making the shurikens bounce off harmlessly. Neji snatched them out of the air and threw them at the wall Naruto was clinging to. Naruto leapt off the wall and threw a kunai at Neji, only to him cancel it out with a projectile kunai of his own. The kunais clanged in mid-air, only to have Naruto and Neji grab him to try to slash each other. Clang! They landed and glared at each other, still holding their kunais. "You like close combat, don't ya?" asked Naruto. Naruto and Neji raced towards each other. Both kunais sped towards each other with their chakra right behind them. "Look, I may not understand the tragic destiny of the Hyuga clan or whatever, but if you think it's inescapable, fine. Then stop fighting it already." The 2 chakras clashed, pushing against each other. "When I become Hokage, I'll change the Hyuga clan." A huge explosion covered the entire field. When the dust settled, it revealed 2 large holes, one with Neji and another with Naruto. Neji climbed out of his hole coughing. He looked over to Naruto's hole and gave a sigh of relief at what he saw. "Sorry, failure, it's too bad, but this is reality." Crack! Crack! What's that noise? Naruto shot out of the ground, delivering a killer uppercut to Neji's chin. The Naruto in the hole disappeared in a puff of smoke, revealing a dug hole. Neji glared at Naruto. When had he had the time for that? In the middle of all of that, you managed to create a Kagebushin? Your signature move, that was careless of me. It took Naruto a moment to catch his breath. Werewolves were not meant to burrow. He hated being in underground. Just give him a wide open forest any day. Not to mention the fact that his fingers were all bloody now from digging the hole. I failed the Academy Genin exams 3 friggin' times, because unlucky for me, the exam always tested the same ninjutsu, my absolute weakest ninjutsu. Do you know what that ninjutsu was? A simple Bushin jutsu, can you believe that? Neji was speechless. How could somebody who was so good with Kagebushins but SCK at a regular everyday Bushin? So shut up about destiny and inescapable fate. You shouldn't whine about such trivial stuff. Because unlike me, you're not a failure. Naruto was about to turn around when he remembered something. He knelt down to Neji and whispered to him, "Oh, and if you ever tell anyone about my werewolf-like transformation, you'll get 10 times what you got today." Neji nodded in agreement. What Naruto said next was a little bit louder. So get that flagpole out of your butt and treat hard-working people with a little more respect. And if you ever hurt Hinata like that again, I'll rip out your arm and shove down your throat. The winner is Naruto Uzumaki. The crowd cheered, making Naruto give a sheepish grin. Forgot I was being watched. Naruto waved to the crowd and blew them a few kisses as the proctor was saying something to Neji. Meanwhile, Shikamaru was scratching his head nervously. Oh man, what a bummer. And here I thought he was one of the unslick guys like me. Shino adjusted his glasses. Unslick guys? You know, the opposite of cool guys who always have girls going gaga over them. Have you been under a rock lately? Huh. In case you haven't noticed, Naruto's been getting all types of attention from tons of different girls. It's a little unsettling. Shikamaru looked at Shino for a moment before putting his hands up in the air. And people say you have no sense of humor. The Mednines came out onto the field and put Neji on the stretcher before carrying him away. I guess I should probably get back up there so the next match can start. Naruto started to walk up to where the other fighters were waiting and had a small conversation with Shikamaru. However, what they weren't aware of was that they were being watched by the giant fan carrying Kunoichi, Temari. Because of that smoke bomb, I couldn't see a thing. How could that Neji guy gotten all of those wounds? Exactly what are you, Naruto? Ho ho! The crowd is astir, said the Kazekage. Yes, it was a rousing battle, said Sarutobi. No, I believe their excitement is more in anticipation of the next fight. For all of the curious shinobi rulers and lords, no other match is more highly anticipated. By the way, has he arrived yet? A leaf nin appeared and whispered in Sarutobi's ear as the crowd started to get restless. Sasuke'll show, he'll have to, said Naruto. Because if he doesn't, I'll kill him. There's no other choice. As the rules dictate, Sasuke will be eliminated by forfeit, said Sarutobi. What the heck are we gonna do? Without him our plan is ruined. This is starting to look bad, said Kankuro. Focus-sama, I ask you to stay the declaration of Uchiha Sasuke's forfeit just a bit longer, said the Kazekage. Sarutobi raised an eyebrow to him. Forgive me, but no matter what their level of brilliance, shinobi who lack punctuality are not competent to become chunin. Unless we can provide a clear-cut explanation to satisfy the shinobi rulers and lords gathered here, I know of no reason why we should wait for him, said the ninja. I see, but there is sufficient reason. A majority of the shinobi rulers and lords here, including myself, came here almost solely to observe that match. But this boy is the last of the Uchiha clan, and as leader of the Land of Wind, I beseech you to allow him to face Gaara. Sarutobi sighed. In defeat. Very well, but if he doesn't show up soon enough he will be disqualified either way, but for now his match will be postponed. Inform the proctor. The ninja saluted before disappearing in a swirl of leaves. He reappeared next to Gunma and informed him of the news. Gunma groaned in aggravation. Sometimes he hated the Chunin exams for this exact reason. Everyone, one of the contenders for the match has not arrived yet. So this match will be postponed and we will proceed with the next scheduled match. The crowd gave a roar of disappointment, but the biggest roar came from Shikamaru. Hey! You mean my match has been moved up? Quiet you! Now then, the next pairing is Kankuro against Shino Aburame, said Gunma. Kankuro clenched his jaw. This match is utterly trivial, and more importantly, if I reveal Karasu's hidden mechanisms to the enemy so soon, it might jeopardize the plan. Proctor? I withdraw, shouted Kankuro. Naruto frowned. That couldn't have been very fair to Shino. If it were him, he knew he wouldn't want to win that way. Temari took everybody by surprise when she opened her fan and glided down to the arena on top. Gunma gave a small sweat drop. Well, aren't you enthusiastic? Hey, last guy, get your butt down here. Hey, what's the rush? Hold your horses. Why am I always getting Ed in the match schedule? Damn it, I should withdraw too, thought Shikamaru. But fate, being the menacing witch that she was, had other plans in store for him. Go get him, buddy, shouted Naruto as heavily patted Shikamaru on the back. However, Naruto patted him too hard on the back, sending him over the rail leading to gravity to do its duty. "Curse you, Naruto!" shouted Shikamaru. Temari winced as Shikamaru hit ground. "I hate you, Naruto." Naruto chuckled uneasily. I think now would be a good time for a nap. Yeah, oh boy am I tired after my fight with Niji. Good night, wake me if Sasuke gets here." Shikamaru chose to lay there on the ground for a moment, ignoring the upset crowd, and just watch the clouds go by. "What, you're gonna give up too?" scoffed Temari. Shikamaru waved her off weakly with his hand. This was what caused Temari to sprint towards him, ready to club him to Kingdom Come with her fan. "Hey, I haven't started the match yet," shouted Genma. Shikamaru looked lazily at the girl charging him and sighed in depression. "Oh, that's right, she's spunky. I hate spunky." Temari brought her fan down, not noticing that Shikamaru had taken out a pair of kunais beforehand, causing a dust cloud when it landed. When the dust cloud settled, Shikamaru was standing on his kunais embedded in the wall. "I don't really care whether I become Chunin or not, but I can't stand the idea of me losing to a stinking girl of all of things, so I guess I'm in." "You too. Get back over here or else you're both disqualified." They did as they were told and stood opposite of each other. "Now then, if you two think you can wait 5 seconds, then I'll ask, are both of fine with this matchup?" "Whatever." "Perfect. Then begin." Temari swung her fan, ninja art, Kamaitachi, wind scythe jutsu. A gust of wind slammed Shikamaru against the stadium wall. "Oh. Okay, Shikamaru, think. Everyone has a weakness, so what's hers?" thought Shikamaru. Temari, for just a moment, glanced her eyes towards Naruto's sleeping form before turning them back to Shikamaru. Shikamaru smirked. "Bingo." "Hey look, Naruto's blowing you a kiss," shouted Shikamaru. A heavy blush crossed Temari's face. I don't care about that." "But then you probably don't care that he's taking his shirt off," said Shikamaru. Temari quickly looked towards Naruto, to find him slumbering peacefully, snoring in bliss. However, fear suddenly took over as lost control of her body. "Gotcha," smirked Shikamaru. Temari looked down to the ground and saw that her shadow had been connected to Shikamaru's. "Sheet. Time to end this," said Shikamaru. Shikamaru started running to the left, causing Temari to do it too. "What's the point of doing this to me? I'm just going to keep mirroring your movements," said Temari. "Yeah, but only one of us is headed towards a tree," said Shikamaru. Temari winced before she got more acquainted with the very lovely tree, which as it turns out was a petrified tree. Leaf Neens go all out for Chunin exams. Shikamaru nudged her with his foot. "She's out cold, Proctor." "Then the winner of the match is Shikamaru Nara," said Genma. The cheer of the crowd awoke Temari from her forced slumber. She put a hand to her forehead and groaned. "Oh, that's going to leave a bump." "Hey, listen up," said Shikamaru. "I'm okay about you and Naruto, just promise me you won't jump him or anything." "But what do you mean?" asked Temari. "Isn't it obvious?" "Oh man, I can't believe I got to be the one to spell this out to you. It's so troublesome," said Shikamaru. "What are you talking about?" asked Temari. "Duh, you're crushing on him hard." A shocked expression froze itself onto Temari's face. Shikamaru waved his hand across her face a couple of times to get no response. Proctor, I think she's in shock." "Terrific." "Wow, I never would have thought Naruto would have gotten this strong. How about you, Ino?" asked Sakura. Ino, however, wasn't really paying attention to Sakura at the moment. She was too busy looking at Naruto through a pair of binoculars. "Look at those buns," said Ino. "I know," shouted Sakura. Ino jumped and fumbled with the binoculars in her hand for a moment before hiding them behind her back, giving Sakura a sheepish smile. "Ino, I can't believe you were using binoculars to scope out Naruto." Ino's eyes became shifty for a moment. "I don't know what you're talking about." "Ero Ino, give me the binoculars." "What binoculars?" "Share," shouted Sakura as she tackled Ino. "And because you've all been so patient, here's a preview of story of mine that's coming up in December. Roll. Flip. Sasuke Uchiha is finally back in the village hidden in the leaves. I never said I wanted to come back, the only thing I've ever said I wanted was to kill Itachi, shouted Sasuke. But he plans to bury all of his past friendships. Naruto handed Sasuke a Christmas wreath which only earned him a death glare. Scene changes to Sakura crying her heart out at Sasuke's cold words. But can 3 spirits tear him away from the path of self-destruction? Itachi glared at Sasuke. Anyways, tonight you will be visited by 3 spirits. Listen to them and do as they say, who knows, maybe you'll be able to break your chains unlike I did. And give him the wake-up call he so desperately need? Sasuke winced as Hinata finished her hate speech about him. Okay, I had no idea that little Miss Stutters a lot could hate someone so much, said Sasuke. Of course she hates you, you keep making the one man she wants to marry depressed. You haven't given her any reason not to hate you, said the spirit. Mdizzle presents. See, can I come in? It's freezing out here, shivered Sakura. That all depends. Did you bring me another stupid wreath like that idiot Naruto did? Asked Sasuke. No. Sasuke could swear that he just saw a wreath fly by his window. Sasuke's Christmas Carol. I saw that wreath, said Sasuke. Naruto continued to sleep until a roar from the crowd suddenly woke him up. What's going on? Who's trying to kill me this time? Asked Naruto. He looked down into the field to see Kakashi and Sasuke in the field. But strangely enough, Kakashi seemed kind of nervous about something. I hope we didn't arrive too late, said Kakashi. You're lucky. We had to postpone your match twice, said Genma. Oh well, then it's a good thing we managed to show up in time, said Kakashi. Don't do it again, shouted Genma. I promise Sasuke'll never be late for a Chunin exam again, right Sasuke? Kakashi's sweat dropped. I'm sure he meant that in the best possible way, said Kakashi. Naruto leapt down into the arena and pulled Sasuke into a headlock much to his detest and gave him a nuji. I knew you'd show up in time, said Naruto. You dobe, get off of me, shouted Sasuke. Naruto did, but not before punching him in the arm. Sorry, Emma boy, I guess I just missed you saying HN all the time. But you better not lose to Mr. Bad Makeup, got it? No prob. Because the only person allowed to kick your butt is me, got it? Sasuke smirked. Is that a fact? Naruto returned the gesture. Yeah, it is. Hey, if you two are done trying to intimidate each other, I need to start the next match. Kakashi, take your seat and Naruto get back up there before I disqualify you. Yes, sir, said both Kakashi and Naruto. Naruto started to walk towards the stairs. What was with that black outfit anyways? When Naruto reached the top of the stairs only to see 2 nins being dragged towards Gaara. Whoa! Naruto grabbed both of their hands and started to pull. I gotcha. Hang on. Naruto trying save the nins must angered Gaara because now he was trying twice as hard to kill them. With one final heave, Naruto pulled them out of the sand and off to the side. Go on. Get out of here. As the 2 ran off, Naruto smirked at the glaring Gaara. Look, Sandy, I know how someone like you can get so riled up, but try to save it for the match, huh? Make no mistake, I will kill you next time. Yeah, you'll kill me or else you'll turn into a coconut tree at midnight or something, said Naruto as he waved him off. Gaara growled but walked past him and Shikamaru. Naruto. Yes, Shikamaru? Are you completely insane? Iruka was letting the class do laps around the school while he went over the plan in his head. He was to let the children do one more lap around the school. Then lead them on a field trip to— Hey, Iruka! Shouted a voice. Iruka turned to see Anko running towards him. Anko? What are you doing here? Asked Iruka. Oh, I thought I would swing by seeing as I how just finished getting the you-know-what's to you-know-where, said Anko. Of course Iruka knew that Anko was talking about getting the women to safety. Soon he would have to do the same with his students. Well, I also happened to bring a lunch that I made just for you, said Anko. But we haven't even had our date yet, said Iruka sheepishly. Anko narrowed her eyes. Is that a problem? No. Of course not. Iruka, called another voice. Iruka turned in the opposite direction to see Kurenai walking towards him with a box lunch. K. Kurenai? You've been so busy lately I thought that you probably didn't have time to make a lunch, so I made one for you," said Kurenai. Well. Wait, Anko, what are you doing here?" asked Iruka. "Well, I finished doing you know what, so I thought I'd bring you a lunch," said Anko. "Too bad for you, Anko. I already made Iruka a lunch," said Kurenai. Anko glared. "I thought you liked Asuma. I gave him a choice, his smoking habit or me. When he started to think about it for too long I kicked his butt to the curb," said Kurenai. "So what, Iruka is your rebound guy?" asked Anko. "He is not. He's a good friend that I've decided to get to know better," shouted Kurenai. "This is an excellent lunch, Hana," said Iruka. "Huh!" exclaimed Kurenai and Anko. They looked towards where Iruka used to be and saw that he was now a little farther away eating a lunch made by Hana. "Now where did she come from?" asked Kurenai. "Well, you see, when a man and a woman love each other very, very much," started Anko. "That's not what I meant and you know it," said Kurenai. "You really like it?" "I'm so happy," said Hana. Iruka nodded and continued to eat happily until two shadows passed over him. "Iruka, what do you think you're doing?" asked Kurenai. "He's eating the lunch I made for him." "Is there a problem with that?" asked Hana. "Yeah, there's a problem with that," said Anko. Immediately the three women started to argue, causing Iruka to sweat drop. I think I'll round up the students now," said Iruka. Iruka's departure went unnoticed by the arguing kunoichis. Sasuke landed on the wall and started to speed through his hand signs. He had been fighting Gaara for a little while now and he needed to get through that dome of sand, and there was only one way to do that. Electricity started to crackle in his hand as he sped off the wall and towards Gaara. "Wow. Look at him go," said Naruto. "What's going on?" asked a voice. Temari came over and stood next to Naruto to watch the fight. "Why do you have a bump on your forehead?" asked Naruto. "Shut up." Naruto shrugged and went back to watching the fight, unaware that Temari was stealing glances at him. Unfortunately, inside the sand dome, Gaara was proving just how unstable he was. I'm going to tear his head off and crack it open and spill his brains." "His head," I said. "If I do that, he'll bleed a lot, and I'll give it all to you." "I'm always a good boy. Let's do it." "Mother, well, watch." An eyeball made of sand materialized outside the dome, watching Sasuke racing toward the dome. Sand starting to form, spikes shot out just as Sasuke extended his arm. "Chidori!" Everyone held their breath for a moment. The sand spikes had just barely grazed Sasuke's arm. The sand slowly started to swallow Sasuke's hand, but this only made him smirk. "Gotcha!" Inside the sand dome, a new sensation washed over Gaara. "What is this warm moistness? Mother, what happened?" Splish. "Blood! I'm bleeding." Sasuke winced as his arm suddenly shot with pain. Sasuke struggled to pull his arm out, but as he did so, a demonic sand arm still gripping it. It took a great amount of effort, but he managed to knock it off. It slinked back into the dome where it made a hole. An inhuman eye managed to look through said hole to glare at Sasuke. Sasuke gave a small shudder at the sudden killing intent sent towards him. The sand dome dissolved, revealing Gaara clutching his bleeding shoulder, panting heavily. He is injured. "His shell was breached before he completed transforming," shouted Temari. "Transforming," thought Naruto. Naruto was about to think more about what Temari had just blurted out when feathers started to float in front of his face. As if on K, his eyelids started to get very heavy. Konohamaru was standing in line waiting patiently when a cold chill immediately ran down his back. "Kono-kun!" shouted a voice. "Oh no! Not here, not now!" exclaimed Konohamaru. Konohamaru slowly turned to see Hanabi running towards him with two Hyuga escorts. Konohamaru ran in the opposite direction Hanabi was coming from. "Wait! I'm over here!" shouted Hanabi. But Konohamaru did not stop, at least not until he ran into Iruka's leg. "Konohamaru, what do you think you're doing?" "Get back in line," said Iruka. "But sensei..." "Kono-kun!" shouted Hanabi as she tackled him to the ground. A couple of the Hyuga guards walked over and bowed to Iruka. "We trust her in your hands now." Iruka returned the bow. "Thank you for trusting me." Hanabi grabbed Konohamaru's hand and started to run back to the line. They stood in the back where Udon and Moegi caught up to them. "Konohamaru, are you Oh? Who's she?" asked Moegi. I'm his girlfriend." "Got a problem with that?" asked Hanabi. Lightning shot from their eyes as they glared at each other, not unlike how Sakura and Ino would use to glare at one another when fighting over Sasuke. "Why me?" asked Konohamaru. Naruto slowly awoke to see Hinata standing over him. For a moment he thought her angelic but quickly snapped out of it. "Hinata? What's going on?" asked Naruto. "The Sand and Sound Village are invading. They placed a genjutsu on everyone," said Hinata. "How come you didn't fall under it?" asked Naruto. "My Byakugan allows for me to see through genjutsu." "Where's Sakura and Sasuke?" asked Naruto. "Sasuke chased after the Gaara and I believe Sakura is trying to find Shikamaru," said Hinata. Naruto got up and gave Hinata a smile that made her get goose pimples. "Thanks, Hinata." Hinata sighed dreamily but snapped out of her stupor when Naruto shouted, "Now let's go get Shikamaru." Shikamaru was sleeping peacefully pretending to be under the genjutsu. It would have been too troublesome to fall under it, and it would have been even more troublesome for people to think he hadn't fallen under it. "Chomp!" Shikamaru screamed in pain and shock as he desperately tried to get Pakken off of his leg. "Get it off! Get it off! Get it off! Why were you pretending to be asleep?" shouted Sakura. Shikamaru picked Pakken up off of his leg only. "I didn't want to dragged into it. Sasuke can go and get himself killed for all I care." Pakken swiftly bit his hand. "Ow! You know he'd probably stop biting. You agreed to help us," said Naruto. "HMPF. No way. Look kid, if you help us I'll let you feel my paws," said Pakken. "Why would I want to do that?" Strangely enough the small dog started to pout. "Nobody ever wants to feel my paw. Sniff, but they're so pink and soft." Suddenly Pakken started to have his paw felt. "Wow. They're really soft, not rough at all. This isn't an easy thing to do, you should be proud," said Naruto. Pakken looked at Naruto crying twin waterfalls. "You're a good person." Kakashi bashed away a sound nin that had been sprinting for Sakura. "What are you all still doing here?" "Go after Sasuke," said Kakashi. Naruto crossed his arms and turned his back from him. "I'm still not talking to you." "Naruto, now's not the time to be pouting," said Kakashi. "Did something happen between you two?" asked Pakken. "Yeah. He played favorites and taught Sasuke the Chidori and didn't teach me or Sakura anything," said Naruto. "What? Kakashi, you're the copycat nin and you couldn't teach those two one jutsu?" asked Pakken. "Et2 Pakken?" Kicked away another nin. "Just get Sasuke." Sarutobi glared at his former student. A barrier had been placed all around them. "Give it up, old man. Maybe if you were younger you would have a stronger chance of killing me," said Orochimaru. "This is 100% true." Orochimaru was dumbstruck. Of all things he hadn't expected his old teacher to agree with him. But then again that is something I intend to rectify. Sarutobi untied the bag attached to his waist and emptied its contents of pills inside his mouth. He chewed them thoughtfully, earning a raised eyebrow from his former student. "What do you think you're doing, old man?" asked Orochimaru. With a gulp the pills' effects started to kick in, gray hair started to turn brown, wrinkled skin started to flatten out. He even seemed to gain a couple of inches. Where an old man once stood there was now a Hokage in his prime. "Who you calling old?" "TT, this is impossible," shouted Orochimaru. "Oh, it's entirely possible, Orochimaru. There will be consequences later, but they'll be worth it to take you down." Sarutobi stretched his neck from side to side while cracking his knuckles. "As the kids would say nowadays, I'm going to kick your butt old school style. I'll make an, almost forgot to put this in. Kin, I'm home," called Naruto. Kin went to greet her self-proclaimed master, but her face light up when she saw that he had a flower in his hand. "I guess I got this for you." Truth be told, Jiraiya just put the flower in his hand and pushed him towards the door. Kin tackled Naruto to the floor with hearts in her eyes. The sounds of kisses being made against flesh were heard as Naruto struggled for freedom. Naruto jolted up with kiss marks on his face. Kin placed her hand on top of Naruto's head and pulled him back down where more kissing noises were heard. Naruto jolted up again with even more kiss marks on his face. Try and control yourself. Kin pulled him back down again and shouted gleefully, "Now where's the fun in that?" Jiraiya wrote down all that he was seeing, giggling pervertedly while watching Kin kiss Naruto all over his face. Naruto, Hinata, Shikamaru, Sakura, and Pakin were leaping through the trees to catch up with Sasuke. "Are we there yet?" asked Naruto. "No, Naruto," said Sakura. "Because this is taking forever." Before Naruto could finish, a fire bolt incinerated the tree branch he was going to land on, sending him crashing to the ground. Naruto rubbed his head. What the hell? Naruto looked to the direction from where the fire bolt had been shot. He saw a red-haired woman wearing a medieval dress. "My name is Jade, a sorceress, and I am here to steal you away." "A sorceress? Lu, how is that possible?" asked Naruto. "Naruto, there's a lot more out there than just werewolves." Hinata threw a barrage of kunai and shuriken at the young sorceress rather hastily. Jade scrambled out of the way, hiding behind a tree. "I didn't mean romantically or anything. Your girlfriend didn't have to go berserk on me," said Jade. "She's not that she would be, but she's—" "Oh, forget it. Look, lady, I don't have time to deal with you, so," said Naruto. Naruto whacked one of the trees, making Shikamaru fall to the ground face first. "Damn it, Naruto, I don't like getting my face buried like a replanted tree," said Shikamaru. "You mean you're not an ostrich?" teased Naruto. "Funny," said Shikamaru, picking himself up. "Listen, I need for you to stall her while the rest of us try to catch up to Sasuke," said Naruto. "You got to be kidding me. You want me to fight a girl for a third time?" shouted Shikamaru. "Would you rather fight Gaara?" shouted back Naruto. Shikamaru flinched. "Damn it. You have a point, how troublesome." "Excuse me, but do you think we could stay focused here?" shouted Jade. Shikamaru turned to her with an annoyed glare. "Sorry, but it looks like I'm your opponent. I'm afraid I can't let you go. If you have a death wish." Lightning quickly generated in her hands, crackling almost angrily. "Then so be it." Shikamaru looked over to Naruto with half-lidded eyes. "I hate you." "Thanks, buddy. I know you'll come out of this alive," said Naruto. Temari and Kankuro were leaping through the trees carrying Gaara. He really wasn't looking that well. However, they were forced to stop when Sasuke Uchiha landed in front of them. "That's about as far as you go. Why do you have a bump on your head?" "Shut up," shouted Temari. Kankuro leaped forward onto another tree branch, taking his puppet off of his back. "Temari, take Gaara and go on ahead." Temari stood shocked for a moment but nodded. As Temari leaped off, Shino came out from behind a tree. "Mind if I cut in?" Shino asked. Iruka rubbed the bridge of his nose. On the plus side, all the women had been taken care of and he had gotten the kids to the shelter, but Konohamaru would rather come and comfort his friends in this terrible time, wouldn't you, Konohamaru? asked Moegi. "No, he would rather come and cuddle with me, wouldn't you, Konohamaru? asked Hanabi. "I just want to go to the bathroom," shouted Konohamaru. Iruka had managed to get Anko, Hana, and Kurenai back to their duties, but now he had a new problem. Those 3 academy students wouldn't quiet down. If they didn't zip it, they were going to give everyone away. Iruka walked over and pulled Konohamaru out of the 2 girls' grip. "You need to go to the bathroom, right?" asked Iruka. Konohamaru nodded. "Then let's go, we'll have to make it quick though. I may be there to protect you, but we can't risk being seen." Iruka put Konohamaru down and started to head towards the door. "I'll be waiting for you when you come back, Kono-kun," cried Hanabi. A cold chill went down his spine as his self-proclaimed girlfriend waved him goodbye before getting tackled by Moegi. Orochimaru was sent rocketing backwards across the roof, occasionally bouncing off of a roof tile. He stopped mere inches away from the force field. Now that he had actually a chance to stay in one place, he could finally cough up some overdue blood. He needed to think of a plan. but with the foot of his former sensei standing in front of him. Get up! Sarutobi lifted him off the ground, holding him over his head. I said, get up! I don't think I've ever seen you this aggressive, Sarutobi-sensei. You haven't seen anything yet. Sarutobi threw Orochimaru into the air, followed by a slam to the gut, sending Orochimaru flying backwards to the direction he originally came from. Unfortunately for Orochimaru, he hit the wall of the force field, causing his body to burst into deathly flames. Normally this would have killed him instantly if it weren't for the fact that he had given his shinobis some of his blood before the invasion began and told them to put it on their hands. Therefore the force field had been based off of himself, designed to hold back against himself should he ever accidentally touch it. Orochimaru struggled to his knees, coughing up some more blood. Very good, Sarutobi-sensei. You're giving me more of a run for my money than I thought you would. I'm going to have to use one of my latest techniques on you, said Orochimaru. Orochimaru sped through some hand signs and slammed his hand down on the ground. Smoke started to rise from the ground. He's summoning something. This is bad, I'm running out of time. When the smoke cleared, it revealed a Naga woman with her snake tail wrapped around Orochimaru in a stuck way. You called handsome? That nin's body you gave me to devour was very tasty. Oh, who is this, darling? This is my old sensei. I'm afraid he's proven to be someone who still shouldn't be underestimated, said Orochimaru. Very well then, I will kill him for you. She shot off of Orochimaru, speeding towards Sarutobi. Baki and some other Sanin had been searching the streets for civilians or Konoha nins, but every street they walked down was empty. Where is everyone? Why would the streets be so empty unless a kunai was thrown into the ground in front of them? That's right. The streets have been evacuated, so we may deal with you, said Yugao Yuzuki. Everyone looked up to see an Umbu squad staring down at them. The purple-haired captain seemed to be radiating a lot of killer intent towards them. Do any of you know who was the one that killed Hayate? Asked Yugao. One of the Sanins, being a rookie, was afraid of the killer intent released and pointed honestly to Baki. He did it. Baki sent him a glare as Yugao slowly unsheathed her katana. Today! Yugao leapt towards Baki, ready to chop him up. My hate shall be avenged. Sakura, Naruto, and Hinata were leaping through the trees. Are you sure we should have left Shikamaru with that woman? She seemed a little, started Sakura. Crazy? Yeah, but I'm confident Shikamaru can handle her. He's lazy, not weak. When Naruto was about to jump to another branch, a bullet was shot into the tree in front of him. What kind of idiot uses a gun in a ninja village? That's the worst possible weapon to use against a shinobi, thought Naruto. Down below stood a man with some type of pelt draped over his back. His black hair was unruly, his boots looked as if they were made out of some type of hide built for cold weather. He held an old-fashioned type rifle which had been aimed at Naruto. Who is this guy, Ailyu? Asked Naruto. Someone I had hoped for you never to meet. His name is Densuke. He's a werewolf hunter. Looks like I found a trophy to mount on my wall, said Densuke. Gur. We don't have time for you, shouted Naruto. I suggest you send your little ninja friends away unless they want to get caught in the crossfire, said Densuke. Densuke aimed his rifle at Naruto again, only to have a kunai logged in the barrel. Unfortunately, it was already too late to stop his finger from pulling the trigger, causing the gun to explode in a cloud of black smoke. When it cleared, the barrel of the gun had been split backwards like a peeled banana, like out of a cartoon, with Densuke's face covered in soot. I hate ninjas, said Densuke. Now you see, this is why nobody ever uses a gun against a shinobi. It's just plain stupid, said Naruto. You're right, Naruto, we can't waste our time with this guy. Not while Sasuke needs us, declared Sakura. Densuke, Naruto, and Hinata all sweat dropped. I'll stay behind, said Hinata. Are you sure? This guy could be dangerous, said Naruto. Hinata gave a small blush. I can take care of myself, said Hinata shyly. I know, it's just, you know. Densuke gave Sakura a puzzled look about the scene in front of him. Sakura held up her hands in an I don't know position. Excuse me, I hate to interrupt this little love fest, but do you think we could stay focused here? Shouted Densuke. Naruto and Hinata blushed. "Be careful," said Naruto. Hinata gave a shy smile and nodded before the others raced off into the trees. Elyu, what are you umming about?" asked Naruto. "Just wondering what a werewolf with a Byakugan would be like," said Elyu. Naruto blushed. "And just what is that supposed to mean?" As Sakura and Naruto leapt back into the trees, Hinata glared at her opponent. "Normally I don't like to kill humans, but in your case I'll make an exception," said Densuke. "I won't let you hurt him," said Hinata. "You fool. Don't you know what he is?" asked Densuke. "I know what Naruto is, and it doesn't change how I feel about him not one bit," said Hinata. "You poor fool. I'm going to have to put you out of your misery," said Densuke. Densuke pulled out a hidden silver katana from underneath his pelt. "Let's see how you dance." To say that Sasuke Uchiha was exhausted would be an understatement. Gaara's entire body had been transformed into some type of sand raccoon demon. He had tried Chidori on him, twice if you include the Chunin arena, and he still kept coming. Temari had been knocked out but was slowly starting to come out of it. "Sasuke Uchiha, make me feel alive." Sasuke was about to leap into action again when Naruto appeared behind him and punched him in the back of the head. Sasuke turned around and glared at the blonde ninja. "Ow! What the hell, Naruto? That's what you get for running off on your own." Mr. Sasuke, the lone wolf with Hokage Tower, stuck up his butt. "No man is an island, Sasuke. You don't always have to do things on your own. Do you mind? I'm kind of busy at the moment," said Sasuke, pointing to Gaara. "Wow, someone had a horror movie makeover. Look, I think it's time for you to tag out. I'll take things from here," said Naruto. "What? You're no match for him," said Sasuke. "And you're in no condition to fight." "Sakura, hold him down," said Naruto. Normally Sakura wouldn't take any orders from Naruto when it came to Sasuke, but seeing as how it involved holding her beloved Sasuke. "Glomp! Get off of me!" shouted Sasuke. Naruto sweat dropped. "That's not exactly what I meant, Sakura, but as long as it keeps him out of danger." Naruto's attention quickly turned to Gaara, who was drooling crazily. "Are you going to fight me now too?" Naruto started to speed through his hand signs. "Actually, I want to introduce you to my good friend Lunar." Naruto slammed his hand down, not knowing that it wasn't Lunar he was summoning. Iruka was standing next to a river with a couple of giant shurikens on his back while Kanemaru was taking care of his business. "Hurry up, Kanemaru," said Iruka. "I'm almost done, sensei," called Kanemaru. Kanemaru came out of the bushes and washed his hands in the river. As Kanemaru finished washing his hands, Iruka pushed him out of the way of a barrage of kunai and shuriken. A sand jounin snickered from on top of a tree. "Look what I found." Iruka took out a kunai and got into a defensive stance. "Kanemaru, get behind me." "Don't worry, Iruka, I will save you," shouted a voice. A giant snake shot out of the forest with Anko riding on its head. The snake hissed at the sand jounin. "Ichoi, get in line, sister," shouted another voice. Hana and her 3 dogs came running out of the forest. "I'm going to save him first," shouted Hana. "Wow, sensei, you sure have gotten popular lately," said Kanemaru. Iruka sweat dropped. "Now if they would stop arguing and kill the enemy," said Iruka. An anger vein appeared on his head. "That's enough. If you two really want to help me, then get Kanemaru to safety," shouted Iruka. The 2 women blinked for a second. Hana ran over and picked up Kanemaru, running back into the forest, quickly followed by her dogs and Anko. "I needed for them to get him out of here, because no child should see what I'm about to do to you." Iruka went through a series of hand signs, water style, Mizu Bushin Shuriken. Iruka threw one of the giant shurikens off his back. As the shuriken flew over the river, a second shuriken made of water rose out of the water and started to follow the first. The sand jounin saw this and started to go through some hand signs of his own. Earth style, Sand Bushin. A sand bushin appeared in the path of the shurikens. The first shuriken, made of metal, got stuck inside of the bushin's body, but the second seemed to split around the bushin and reformed behind it, heading straight for the sand shinobi. The water shuriken was moving too fast for him to move out of the way. In a blink of an eye, the water shuriken had cut him in half. Iruka held no remorse. He was a leaf shinobi, and this was what he was trained to do. And that's why there's an Umino clan. When the smoke cleared, it revealed a small dire wolf pup. Naruto stared at the pup for a moment or two with his jaw open. "Yo," said the pup, holding up its paw as a greeting. "Who are you?" "Where's Lunar?" shouted Naruto. "Oh, you know my big brother Lunar? I'm his little sister, Luna," said the young dire wolf. "Well, I needed Lunar to help me fight this guy," said Naruto. He pointed towards the crazed Gaara, where a sharp scream soon followed. The young dire that once stood in front of him was now hiding behind his leg, shivering in fright. Naruto picked her up by the scruff of her neck and looked her in the eye. "What are you doing? Don't you want to chew off his limbs or something?" asked Naruto. Luna looked at him with tear-filled eyes. "I'm only a pup." Naruto sighed. "Sakura, do me a favor and watch the pup for me. I'll take on Gaara." Sakura looked up from her holding of Sasuke to see a small wolf cub of some type heading straight for her. She had to let go to catch the poor thing. Unfortunately, this caused Sasuke to fall out of the tree and land on his head, knocking him out. Pakken walked over to the dire wolf cub, nudging her with his nose. "Hey!" Luna looked up to see Pakken staring at her with a bored expression. "Time for us to get out of the way, kid," said Pakken. Meanwhile, Naruto was facing down Gaara. "Your opponent is me now," said Naruto. "I'll kill you and everybody here to prove my existence." Temari started to wake up. She saw Naruto was looking back between her and Gaara. "Even your own sister? She's your flesh and blood," said Naruto. "She's no sister to me. It doesn't matter to me whether she lives or dies. I will kill everyone." Naruto remained quiet for a moment, his eyes hidden by the shadows of his hair. He looked up at Gaara with a glare, his pupils now vertical. "I won't let you. I won't let you hurt any of them." "Naruto, no. You can't go werewolf, there's too many people," said Ailyu. "No. No more hiding, not when they need me." Naruto fully changed into his werewolf form, pulling back his head, letting loose a werewolf howl. Temari pressed her back against the tree she was on. She wasn't sure which one she was more afraid of, Naruto or Gaara. But then she thought back to the past week and how she had actually gotten to know Naruto. Naruto was not Gaara, so maybe, just maybe, he would protect her. "What are you? Some type of demon?" shouted Gaara. Naruto growled. "You wish." Hinata and Densuke panted heavily. Odd silver objects were stuck in the trees around them. "I will say this much for you, you're better than I thought." "I don't understand why you would want to protect a monster like that though," said Densuke. A small blush crossed Hinata's face. "Naruto-kun is someone who is very precious to me. I would gladly risk my life for him." "Really? Well then I guess you'd better pick up the pace, because your little boyfriend wasn't originally the one I tracked to this village." Hanabi saw her sister leaning against the door with a dream-like smile on her face. "Another date with Naruto, huh?" Hinata happily nodded. "He gave me this locket." She touched it only to have it poof into Naruto. Clearly a Kagebushin, it kissed her on the cheek before poofing into smoke. Hinata fell back, landing with a thud. 5 minutes later, she woke to see Hanabi looking at her with half-lidded eyes. "I thought you got over your shyness, so why are you fainting?" asked Hanabi. "First, I only got over my stutter. I'm still as shy as ever. Second, that was not a faint, that was a swoon," said Hinata. "What possible difference could there be?" asked Hanabi. "I'm a lot happier," said Hinata. Sakura couldn't believe her eyes. The once annoying hyperactive idiot that used to bug her so much had turned into this monster. "And in Naruto, don't worry Sakura, it's still me. I have complete control. I'll explain later, right now I need to take this guy down." "Kagebushin no Jutsu," growled Naruto. In a puff of smoke 10 Naruto werewolves appeared. "Titi, that's a lot of werewolves," said Temari. One of the Naruto werewolves must have heard her because he started to walk over to her. The Naruto werewolf winked with one of his eyes and gave her a thumbs up. "Don't worry, nothing bad will happen to you on our watch." A small blush came across Temari's face. even though this is kind of your fault. He added. Temari's blush disappeared to be replaced with an anger vein on her head. My fault? How is this my fault? Asked Temari. Naruto met Temari's glare head-on. You're supposed to be his sister, right? Then maybe you can tell me why Gaara has always been so alone. Those eyes, I know those eyes, those are the eyes that have seen pain and fear, eyes of loneliness. Nobody knows pain like that better than me. So I ask you, Temari, where were you when he needed you? Temari remained speechless at the depth Naruto reached on Gaara. But now is not the time for lectures. All right boys, let's get him, said the head Naruto. With a snarl all of the werewolves jumped Gaara. One of them sunk his fangs into Gaara's body only to let go and spit out sand. He stuck out his tongue and brushed some sand off of it. That's really gross. The other Naruto werewolves poofed into smoke when Gaara used some type of wind jutsu that involved other mouths to appear on his body. Sasuke started to wake up, but when he saw Naruto he scampered backwards until his back was against a tree trunk. Naruto's ears twitched as he stopped in his track. He turned and saw Sasuke, who was starting to look very pale. Oh hey Sasuke, you're up, said Naruto. Dee-dobe. Sure Sasuke, go ahead and insult the werewolf. That sounds like a brilliant idea. But I digress, you sit and rest while I handle Captain Tanuki. Gaara got up off the ground and glared at Naruto, insanely drooling slightly. Naruto shifted into his full beast form much to the amazement of everybody. In a silver blur Naruto snatched Gaara by his tail, taking him for a ride. Excellent work Nagaina, at this rate Konoha will be destroyed before lunch, said Orochimaru. Sarutobi winced as the Nagaina coiled herself around him. She smiled down at him as her tail attempted to crush his body. You should feel honored, Tatsuma. I don't crush just anyone. There was one chance for the third Hokage. As her tail reached his head he opened his mouth and bit down, hard. Nagaina leapt off of him in pain, giving him a chance to breathe in some precious air. Sarutobi bit his thumb and slammed it on the ground. In a poof of smoke the Monkey King Enma appeared. Enma took one look at Sarutobi and instantly made an anger vein appear on his head. Sarutobi! What the hell? You said you were only experimenting with those pills. Do you have any idea how dangerous taking those pills is? Sarutobi sighed as his summoned continued to chew him out. Sarutobi took out an odd-colored pill from his pocket and flicked into Enma's mouth. He swallowed it by accident. I perfected the formula Enma. There's still some risks, but right now I need you at your prime to take down that snake beach. As wrinkles started to disappear Enma grinned mischievously at Nagaina. You're in trouble now? Oh really? Yeah, because when I was young I would fight like a psycho, shouted Enma. Enma sprinted towards Nagaina, performing a handspring once he reached the tail. He landed on top of her face and performed a series of kicks. Ha! How do you like my toe jam up your nose? Enma leapt off Nagaina grinning like an idiot. Orochimaru opened his mouth, letting out a snake which opened its mouth, spitting out a sword which Orochimaru caught single-handedly. Orochimaru and Sarutobi sprinted towards one another once again for another clash. Densuke growled in aggravation. I don't have time for you, little girl. He dug into his pocket and pulled out a small metal ball. I was hoping to save this for your boyfriend, but it looks like I'm going to have to use it on you if I want to catch up to him. He tossed the ball at her. It opened up and cocooned her into a silver roll. Hinata struggled for a moment. The silver cocoon seemed inescapable. Don't bother struggling, it'll only make your cocoon that much tighter. Now if you'll excuse me, I got a freak of nature to put down. As Densuke started to walk away Hinata became slightly panicked. She had to think of something. This cocoon must have some type of weakness and she had to find it. Byakugan. Veins popped around Hinata's eyes as she activated her bloodline. She scanned her cocoon. There was a seam down the middle that glowed with an odd purple color. The seam seemed to be what was holding the cocoon together. If she took that out, then there was a strong chance she could escape. Densuke was feeling pretty good about his entrapment of Hinata. Dink. Dong. Thunk. And now that feeling was gone. Those are never good sounds, said Densuke. He turned around to see Hinata free of the now opened, and oddly shaped due to Hinata's escape, cocoon. Densook started to dig into his pocket. I got to admit, I didn't think you would escape that one. But let's see if you're good enough to avoid this one. He rolled another silver ball at her, but this one was about the size of a baseball. It stopped short of her feet, earning a raised eyebrow from Hinata. Just when Hinata was starting to think that Densook was doing this as a desperation move, silver spikes suddenly erupted out of the ball. Hinata frantically dodged left and right and bent at odd angles. None of the spikes had yet to hit Hinata, and she didn't know how long she could keep it up. She quickly sprinted off, earning some small scratches and cuts. No matter where she ran, it seemed to follow her, shooting spikes at her. As she circled around, she noticed that the ball was having trouble keeping up with her. But the problem was she couldn't get in close enough to destroy it. What would Naruto do? Thought Hinata. Suddenly Hinata started to smile. She raced off, heading straight for where Densook was. She sprinted until she was an inch from his face when she jumped over him. Densook flinched as spikes hurtled towards him. However, instead of penetrating his body, they had merely pinned him to a tree by his clothes. I admit it, I'm impressed. You figured out that my sphere designates its target through my mind telepathically just as it receives any new orders. Hinata remained silent for a moment. The truth was she was hoping the spikes would kill Densook, not stop the attack altogether. I'll take a loss this time, but next time your little boyfriend is going to be turned into a fur coat. Hinata was about to reply when a rather large iron ball fell out of Densook's pocket. The ball emitted a smoke screen, but what made Hinata let Densook get away was that the smell the smoke made. Hinata stumbled away, coughing and wheezing. When the smoke cleared, Densook was gone, with only a couple of silver spikes sticking in the tree as a sign of his being there. A small while had passed and Hinata was able to breathe again. But the smelly smokescreen did take a toll. Her jacket. It was completely ruined and smelled something awful. She had no choice but to leave it behind. She was worried that she might run into Densook again, but there was time to worry about that. Later, Naruto needed her. Shikamaru glared at Jade. The woman had more tricks up her sleeves than most hidden weapon specialists. She had found a way to give trees life and have them come after him. If it weren't for his explosive tags, he would have been dead by now. Okay lady, I gotta know. Jade put aside her next spell to give Shikamaru her attention, even if for a little while. What kind of jutsus are you using? Jade scoffed at him. Jutsus? I wouldn't dream of using anything like a jutsus. Let me explain something to you. I am not a ninja. You use jutsus and I use spells. You use chakra and I use mana. Hey, what are you doing? Kagame no jutsu. Shikamaru's shadow shot out and connected with Jade's. Success. Jade found that no matter what she did, she could not move. This fight is over. Now all I have to do is have you headbutt a tree or... Why are you laughing? Usually when Shikamaru had someone in his trap, they didn't laugh. This would mean that she had some type of trick up her sleeve, but Shikamaru honestly couldn't think of anything that would help her here. You fool. You've just given me an excuse to use one of my most deadliest spells. Her eyes glowed purple as a violet liquid poured out of her eyes and onto the connected shadows. The liquid sunk into the shadows for a moment, but then the shadows started to rise and take shape. It grew arms, legs, claws, and fangs. Its head looked like the cross between a crocodile and a leopard, but with the horns of a bull. Say hello to the shadow troll. Dark purple eyes glared at Shikamaru with nothing but the utmost evil intent. Gaara gritted his teeth in anger. Naruto had changed back into his hybrid form and been kicking his tail all over the forest. He had barely been able to hold his own against Naruto. The new power, strength, and speed Naruto had gained had Gaara at the end of his rope. Having trouble standing, Gaara? Good. Because now I get to try out some of the jutsus I made for my werewolf form. Naruto went through a series of hand signs before settling on Ram. Howling no jutsu. Naruto opened his mouth and a tornado shot out of his mouth. The tornado caught Gaara and spun him wildly, numerous cuts and gashes on his sand body before sending him through several trees. As Gaara became buried under broken trees, Naruto's ears started to twitch. There was something headed his way. He sniffed the air to try and get the scent. His face lit up as he realized that the something headed his way was none other than Hinata. As she started to come into sight, Naruto's smile got bigger. When Hinata got in range, Naruto greeted her with a big furry bear hug. Getting a hug from Naruto put Hinata on cloud 9 as she smiled blissfully. Naruto finally broke the hug and looked down at her. Did you handle the werewolf hunter okay? I defeated him, but he managed to escape from me. That's okay, I knew you could kick his butt. Hinata gave a small smile. You did, didn't you? Unfortunately, this touching moment was cut short by a roar followed by a broken tree trunk being sent hurtling towards them. With a swing of his arm, the tree trunk splintered, protecting the young Hyuga. Hinata, I know you're strong and everything, but this is my fight. I want you to go hide somewhere, said Naruto. Naruto Uzumaki. Not even your girlfriend can save you from my wrath. Hinata isn't. I mean, it's not like, look Gaara, I'm just going to beat you up now, okay? Shouted Naruto. Naruto went through a different series of hand signs. Chakra surrounded his body until they broke off and took the form of chakra wolf heads. Let's see how you like my chakra wolves. The wolf heads sped towards Gaara and sunk their teeth right into his body. Gaara screamed in pain as the teeth pierced past the sand and into his flesh. But we're not done yet. Kagebushin no Jutsu. Thousands of Naruto werewolves appeared in puffs of smoke, all growling and snarling at Gaara. Werewolf ambush. All of the Narutos leapt at Gaara, clawing, biting, and maiming away his sand body. A small hole started to develop on the ground around Gaara's body from the force of the impacts. Hinata seemed unable to turn away until she felt something nudge her leg. She looked down to see Luna and Pakin. He's okay, he's just showing the scary raccoon who's number one around here, said Luna. Sorry about this little one here. No matter what I said, she was dead set on seeing this fight, said Pakin. Only when Naruto felt that Gaara had finally been unable to move did he stop. As the other Narutos poofed away, the original Naruto crawled out of the hole. Hinata came out from behind a tree, earning a small smile from Naruto. Hinata looked down the hole at Gaara's body. Is he? No, just beaten, said Naruto. Damn it. I can't be beaten here, I need to continue to exist. But I'm so low on chakra. Gaara. Gaara held his head in pain as Shikaku started to communicate with him. We need more chakra to finish the job. The girl, I can steal all of her chakra to finish our jutsu. Bring that Hyuga girl into our sand body and I will take care of the rest and spill Naruto's beautiful blood. Naruto. I won't let you beat me here. A pillar of sand erupted out of the hole, swooping up Hinata. Hinata, shouted Naruto. Unfortunately, Hinata's chakra was just the jump start Gaara needed to pull off the jutsu. The truth was, it was a combination of her entire chakra and whatever remaining chakra he had left to perform this jutsu. Luckily, for Gaara, it was just enough. There was a strong chance that she wouldn't survive, but he didn't care, as long as he would be able to take down Naruto. Hinata started to rise as the Shikaku's body started to form. She felt so weak and helpless, her vision was even starting to blur. As Hinata started to sink into the sand, she weakly reached out her. Naruto raced up the sand, sprinting towards Hinata. The only thing visible of her now was her hand. Naruto just barely got to Hinata as he gripped her fingers. I got you. I got you. Just hold on. However, fate was not kind as Hinata's fingers slipped out of his grasp and into the sand. Shikaku's body started to solidify. No. Naruto frantically started to slash into the sand. No. 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 Come back. I'll save you, I promise, just hang on. Shikaku's body was now fully formed with Gaara on top of the head. For the first time in his life, Gaara started to feel sleepy. A patch of sand above Naruto pushed him off the body, sending him falling to the ground. Naruto landed on his feet with a feral look in his eyes. Give her back. Naruto leapt up higher and higher, using small pieces of Shikaku's body as stepping stones. Naruto only managed to reach the face of Shikaku, but that was good enough. Give. Naruto delivered a punishing blow across Shikaku's left side of his face. Her. Naruto punched the other side of Shikaku's face, making it follow the punch's direction. Back. Naruto performed a bicycle kick to Shikaku's chin, reeling its head back. Gaara groggily threw his arm down, commanding the Shikaku's tail to swat Naruto down. Naruto's fall made a crater on the point of impact. He quickly got up and bit his thumb. "I'll make you give her back." Naruto slammed his hand on the ground. In a giant poof of smoke, the dire wolf boss Lupin appeared with Naruto standing on his head. "Ino, honey, I think you need to face the fact." "What's that, Mom?" asked Ino. "That you're falling for Naruto hard." "Iwiwag." Ino, calm down. "Iwiwag." You know, most daughters, when they find out they're in love, are ecstatic about it. But not my daughter. Oh no, my daughter freaks out about it. Ino's mother had finally managed to calm her down and headed her towards the door. "Oh, but before you go, take this in case you meet Naruto." She put something in Ino's hands and turned to leave. Ino looked at the item her mother placed in her hand and paled. It was a condom. Just because you're in love doesn't mean you can't be safe. Lupin looked around at his surroundings. The most noticeable thing was the Shikaku with the kid on his face glaring at him. This could only mean one thing. "Naruto, what the hell?" "Look, Lupin, I wouldn't have called you out here if it wasn't important. That thing has Hinata inside him, and she's going to die if I don't get her out." "The Biju. Can't you get Gamabunta to do it? I hate fighting these things." "What, why?" "Because they cheat." "What do you mean?" "Every time they receive a lethal blow or an injury that would become a hazard later on is instantly healed. To put it simply, they're annoying to fight." Lupin saw that Naruto was still acting feral and sighed. "Calm down, I can sense from here your mate is still hanging on. She's tougher than you. Think she'll be for the moment." Naruto ceased being feral, but he still looked as worried as hell. "Wait, did you just call her my mate? That's worse than girlfriend." "She's not my mate," said Naruto. "Yeah, well, your pheromones say otherwise." Lupin felt something running up his leg. His jaw dropped as he saw that it was Luna. "Luna! What are you doing here?" Luna climbed to the top of Lupin's head and sat down next to Naruto. "That guy was going to kill me, but Naruto protected me," said Luna. Naruto felt Lupin tremble with anger. He almost lost his balance. "He tried to do what to my precious little girl?" Lupin? I'll rip him to pieces." "Hey, now you're the one that needs to calm down. Hinata's in there." "I need to get her out alive," shouted Naruto. "Don't worry, I never miss, ever. But it'll be a lot easier as long as that red-head kid stays awake." "Tanuki Nairi no Jutsu, forced sleep technique," shouted Gaara. And now it just got harder. As Gaara's body went limp, Shikaku's eyes started to regain color. "Booyah! I'm back, baby!" shouted Shikaku. "I advise the both of you to hold on tight," said Lupin. Lupin bared his teeth and in a blur sliced through Shikaku, cutting him in half. Naruto leapt off of Lupin and started to search through the cut sand, trying to find Hinata. "Hinata, don't worry. I'll find you and save you, I swear to God." That was when he spotted her, her face just barely sticking out of the sand. Her face remained motionless with her eyes closed shut. "Hinata!" shouted Naruto. Naruto's shout awoke Hinata weakly. "I must have blacked out," thought Hinata. Naruto saw that Shikaku was starting to reform his body. He knew that he wouldn't be able to get to her in time. "Hinata, hold your breath." Hinata held her breath before being overwhelmed once again by sand. Naruto was thrown off the body of sand by tentacles that just seemed to rise up and push him off. Before Naruto could reach the ground, Lupin caught him by the brim of his pants and threw him up, landing him on his furry head. "Hinata's okay for the moment, but I don't know how long she can last," said Naruto, shaking the sand out of his fur. "Well, we'd better end this quickly then," said Lupin. Shikaku leapt into the air and started to form hand signs. Futon, Renkuden, wind release, drilling air bullet. Lupin jumped out of the way, avoiding the explosion. "Great, then how do we do that?" asked Naruto. "We just got to wake the medium up." "A nice punch to the face should do it," said Lupin. "I could pee on him," offered Luna. "Oh honey, that's so sweet that you offered, but I'm afraid all that'll do is make him stinky." "I don't have all day," shouted Naruto. Alright, I'll latch onto Shikaku and you punch that redhead's face in, said Lupin. Shikaku went through the same hand signs again. Futon, Renkuden, wind release, drilling air bullet. Lupin leapt back once again, avoiding the explosion. The explosion had caused dust, dirt, and debris fill the air so Shikaku couldn't see Lupin. Did I get him? Shikaku asked no one in particular. Lupin shot out through the dust shouting, "Guess again." He latched his claws onto Shikaku's arms and bit the bottom of his throat. Naruto leapt off of Lupin's head and sprinted up Shikaku's face towards Gaara. "Here comes your wake-up call," shouted Naruto. He dodged left and right, avoiding the sand tentacles attempting to grab him. Naruto delivered a power punch to Gaara's right cheek, sending him flying through the air. "Oh, I just got up. I can't go back now," whined Shikaku. As the color of Shikaku's eyes started to disappear, his body began to dissipate, but Naruto was just frantically trying to find any sign of Hinata. Naruto finally spotted her falling helplessly to the ground, only to see her fall onto a rock with a sickening crack. Naruto leapt down from a tree by her side and propped her body up so that she was looking at him. "Hinata, stay with me," shouted Naruto. Tired. "No, don't fall asleep, Hinata." "I'm losing her, I don't know what to do," said Naruto. "There is one option." Naruto steeled himself as hot tears flowed down his furry face. "Alright then, tell me how to turn a person into a werewolf. You know what this'll mean for her." "I know." Naruto raised his claw over his head. "Forgive me." Shikamaru was not having one of his better days. He had heard of shadow boxing, but this was frigging ridiculous. He was literally getting the tar beaten out of him by his own shadow. Jade yawned and checked her nails. "This is getting boring, maybe I should just kill you now and go after Naruto." The shadow troll picked up Shikamaru by his leg and threw him against a tree. If this thing is really made out of shadows, then it stands to reason. Shikamaru took out a flash bomb and threw it into the monster's chest with a surprising splunk sound. The shadow troll looked at his chest where the flash bomb entered and then at Shikamaru, but when he took a step forward his chest started to boil. He looked at it with a confused look before it erupted in a flash of light. For a moment Shikamaru had actually thought he'd won, but when the light disappeared the shadow troll still stood but with a giant hole in his chest. "I must admit that was a pretty good move, but it's going to take a lot more than that to beat one of my creatures," said Jade. Shikamaru was stumped, and that was a pretty big deal in his case. He was literally out of options. "Well, if that's the case," came a new voice. Asuma jumped down and kicked Jade in the gut. "I'll just have to take out the one controlling him." Jade pushed herself up, glaring at the new challenger. "Who the hell are you?" "I'm his sensei. I always knew that sooner or later my student would get in over his head." Shikamaru gave him a mock glare. "But I never thought he'd come across an opponent that could turn his own jutsu against him." He turned to Shikamaru. "I hope this shows you how much farther you need to go. Maybe now you'll take training a little more seriously." "Shadow!" Jade's shadow leapt in front of her. "Attack!" The shadow troll sprinted towards Asuma, but he had already started to go through some hand signs. "Smoke coil no jutsu." He took his cigarette out of his mouth and sprayed out a steady stream of smoke. The smoke wrapped itself around the shadow troll, lifting him high into the air, tightening its grip. "Now that's some killer second-hand smoke," said Shikamaru. Asuma dashed towards Jade and delivered a harsh blow to the side of her head, knocking her out cold. Instantly her shadow troll changed back into a regular shadow. "You're never going to let me hear the end of this, are you?" asked Shikamaru. Asuma took out another cigarette and put it in his mouth. "Most likely not. But now the question is what to do with our magical little friend over here." "Wait, how did you know it was magic she was using?" asked Shikamaru. "I've had my fair share of run-ins, maybe more." Before Asuma could even walk towards Jade, a brown blur sped by and picked her up. Shikamaru looked above and saw an odd brown-haired man. He had a certain wildness about him, but the most noticeable thing was that he had two different colored eyes, one green and one yellow. "Sorry, but I can't exactly let you two take my girlfriend away." Trust me, she'll never let me hear the end of it, but maybe our paths will cross again sometime. Without another word he sped off carrying Jade bridal style. What on earth was that all about? Asked Shikamaru. Nagina twisted and turned to try to throw the primate that was climbing all over her off. Enma sat himself behind Naga's head and began picking his nose. Get off of me, shouted Naga. Enma pulled out his fingers from his nose, now dripping with snot, and stuck them in Naga's ears. Snotty wet willy. As Naga started rolling in the ground on disgust, Sarutobi couldn't help but sweat drop. Maybe I should have rethought turning him young again. Enma, shouted Sarutobi. Oh sure thing. Enma hinged into the adamant staff and flew into Sarutobi's hands. Sarutobi patted him once, giving him a signal. Enma extended himself, reaching the spazzing Naga, and crushed her Adam's apple, killing her instantly. Kukuku. I do believe the effects of your pill is starting to wear off. I see some of your wrinkles starting to return, said Orochimaru. Sarutobi knew Orochimaru was right. He could feel his years returning to him. Therefore he would have to try and speed things up. Enma retracted himself and Sarutobi went on the offensive against Orochimaru, staff and sword clashing against one another. Sarutobi finally landed a blow in Orochimaru's gut, making him stumble back a couple of steps. Sarutobi, taking advantage of this moment, formed a familiar hand sign after putting the adamant staff under his arm. Kagebushin no Jutsu, shouted Sarutobi. Second Sarutobi with an adamant staff appeared next to him. Both adamant staffs changed back to their original selves. The Sarutobi clone, King Enma, and the Kagebushin Enma all jumped Orochimaru, forcing him to drop his sword. As the three held him, Orochimaru accidentally dropped his sword. Sarutobi looked down at Orochimaru's sword. I think the hidden grass village would like this back. Goo, I'm afraid that sword has a permanent bond with me. I know, that's why I also developed this, said Sarutobi. Sarutobi took out a small metal marble and placed it on the sword. It started to spin rapidly up and down the blade, occasionally making sparks. Soon the purple chakra, which represented Orochimaru's control over it, started to waver. Shink! The purple chakra completely dispersed. Impossible! Shouted Orochimaru. Some liver spots started to return to Sarutobi's face. He swiftly picked up the sword. The Sarutobi clone held Orochimaru's body in place while the Enma stretched out his arms. I may not have enough time to kill you, but I can at least make sure that you'll never be able to perform another jutsu ever again. In one swift motion, Sarutobi cut Orochimaru's fingers off. As Orochimaru started to scream bloody murder, the force field dispersed. The Sound 5 leapt to Orochimaru's aid. Come on fucktards, we got to get him out of here, said Tayuya. But the mission, said Kidamaru, is a failure. We need to retreat now. Orochimaru glared furiously at his old sensei. This isn't over. Not by a long shot, I'll be back. Jirobo picked up Orochimaru and leapt off with his three teammates covering his rear. As Umbu Black Ops started to chase after them, Sarutobi fell to the ground as the old man that he once was. Gaara laid on the ground for who knows how long. He had never before been in so much pain in all of his life. He heard a rustling from the bushes to his left. Naruto came out looking behind him as if he were unsure about something he did. Why you here? About to the Hayu. Hinata's fine for the moment, but I'm going to have a couple of things to explain to her when she wakes up, said Naruto, rubbing his neck in thought. Are you here to kill me? Asked Gaara. Naruto sat down next to Gaara. No, I'm not going to kill you. Do you know why? Because I know of the pain you felt, of being alone, of being despised. It's unbearable, isn't it? Gaara, do you know why I won? Gaara was about to say that it had something to do with lycanthropy, but Naruto quickly cut him off. It's because of the will of fire. The desire to protect the ones most precious to you brings forth an inner strength that you'd never think would be there. I was once all alone just like you, but then I found precious people who accept me for who I am, and in a way they saved me from myself. Gaara listened intently to everything Naruto had said. It was unprecedented that he would have ever come across someone like himself. You can have precious persons too. Are really? Yes, You just have to fight to protect instead of fighting to kill. I know you can find these people, something tells me they're closer than you think, and if you like, I would like to be your first friend, said Naruto. Gaara. Both Gaara and Naruto turned to see Temari and Kankuro looking concerned and out of breath. Temari bit her lower lip looking back and forth between Naruto and Gaara. Don't worry, Temari, it's all over now. Naruto bent down and picked Gaara up so he was leaning on him. Let's go home, said Gaara. Temari and Kankuro took Gaara from Naruto very gently. Temari took one last look at Naruto. Thank you. No problem, Temari, said Naruto. As the sand trio leapt off into the trees, Naruto started to rub his shoulder. I think a nap would be really good about now. Hinata looked around at her surroundings. It was completely black. I had a feeling our paths would eventually cross, said a voice. Hinata turned around to see a beautiful wolf, obviously female, smiling at her. My name is Ailyu, and it is a pleasure to finally meet you. Alright, Hinata, let's go through this one more. You are now a werewolf, due to Naruto changing you. But why would Naruto change me? I'm here to explain the how, not the why. I'm leaving that up to Naruto, and that's going to be fun to watch. Now then, you are now a werewolf. Usually there are 3 stages a werewolf can go through. A prestige, a hybrid stage, and a full beast stage. You can call them forms if you want, but the important thing you need to know is that since you weren't born a werewolf, you don't get a prestige. You just sort of skip it. Hinata nodded thoughtfully. Now then, moving on to a bit of a different topic, seeing as how you are a turned werewolf, or thrall, as the case may be, there may be certain moments of sudden joy or rage that certain traits will manifest like wolf ears or a tail. I'll have to keep an eye out for them when I'm around Naruto-kun, said Hinata with a blush. Yes, Naruto, about him, I think there's something you should know. You see, there's this polygamy law. 0.0. Naruto arrived at the place where he had laid Hinata down, smiling that she looked in a lot better shape than when he had left her. Well, this is certainly photogenic, said a voice. Naruto instantly leapt in front of Hinata, facing the new possible foe. Whoa, calm down there, champ. My name is Romulus, and I'm not here to harm you or your little friend. She is not my girlfriend, or mate for that matter, shouted Naruto. Hold on there, pal. I never said she was. Naruto froze. You didn't? No. Well, so far you're the only one who hasn't. Naruto added with a bit of aggravation. Maybe I should then, if everyone is so convinced. Shut up. Look, we're getting off track. If anything, I'm here to help you. Naruto raised an eyebrow. I'm from an organization called the Red Moon. It's for those who believe that werewolves shouldn't have to hide from the human scum. Those who believe that us werewolves should be in charge, and the humans should be under our heel where they belong. Not interested. Romulus looked surprised for a moment before half lowering his eyelids. You've been talking to Ailyu, haven't you? Naruto scowled. How do you know about Ailyu? Every werewolf knows about Ailyu, but I bet she's only teaching you the goody two-shoes powers. She isn't the type that would tell you what you would be able to do simply by consuming human flesh. All right, I've heard enough. Naruto dashed towards Romulus, but before his fist could connect, he disappeared in a blur. He moved at full beast speed, but how? He didn't even get furry. Naruto looked around trying to spot him, but he couldn't find him anywhere. Where'd? Up here. Naruto turned around and saw that Romulus was clinging to the tree on all fours like an animal, staring down at him. He still looked human, not even in a prestige, yet on the tree he remained. Now, Naruto, in order for us to put our plan into effect, we need a young, silver-furred werewolf like yourself. Join us in our cause and you could learn all of this. You could earn the respect and admiration deserved of a werewolf. Humans, they're all just prey in comparison, not even prey, more like cattle. Naruto clenched his teeth. Of course there are certain exceptions, said Romulus with a small blush. He started to tenderly scratch his cheek in embarrassment. Like a certain witch with a lot of cool spells but can get really mad at you when you don't do something just right. But then, look, I'm getting off topic. This is a really great offer, so what do you say? Not in a million years. Romulus's face dropped. I'm sorry to hear that, Because now I'm going to have to kick your butt. Romulus leapt off the tree, changing into a brown furred hybrid behind Naruto, growling. Naruto turned into his hybrid form himself and leapt at Romulus. Fangs dug into flesh, claws cut through skin, fur began to fly, a basic brawl fury of werewolves. Romulus tried to slash Naruto across his face, but Naruto was prepared and bit him on the wrist, only to be met with a knee to the stomach. Both leapt away and changed into their full beast forms, snarling and growling at each other. Silver and brown blurs clashed in the middle, each trying to rip the other's throat out. Naruto feinted left and bit onto Romulus's tail on the right. YAOI. Naruto let go of Romulus's tail and gave a small chuckle at how Romulus was trying to lick his tail but couldn't quite reach. Romulus growled at Naruto angrily, "You're going to pay for that." Romulus changed into his hybrid form and pulled a tree out from its roots. He struggled with it for a moment, but after gaining his footing he threw it at Naruto. Naruto ran on top off the tree towards the end. Naruto leapt at Romulus, who just barely managed to catch him by the front, snapped at his face angrily, just barely missing Romulus's face. Romulus flung Naruto to his left, where he landed roughly against a tree. Naruto got up and changed into his hybrid form and made a familiar hand sign. What are you doing?" asked Romulus. "Kagebushin no jutsu." In puffs of smoke, 8 Naruto werewolves appeared around Romulus. This is impossible." All the Naruto werewolves gave a small chuckle. "You don't deal with many shinobi, do you?" The Narutos jumped him all at the same time, making a blur of fangs and claws, while Romulus tried desperately to escape. But during his frantic attempts for escape, he accidentally hit one of the bushins, making them poof into smoke. "I get it now, these are fakes. We're real enough to do some damage," said one of the Narutos. Romulus stuck his foot into the ground, creating a crater, dispersing the Narutos. He wobbled for a moment but regained his balance by firmly placing his foot down. "I got to admit, I underestimated you. I keep telling people not to do that, but do they ever listen? No. I think I might even go as far to say that you're a genius at this sort of thing. But I think it's time I ended this." Romulus's eyes glowed a moon yellow, and Naruto almost instantly held his head in pain. He felt distorted, and his brain felt like it was trying to split in two. "One way or another you are going to join us. Not if I have anything to say about it." Romulus looked above himself and saw that a third werewolf was coming right at him, only this one seemed to be female. Correction, a P.O'd female werewolf that sent him flying through a tree via a twirl kick. Naruto groggily looked up at the new werewolf. There was something familiar about her. Her fur was a bluish purple, almost on the borderline of black. Her hair seemed to flow down to the small of her back. Naruto only got a view from behind, but there was something familiar about her. His head was still recovering, but he was sure it was right under his nose. Maybe it was the jacket that seemed to be stretched to its very limit. His nose twitched as he finally took her scent in. Hinata. The she-wolf turned to face Naruto with a blush that seemed to pierce through the fur. "Yep, that's Hinata. I'd recognize that blush anywhere," said Naruto. "Just wonderful." Romulus brought himself to his knees, brushing the splinters and pieces of wood off of himself. "Who asked you to butt in?" Hinata turned to him with a glare and a small growl. "I think we ran into an old friend of yours earlier, Densuke. He said he tracked you here." Romulus slapped his forehead out of aggravation. "Densuke? Oh, terrific. If he wasn't so lethal, I would have ended his life years ago. I swear that guy hunts for more than just sport. He is such an a-hole. Looks like we're going to have to postpone our little scrap, Naruto." Naruto shook off his dizzy spell and gave small smirk. "What's a matter, afraid of a human? And here I thought our fight was going to last a while longer. Don't get me wrong, I will kick your butt, just some other time. I need to get back to Jade before Densuke decides to turn her into bait for a trap, and then I'll be sleeping on the couch for the next 4 months." Naruto and Hinata pricked up their wolf ears and tilted their heads to the side in confusion. Noticing their stares, Romulus simply stated, "We got some issues to work out," and then dashed away. For someone who hates humans so much, he certainly does sound like he's been whipped by one, mumbled Naruto. Hinata turned to Naruto and changed back to normal, making sure her stretched jacket covered her chest just enough to carry a normal conversation. Naruto, you told me that once Romulus was gone you would explain why you turned me into a werewolf. My memory is a little fuzzy after I fell out of the sand. Naruto changed back to his human form and blinked a couple of times. You met Ailyu? Huh, she must like you. But you're right, you do deserve to know, so I would appreciate it if you would sit while I explain. But before I do, how come my hair doesn't change like yours does when I turn into a werewolf? Of course yours doesn't, you're a boy. Naruto stared at her for a moment with a raised eyebrow. You told me to say that when you asked that question, explained Hinata. Naruto's sweat dropped. Anyways, let's get back to business. I knew I'd have to explain this to you eventually. Could you please sit for this? Hinata complied with Naruto's request and sat down on the ground while he sat on his knees with his head bowed down. You fell from a great height and onto a rock. I was so worried. I didn't know what to do. You were slipping away from me and I just started to panic. I don't know any medical jutsus, so my only option was to turn you into a werewolf. Naruto dared not lift his head up to look at the girl who would now have to keep a colossal secret from the world. I know you're probably shocked that I would do something so stupid just to keep you alive, but the fact is, you have become one of my most precious people, right up there with Iruka-sensei and the old man, and I couldn't bear the thought of losing you. As far-fetched as it may seem, I don't think I could picture my life without you in it in some shape or form. And just like that, the dam that was Hinata Hyuga's crush on Naruto Uzumaki burst forth, revealing a small trickle of true love that was guaranteed to grow over time. By now Naruto had expected Hinata to yell at him or sob or something, at the very least faint. It didn't make sense for her to be so quiet. Was she giving him the cold shoulder? Hinata, please, say something anything. Glomp. Naruto was bowled over by a tackle hug, sending him to the ground, flat on his back with Hinata on top of him. I don't care if you made me a werewolf, you did it to save me. The fact that you did it because you wanted to save me is reason enough to keep such a secret from the world. I've become one of your precious people and that makes me the happiest girl on the planet. Woo, try to behave yourselves you too, said Ailyu. Hinata leapt off of Naruto, both with a furious blush on their face. Now then, I have some concerns about this curse mark of Sasuke's. If it's doing to him what I think it is, then there may be a way to get rid of it for good. But we'll save that for another time. Hinata, thinking back to when she had glomped Naruto, couldn't help but smile. Fortunately or unfortunately, depending on how you looked at it, a tail sprouted out from Hinata's behind and started to wag happily. Hinata, what's that? Shouted Naruto. Hinata looked behind her and saw her tail. Oh, you told me about that, because I was a turned werewolf. Stuff like this happens during sudden emotional outbursts, like when we were hugging. Now it was Naruto's turn to blush. Kankuro, Gaara, and Temari arrived to find their Jonin sensei Baki and some other sand shinobi waiting for them. But something was different about their sensei. Why do you only have one arm? Asked Kankuro. Because the Kanuchi here are vicious, said one of the other sand shinobi. I don't know if I would quite put it like that, but yes, something like that, said Baki. The three sand genin gave a group sweat drop. But you'll be happy to know that we'll be leaving tomorrow. What? But we can't, said Temari. Temari, I thought you'd want to leave. You've been against this whole thing right from the start, said Baki. Temari suddenly began to look nervous and diverted her eyes. Why would you want to stay? Temari, if there's some reason why you want to stay, now would be the time to speak up. A small blush crossed her face. Out with it, Temari. I like Naruto. There, I said it. Are you happy now? Temari, I know you've been fighting your feelings for him for a long time, and finally being able to accept it is a big deal, but could you please not yell in my ear? Came a request from Gaara. Temari's blush grew. Hayashi Hyuga had just finished defeating 20 sound shinobi when one of the main branch members caught his attention. Hayashi-sama, the Council of Elders wishes to speak with you concerning the matters of your daughter and Naruto Uzumaki. This cannot be good. Naruto has done wonders for Hinata. Her stances have improved, she's stopped stuttering, she's been training harder, and smiling a lot more. Very well, lead the way. For your sake, Hinata, I hope there's something I can do. I can't believe they both fell asleep so soon, said Kyubi. They both lost a lot of chakra today, it's only natural. If you ask me, saving that Hyuga girl was a stupid thing to do. She's just a stupid girl with a crush. Oh, it's not a crush. Well, Lu smirked. Not anymore anyways. He should have just left her for dead if you ask me, only the strong survive. Yeah, well, I didn't ask, ya nine-butted fox. Their tails not asses. I swear to kill you as soon as these bars are gone. Lu merely scratched her ear with her hind leg, ignoring the most powerful of the multi-tailed demons. Whatever floats your boat, Fuzzy. Now if you'll excuse me, I'm going to go talk to Naruto where you can't eavesdrop on us. Once Lu was out of hearing range, Kyubi started to sneer. So you truly believe in their relationship? Well, let's just see if she can pass the test of Naruto's inner demon. A small mist of red chakra floated its way out between the bars. It was just enough to give someone a nightmare, but anything more would have been blocked by the silver bars. Let's see how strong your love truly is. Hinata walked through a strange red and black fog. There was something going on here. She wasn't sure what it was, but she knew she didn't like it. Hinata was about to take another step when suddenly 6 pillars shot out of the ground. Each pillar was a different color, and there was different face of someone special in Hinata's life. An orange one unsurprisingly had Naruto's face on it, giving her one of his trademark smiles. A white one had Hayashi with a smile he hadn't worn since her mother was alive. A light blue one with Hanabi's face. A red one with Kurenai's face. A black one with Kiba's face. And finally a tan one with Shino's face. She relaxed for a moment, feeling somewhat content among the pillars of her precious people staring down at her. However, this feeling was shattered when all of the pillars came quickly crashing down, crumbling into rubble. Why would anyone care for a fool like you? The voice came from out of nowhere and seemed to echo all around her. She tried to activate her bloodline, but nothing happened. In an act of desperation, she started to run. The fog seemed to never end, but Hinata knew she needed to get out of it. There was something wrong with the whole situation. She saw a figure in the distance clouded by the fog. She couldn't make out who it was, but she could at least tell that the person had their back to her. The fog seemed to be getting thicker, so she started to sprint to the anonymous stranger. "Excuse me, but I was wondering if you could tell me." The figure turned to reveal himself as none other than her father. Such a disappointment. What? Hayashi glared furiously at her. Your mother must be rolling in her grave. Hinata took a step back. You are a disgrace to the entire family name. Hayashi slid back into the fog, leaving Hinata all alone once again. She was very confused now, but even more frightened than before. Hinata started to run again until she tripped on something in the fog. She looked up to see her sensei Kurenai with a rather disappointed look on her face. You simply can't get strong enough, can you? No matter how hard you try, no matter how hard you train, you never seem to catch up to you. No. I know that I lost badly against Niji, but... Face facts, Hinata. As you gain strength, so do others. You're always going to be left behind. No, I've changed, sensei. I've even... Shino and Kiba almost immediately appeared beside their sensei. Oh, shut up for once in your life, will you? Shouted Kiba. We're sick of always covering your hide. You're a burden to everyone and should have just given up long ago, said Shino. Hinata grabbed the center of her shirt while hanging her head. She didn't really believe the words that they had said, but the fact that her teammates, the people who were like brothers to her, were telling her these things gave her a sharp pain in her heart. Hey, Hinata. Hinata looked up to see the man she had often had daydreams about, Naruto, but there was something different about him. He seemed almost sinister. Naruto, what is going on here? Where did this fog come from? Why do people keep coming and going through it? Why? Hinata was interrupted from her train of thought as Sakura had appeared out of nowhere and started kissing Naruto's neck. Quite the vixen, isn't she? Oh wait, Hinata, you mean you didn't see this coming? She took a step back as Naruto placed his arm around Sakura's hip. You always knew, that deep down you weren't good enough for me. That Sakura would always be the one that I'd end up with. I mean, why would I ever want an ugly girl like you? That you would never earn that special place in my heart? That it would always be Sakura? Hinata sat on her knees on the ground holding her arms. But that's the thing about crushes, you always end up crushed in the end. You were doomed right from the start, you shouldn't have even tried. That was when an epiphany hit her. This wasn't real, she wasn't sure how or why, but she did know that whoever that person was, it wasn't Naruto. She got up and glared defiantly at him, earning her a shocked expression from Naruto. You're not Naruto. What? You almost had me, but you screwed up. Naruto never gives up, and there is no way he would ever tell anyone not to try their hardest. The fake Naruto started to scowl. And even if Naruto does end up with someone other than myself, I will still love him. For as long as I know that he is happy, then I can get through the day. I am proud to have known him and prouder still to have become one of his precious people. I will stay by his side for as long as he wishes. Hinata's teeth started to grow into fangs and she began to grow a little. Wolf ears appeared on the top of her head and a tail sprouted out from her behind. Fur started to grow all over her body and her hair became elongated. I have had enough of you. Hyuga often practiced the art of the gentle fist. Well, I think it's time to see what a gentle claw can do. Kyuubi smirked as his small stream of red chakra came back to him. As the mist entered his mind, surely he would now see the little Hyuga girl's spirit crushed. A moment passed. Then another. Then the mighty fox could be seen in an uproar. What the $% and? Is that all about? All is fuzzy cranky? Said Ailyu as she entered the room. You had something to do with this. Didn't you? No, but that doesn't mean I don't know what happened. Liar. Of course it was your doing, how else could her spirit remain intact? I was too busy telling Naruto how to learn a technique to deal with Orochimaru's curse mark. Even if I were to have helped her, she would have already beaten you by the time I got there. Kyuubi sneered down at her. And if you ever try to mess with her again or any other of the precious people in Naruto's life, and I will shove all 9 of your tails up your butt. Infidel, I swear the first chance I get I shall destroy you. Ailyu merely sighed and walked away. Naruto woke up to a very odd sight indeed. Hinata was hugging him for dear life. Hinata? What's wrong? I just had a really bad dream. Are you going to be okay? I really just need a hug right now. Naruto gently wrapped his arms around her and hugged her back. Well, Hinata, my question still stands. Do you love him enough to share? I think so. This way I will always know that he will be happy. Hayashi walked out of the meeting room with a heavy heart. He had honestly tried his very hardest against the council, but the decision was unanimous. I am sorry, Hinata. I tried with all my heart to convince them otherwise, but they would not budge. The most I can do is buy you a month's time before I am forced to order you to stay away from Naruto forever. The next day Naruto had met the Sand Trio at the village gate. Tenten and Hinata had also decided to join him there. He wasn't exactly sure why, but he wasn't complaining. You have given me a lot to think about, Naruto Uzumaki, said Gaara. I'm glad to hear it. The next time we meet I hope to see some big changes. Naruto held his hand out to Gaara. You can count on it. You offer me your hand in friendship, and now I will gladly accept it. Gaara grabbed his hand and shook it heartedly. Don't be a stranger, said Naruto. Naruto then moved on to Temari. She had been acting odd lately. She was happier than usual, but it was a shy and almost giddy type of happy that he hadn't ever seen before. It was odd, not necessarily bad, but odd without a doubt. He held his hand out to her, which earned him a small blush from her. I guess this is it. Temari stared at his hand with a thoughtful look on her face. Hey, I promise I won't bite you. Tenten blinked in confusion. There was something going on here that she wasn't in on. However, she certainly didn't like the way that blonde hussy was looking at Naruto. She had something up her sleeve. A coy smirk crossed her face. What if I want you to bite? What was that? Before Naruto could react, Temari grabbed him by the hand and pulled him into a hug. Hinata forced herself to remain calm, but Tenten was another story. She was standing slack-jawed as Temari nuzzled her face into Naruto's neck. Gaara turned his eyes to his brother. Kankuro, are you okay? What the hell was I thinking? Protect Temari from Naruto, that's like trying to. Protect the Jurassic Park T-Rex from the chained-up little goat. Gaara rolled his eyes. Naruto tried to break from the hug, but Temari refused to let go. Temari was milking this hug for all it was worth to her. "Temari!" shouted her sensei. Temari reluctantly let go of Naruto. "See ya around, Naruto," she said with a wink. Naruto turned back to Hinata and Tenten scratching his cheek. Hinata just sighed, smiled, and shook her head, but Tenten seemed almost aggravated. "Tenten, is everything all right?" asked Naruto. "Sigh. Just starting to wonder if I'm in over my head." Without another word, she walked off to try and clear her head. Kin sat in a chair with her lower lip stuck out, pouting. "I can't believe Naruto wouldn't let me watch him shower. I mean, I wasn't going to bite much." Kin's jaw suddenly dropped as Naruto came out with nothing but a towel on. "Kin, do you think you could go down to Ichiraku's and bring back some ramen? I'm starved." Kin stumbled a little as she reached for her purse. Yes, I can get ramen. Of course I can get ramen. All the time ramen. 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 Ramen." She dashed out the door in a blur, leaving Naruto dumbstruck. What was that all about? Oh, the towel. I'd better find some pants, quickly. Me too. Hannah smiled as her 3 dogs ran off to accomplish the mission their mistress had given them. "I hope they're up to this. There's a very good chance they might fail." A few seconds later, there was a scream followed by her dogs running back to her. The first dog handed her what he had been carrying in his mouth, Iruka's pants. "Good dog. Demon it Hana," shouted Iruka's voice. "That's the 7th time today your dogs have stolen my pants." "3. Ino gave a tired sigh as her mother entered her room yet again. "Ino, seriously, you can't keep denying your feelings for him." "Sure I can, watch me." "Ino, you're writing his name repeatedly down on a piece of paper right now." "Oh, I am. No, what the crap?" There was indeed a piece of paper near her writing hand, and it did have Naruto's name repeatedly written on it. "Aff." She grabbed the paper and crumbled it up before throwing it out the window. But she found yet another piece of paper that had been underneath the first one. A heart was drawn on it with the words, "Naruto plus Ino," written in it. She gave another scream and repeated the process only to find yet another piece of paper underneath. This one had the words, "Naruto, I long for you," written on it. "Aff." Ino's mother shook her head. "This may take a while." Sarutobi opened his eyes with a splitting headache. At first his vision was blurred, but then it started to focus and he was able to see the hospital ceiling. "Gave us quite a scare there, old man. The medics didn't think you were going to make it." Sarutobi looked to his left and gave a sad smile at his old student, Jiraiya. Sarutobi lifted his right arm to his face and stared at it as it shook. "Even I'm surprised to be alive. The pill was supposed to take 10 years of my life away. I'm living on borrowed time now. Come off it, old man. What if we could find Tsunade?" Sarutobi gave a sad smile. "She won't come back. Not after everything that's happened to her here. I will admit that both the death of Dan and the mysterious kidnapping of her son took a pretty big toll on her, but when I tell her about what happened to you, she'll say, 'Screw you.' She's gone through too much pain to come back to the village. Sensei, we've got to at least try. Wait, what if I took Naruto with me?" Well, before we make any definite decisions, I need for you to send in all of Team 7's save for Naruto." Jiraiya gave a sharp nod. "What?" Naruto swallowed a large lump in his throat. In front of him, Kin was wearing a revealing red outfit topped with a red hood and cape. "I'm Little Red Riding Hood and I have some goodies just for the big bad wolf. So why don't you just huff and puff and blow my clothes off?" Kin leapt at Naruto, who just barely managed to jump out of the way. Naruto ran into the kitchen with Kin hot on his tail. For a few minutes, Kin chased Naruto around the table in both directions. "Kin, I know you're grateful to me and everything, but have you ever thought of showing it some other way?" "But I'm much more enthusiastic about this way, Naruto-sama. I told you not to call me that." Naruto tried to feint both left and right, but Kin mirrored his movements. She suddenly leapt over the table, tackling him to the ground. "Don't worry, Naruto-sama. I promise you'll enjoy this." In utter panic, Naruto kicked Kin off of him, sending her rolling back across the floor where she hit her head against the wall. Kin. I'm so sorry, it was an accident, a reflex. I didn't mean it. But I had no idea. She slowly started to get up. Naruto's face showed that of concern. Kin. I had no idea you liked it so rough, said Kin happily. Oh crap. You can go ahead and be as rough with me as you like. She leapt at him once again, pinning him to the ground, her legs spread eagle on his body. She started to untie the cape and hood, making Naruto grow redder and redder. Wait, shouted Naruto. Kin stopped untying and looked at Naruto, tilting her head to the side. If you really want to make me happy, I need some help setting up for a new type of jutsu in the backyard, said Naruto. Okay, said Kin as she climbed off of him. Okay? Yes, I will prove myself to you in any way that I can. And I will do anything for you. A small blush crossed Naruto's face. You are truly amazing, Naruto-sama. It was your inner strength that impressed me, just so you know. Without another word, she left the room and headed towards the back door. Naruto mulled over Kin's words until Kin poked her head back into the room. I forgot to ask what it was you wanted set up. I have no idea what to do. Okay, but first change into your ninja clothes. You're kind of distracting this way, admitted Naruto. Couldn't help but beam. Tenten walked up to Naruto's home, awestruck at its hugeness. She never expected somebody like Naruto to be living in a place like that. When he told her his address for their date, at first she thought he was joking, saying that it was a mansion, but now she had been proven wrong. To be honest, she was starting to have second thoughts about going out on a date with Naruto. He seemed to be attracting a lot of female attention, and it was more likely to get worse rather than better. There was bound to be some broken hearts at some point. She knocked on the door and waited a few minutes. The door opened to reveal the woman she saw at the preliminaries. What was her name? And that was it? Oh, come on, her too, thought Tenten. Oh, it's you, Naruto-sama has been expecting you, said Kin. Naruto-sama? Asked Tenten. He saved my life, and I am forever indebted to him for it. A serious look crossed Tenten's face. He keeps telling me not to worry about it, but I can't accept that, explained Kin. Tenten nodded in understanding. In the back, Naruto was working on the jutsu that Ailyu had told him about. He had 3 pieces of wood carved into the shape of Sasuke's curse mark placed on a grill tray above a roaring fire. Again, ordered Ailyu. Naruto went through a series of hand signs and slammed his hand down on the wooden pieces. It shook for a moment but then chose to lay still again. Remember, changing its shape is going to take a lot of force, hence the wood. The seal is more than likely to try and fight back, which is why the fire is needed. Now keep in mind this is only the first step. Naruto-sama, Tenten is here, announced Kin. Thank you, Kin. Ready to go, Tenten? Asked Naruto. Actually, Naruto, I was wondering if I could get a rain check? But this was your idea, said Naruto. I just need some time to mull over a few things. I'm not saying I want to cancel it, I just want to postpone it. Is that okay? Naruto took a moment to take it all in but then started to smile. Sure thing, Tenten, I understand. Just let me know when, said Naruto. Thanks for understanding, Naruto, said Tenten. Tenten gave him a small peck on the cheek and made her exit. Naruto gave a small blush as he touched the cheek Tenten kissed. Sasuke Uchiha was in deep thought over the information the third Hokage had just informed him and Sakura. Naruto was a werewolf. Kakashi rambled for a few minutes about how he couldn't believe he hadn't seen it before, not exactly sure what that was all about. But how could somebody be so fierce and yet be such a dope at the same time? From what he could deduce, they couldn't be killed unless there was another werewolf fighting him or you had some type of silver with you. Naruto simply didn't seem like the type to be a werewolf. He was always goofy, loud, and annoying, very annoying. These traits didn't seem to fit for a werewolf to him. But wait, if Naruto was a werewolf, then he could make others werewolves. If I could get him to turn me into a werewolf, then maybe when I face Itachi, what's more likely to happen is... A thought cloud appeared above Sasuke's head. A chibi Sasuke walked up to a chibi Naruto. Hey dobe, shouted the chibi Sasuke. What? Replied the chibi Naruto. Make me a werewolf. Hell no. What? Why? Because you're AD dash. Chibi Naruto then merrily skipped away. Okay, maybe the skipping part was a bit of an exaggeration, but something along those lines was more likely to happen than him turning him into a werewolf. Sasuke? Called a timid voice. Sasuke turned around to see Sakura with a bit of a nervous expression on her face. Sakura, what do you want? I know you're thinking about Naruto and everything, but I just wanted to remind you that he's still the goofy knucklehead on the inside. That's half the problem, grumbled Sasuke. What was that? Asked Sakura. Listen, was that all you had to say to me? Asked Sasuke. A shy yet excited blush began to show on Sakura's face. I also wanted you to know that I intend to grow my hair long again just for why. You idiot, interrupted Sasuke. Sakura was a bit taken back by his interruption. She thought he'd be happy to hear that she was going to have long hair again. Naruto is the one who likes girls with long hair. Sakura's jaw dropped. That might explain why he had started crushing on her back at the academy. Well, one reason anyways. My preference for women is that they have to be strong. Very strong. Keep in my mind I may need for them to be that in case I ever fail to kill my brother. As Sasuke left, Sakura clenched her fist in front of her face. If that's what it takes to be with you, then that's what I'll do. Iruka let out a breath he had been holding in as his class left for the day. Hanabi had been admitted into the class, which had caused her a few problems involving her, Kanomaru, and Moegi. The class had become simply exhausting. As the last student closed the door behind Hanabi, Iruka fell into his chair staring up at the ceiling. What am I going to do with those three? The door suddenly slid open to reveal Anko Mitarashi with her trademark grin on her face. All right, Iruka, it's time for our date. Iruka sighed inwardly. He knew it was only a matter of time before she tracked him down. Okay, Anko, just let me put my teaching tools away. Fine, but make sure you have your wallet too. This is gonna be your treat. Iruka rolled his eyes. Romulus paced back and forth while Jade started working on something in a cauldron. We were supposed to be on our way back to the boss with him right now. What's he going to say when he finds out we don't have him? We'll think of something, Han, besides we're not done with him just yet, said Jade. Romulus continued pacing while Jade added more ingredients into her cauldron. Night approached awfully quick when Romulus suddenly heard a twig snap nearby. He instinctively stood in front of Jade in a protective position. Dude, no need to get all your fur bristled, called a voice. Romulus instantly recognized the voice and started to pinch the bridge of his nose in annoyance. What are you two doing here? Out from the shadows stepped two vampires. They were incredibly pale with bald heads and black cloaks draped around their shoulders. Their ears were pointed and their noses were long and crooked. They had sunglasses covering their eyes because they apparently found it humorously ironic. One gave a smirk which revealed two long fangs in a mouth full of otherwise flat teeth. Even though they were both undead, they were still twins and continued to act as such. Calm down, Mutt. Your master paid our master to give you a message, said the first one. Yeah, dude, no need to get all defensive yet, said the second. Dude, focus. We don't deliver this message and the master will totally have our fangs for it. I guess you're right, Kane. We are getting paid for this, said the first. Why do we need to get paid again? Because Kenzel, he still needs to feed that thing in the dungeon. Focus, shouted Romulus. God, I hate vampires. You can't talk to them for 5 minutes without them getting off track. Write the message, said Kenzel. Your master has decided to give you a little more time. Apparently he didn't think the mongrel you were after would be able to become a shinobi, said Kane. Romulus let out a breath he hadn't known he was holding. Well, Kenzel, now that business is out of the way, what do you say we grab a bite to eat? Asked Kane. Good idea, Kane. Kenzel suddenly spread his cape and flew towards Jade at an alarming speed. However, his face ended up in the trunk of a tree. Romulus was in his hybrid form with his hand on the back of Kenzel's head, making sure he stayed where he was. Dao vat did go hafe to pedat for? Kenzel muffled in the tree. What do you think I did it for? Shouted Romulus. Dude, I meant go bite a villager or something. You know how this lapdog gets when somebody even talks about hurting his beach, said Kane. Dove. Romulus let out a small growl at them. Cain lowered his sunglasses so that he could make his eyes flash red at Romulus while he flashed his own eyes a moon yellow in retaliation. Neither moved a muscle. The only sound that could be heard was Jade putting more ingredients into her cauldron as if nothing at all was going on. Finally Cain hung his head in defeat. Fine, you win, dude. Can you please let my bro's face out of the tree trunk now? Asked Cain. I don't know, can I? Okay, I get it what you want now, bro. If you let my twin go, we promise not to harm your mate in any way or form. Happy? Cross your fangs? Asked Romulus. Whoa, playing hardball, huh? Fine, cross my fangs, said Kenzel. Kenzel opened his mouth, revealing his 2 large fangs. The fangs actually crossed themselves and glowed a blood red. Romulus said nothing but let Kenzel go. The vampire fell to the ground, landing on his face. He got up and brushed all the dirt off of his clothes. Dude, I think I got a termite stuck in my teeth. Come on, bro, let's hit the village. One good neck sking will get that thing out. Romulus sneered as they walked off towards the hidden leaf village. Do you think I should have killed them? Asked Romulus. Nah, you know how those two can be. They always got to be a pain in the butt to someone. Besides, I don't think their master would have taken too kindly to the idea of them biting someone from our organization, said Jade. Yeah, you got a point there. Their master is nothing but a cupcake compared to our master. The last thing their master would want would be to anger our master. Unlike those two, he ain't stupid. It's a good thing we got more time now. Hey, what are you making anyways? Asked Romulus. Dinner. Romulus sat down in front of the cauldron with a smile on his furry face. What are we having? Jade took the wooden spoon she had been stirring with and put a spoonful into her boyfriend's mouth. New recipe, nudie soup, said Jade. Romulus swashed the soup around in his mouth for a moment, judging it. Just because his mouth was more wolf-like in his current state did not mean he lost the ability to keep a liquid inside his mouth. I hope you like it. I even added some tree moss I found nearby for substance. Romulus spit out the soup in a spray which unfortunately covered his girlfriend. Romulus started to wipe the soup off of his tongue in disgust. Han, you know how I feel about eating things that grow eye? Romulus stopped in mid-sentence due to the annoyed yet serious look his soup-covered girlfriend was giving him. She had another spoonful of soup in front of him waiting for him to take another taste. Eat it, she ordered. Yes, honey, he obeyed. Enko and Iruka were both sharing their 5th bottle of sake at a local bar. They were surprisingly stable though. You know Enko? Started Iruka. She turned to him, giving him her full attention. I know about your story, how you were betrayed by your sensei, how the village looks down at you from time to time, and most importantly how you're alone. Enko listened intently to Iruka. He was going somewhere with this. I know what it's like to be alone, to feel that pain. It stinks, and I don't think it's fair to you. Her eyes shimmered at him. It felt as if she was really seeing him for the first time. Right answer, shouted Enko. The next thing Iruka knew, he was being dragged out of the bar by the back of his chunin vest. Where are we going? Asked Iruka. My place. You just earned special privileges, said Enko. Tenten stared up at the crescent moon as she on her roof. Naruto was gaining a little too popular for her taste. She knew she had to get out or else she might end up getting hurt. Besides, Naruto is just a guy. There's plenty of other good-looking fish in the sea, said Tenten. 2 loud thuds could be heard behind her. Turned and saw the vampires Cain and Kenzel licking their lips. First bite of the night, finally. Who knew so many people would like to spend their evenings indoor? Said Cain. Dude, moving on. Alright, young living mortal type person, sup, we are vampires and… Liar, shouted Tenten. Both vampires narrowly avoided falling off the roof in surprise. Say what? Asked Kenzel. First off, if you two were really vampires, there's no way you'd be stupid enough to announce yourselves to who you're going to bite. Second off, if you were vampires, you'd be a lot hotter. You two just look like goths trying to pull off the Neo look and failed. Hey! Third off, you're bald? What's that got to do with anything? Okay, I'm hungry, I'm cranky, and I'm running out of night time. I'm just going to bite you now, okay? ranted Kenzel. And that's another thing. Vampires don't bite to feed, they bite because they have too much blood. And girl vampires also have cat ears. The twin vampires hung their mouths open in bewilderment. How could one human get so much so wrong? Excuse me, shouted Kain. What the hell would make you even consider such stupid facts? Shouted Kenzel. 1010 held up a vampire manga with a picture of a cat girl on the cover. FNG manga. I hate those guys, said Kenzel. I know, dude, they keep ruining our bad name, said Kain. Honestly. Sometimes I wonder if those assholes even know what a vampire is. Man, now I'm in a funk, said Kenzel. I swear if I ever find a writer to one of those things, I will end him. No joke, said Kain. Whatever, maybe you two should just run along back to whatever costume party you crawled out of, said 1010. She waved her hand at them in a dignified manner. Okay, that does it. This chick is lunch, said Kenzel. As Kenzel and Kain started to walk towards her, 1010 noticed that there weren't any footstep noises. It looked more like they were merely gliding towards her somehow. Kain and Kenzel opened their mouths so wide it looked as if an entire human head could fit inside. Their two fangs elongated to the point of 5 inches. By the terrified look on her face, they could guess that they had finally convinced her of what a true vampire was. 1010 out of reflex threw a kunai at Kain's head, which flew back from the force of the blow. Ow. Dude, that looked like it hurt, said Kenzel. Just a setback, said Kain. Kain reached up and pulled the kunai out, but the instant he did, 3 shurikens took its place. Okay, seriously, did it? You're really starting to get on my nerves here, said Kain. You alright, dude? Asked Kenzel. I think the middle one might be poking my brain, said Kain. Tom. A dude, did something really big and scary land right behind us? Asked Kenzel. Kain and Kenzel turned around to see Naruto in his hybrid form snarling down at them. 1010 took a good look at the werewolf that had just appeared and fainted. Oh, come on. You can handle real-life vampires but not a werewolf. That's just plain not fair, said Kenzel. Naruto let out a small growl. Hey there, big guy, said Kain. Naruto grabbed Kain's head and slammed it into the roof. Oh, come on, twice in one night? Now you bloodsuckers better listen to me good. Konoha is my turf, and if you two know what's good for you, then you'll leave and never come back, or else. Or else what? Challenged Kenzel. Naruto grabbed Kenzel by the head and slammed his face into the roof just like his brother. Or else I'll keep you two around till sun up, when you'll turn into a pile of ash, said Naruto. Naruto could feel the vampires struggling under his grasp. They almost got free, but Naruto stayed strong and kept his hold on them. Fine, we'll stay out of your stinking village. But don't think we'll forget this, said Kain. Do you promise? Asked Naruto. Make sure they do a crossed fangs promise. They physically cannot break those, said Ailyu. Thanks for telling me about all this vampire stuff. Good thing I showed up when I did, said Naruto. Fine, we promise, said Kenzel. Crossed fangs? Asked Naruto. Ah, damn it, dude, he knows about crossed fangs promises, said Kain. Oh look, I think I can see the stars starting to fade, said Naruto. Fine, crossed fangs, said Kenzel. Naruto released his grip on them. No sooner did he let them go did they shoot off into the night sky. Dude, I couldn't breathe when he did that, said Kain. Dude, we don't breathe. We're not alive, remember? Asked Kenzel. Naruto turned his attention to the unconscious Tenten. You know, this people fainting when they're around me thing is really starting to get annoying, said Naruto. The next morning Tenten woke with a slight daze. Last night seemed a little fuzzy, and she was seriously starting to consider the fact that it might have all been a dream. Tenten, called her father. Do you have any idea what happened to our roof last night? Jiraiya braced himself. He was hoping that he could have put off his little journey for Tsunade until tomorrow, because today was a full moon. Jiraiya walked up to Naruto's mansion and knocked on the door. He heard several noises from behind and possibly a chicken giving a startled cluck. I'm going to regret this, said Jiraiya as he opened the door. What he saw was an odd sight indeed. An orange blur was speeding around the room at a speed that was starting to make Jiraiya dizzy. I Senin, shouted Naruto. I hate full moons, said Jiraiya. Kin crawled into the room huffing and puffing out of breath. What happened to you? Asked Jiraiya. Jiraiya patted her on the head. Don't fret too much about it. Not many people can keep up with a werewolf when there's a full moon involved. Naruto was still dashing around the room in an orange blur. Jiraiya took a stance and jabbed his arms into the orange blur. He pulled out Naruto, who still was running in midair. Okay, it looks like we won't be able to start that journey today. I am so lucky you're going to be able to control this when you grow up. Jiraiya put Naruto under his arm and started to walk off the property. You once told me you wanted to learn something from Kakashi. Well, let's see if we can't find him to burn off some of that energy. I can only imagine how Hinata is handling it. Hyuga Mansion. Hayashi emotionally braced himself. He did manage to buy Hinata time to spend with Naruto, but he should at least tell her about it so she can enjoy her time with him. However, when he opened the door, he saw a Hinata-shaped blur dashing around the house doing chores. Hinata? Hinata sped past him and said a quick, "Yes, father," before speeding up a ladder and cleaning the ceiling. I just thought I should tell you that. Hinata sped over to him and stood surprisingly still, listening intently and waiting patiently. Hayashi had opened his mouth but no words were coming out. Seeing his daughter stare at him like that made Hayashi remember when he first held her as a baby, she was still his little girl. How was he supposed to break her heart in an instant? Father! Hayashi snapped out of his stupor and looked down at his daughter. You wanted to tell me something? Hayashi strained to think of something for a moment. I just wanted to tell you that you've been doing a great job today. Hinata beamed. Thanks. Without another word, she sped off once again. It was at this time Hayashi noticed his other daughter was lying on the couch with an ice pack on her head. What happened to you? I was watching her do chores and got dizzy. Jiraiya finally reached the foot of a mountain where he saw Kakashi waiting for him. Hello, Jiraiya-sama, what did you want to see me about? Asked Kakashi. Well, you did say that you felt pretty guilty for not realizing Naruto was your sensei's son. Kakashi shook his head in dismay. How could I have been so blind? It was like it was staring at me right in the face. Yeah, anyways, I brought you here to help me with this guy. Jiraiya held up Naruto, who still seemed very hyper. You sek Kakashi-sensei. What did you do, give him sugar or something? Asked Kakashi. It's a full moon, Kakashi, you do the math, said Jiraiya. So what would you like for me to do about it? Teach him a jutsu that'll use up his chakra. Why can't you do it? See, even now, he doesn't want to teach me anything. Well, I could, but I suppose you want the next issue of Ichika Paradise to be postponed then. I never said I wouldn't, I just wanted to know why you can't do it. I have some things to look into, said Jiraiya. Sigh. Very well. I knew I could count on you. He dropped Naruto on the ground. See you later, Naruto. Despite Naruto's glare at him, Kakashi gave him an eye smile. Enko left her second-story apartment with Iruka tailing behind her. The stairway was right next to them, so they had to be careful. You're better than I ever would have expected, Iruka-kun. Iruka gave a small blush. Enko was about to suggest a few things to experiment with the next time they got together, but the sound of a throat being cleared put a stop to that. It was then that they noticed for the first time that Sakura had been standing there patiently. Sakura? Iruka was puzzled as to why his former student was bothering the woman he had just had relations with. What are you doing here? Asked Iruka. Well, Kakashi seems to only want to teach techniques to Sasuke, and I really want to become stronger so I don't always have to rely on my teammates. But then I started to remember you from the Chunin exams and thought, oh, zero uno, sister. Not me. But why not? Iruka realized this was about to get a little hairy and tried to squeeze past them to the stairs. Because I have no time to waste on Genin students. Unfortunately, Enko accidentally bumped Iruka, causing him to fall down the stairs in a violent manner. Enko winced as she heard Iruka crash at the bottom. She carefully peered over the railing, a little squeamish about how badly hurt Iruka might be. Iruka? You okay? I think I broke my leg. Iruka weakly called. Jiraiya walked into an alley and took a sharp turn into a wall. Yes, into a wall. Said wall was really an illusion to hide a very important someone. You still there, old man? Asked Jiraiya. Yes, I'm still alive. Whoever Jiraiya was talking to seemed to enjoy keeping himself hidden. So how is he? It's his first full moon, so he's naturally pretty hyper about it. And I'm afraid he's already turned a girl into a thrall. What? He got himself a thrall at his age. Now calm down, he did it because she was about to die. Oh, I suppose that's different then, because having a thrall is no laughing matter. You know, you could go and meet him. I'm sure he'd be delighted to see any living family member of his, said Jiraiya. No, he said in a sad tone. I couldn't face him, not after everything that's happened, after everything I've done. You really need to learn to forgive yourself about that. At least let other people know you're alive. I hate keeping this whole thing a secret. And be slapped with that polygamy law? No thank you. I'll leave creating future generations to Naruto. Well, I think you're passing up a golden opportunity. You would. But as long as he has LU, he'll be just fine. I still don't get how you're able to hide from her, stated Jiraiya. You should know by now that it's this place. It was pure luck that I found it. Well, I better be going, old man. Remember, you must never tell a soul that I am here. The time is not right. I know, but I still think you should let Naruto in on it. No. I already told you I couldn't face him for what I have done. Besides, he is not ready yet. Kakashi gave an eye smile. Now, Naruto, do you have any idea what technique I'm going to teach you? Chidori. Chidori. I hope it's Chidori. Chidori. No, it's not the Chidori, said Kakashi flatly. What the hell? As Naruto started to go into a rant, Kakashi shook his head. Stupid full moon, he grumbled. Naruto, stop throwing a tantrum for a moment. Naruto, what are you doing? Kagebushin no Jutsu. 30 Narutos appeared around Kakashi with kunai drawn. Oh, I get it. Yes, I suppose I could do with sparring with one of my students for a while, if that's really what's going to make you feel better. All the Narutos suddenly changed into their hybrid forms. Well, this just got a lot less easy. Tenten didn't think she ever felt as much fear as she did in this moment. She was sitting across from Niji in the branch family garden drinking tea, and he was smiling. Not the usual brooding that he always did. Niji, I got to confess, you're scaring me a little, said Tenten. How so? You're smiling, pouring me tea and being nice. So it's kinda creepy. You're always so dead serious about everything, so seeing you like this? Niji poured Tenten another cup of tea. Don't worry, Tenten, Naruto just helped bring out the real me. You simply need to get used to it. Don't worry, everyone will eventually. She wasn't sure how to take that. On the one hand, Niji being anything other than the brooding, dead serious, focused teammate that she got to know simply seemed out of place. On the other hand, though, she didn't think that she had ever seen him happier. His smile was genuine and he didn't seem to be wearing any type of emotional mask. Oops, it looks like we've run out of tea. I'll just go make us some more. But as he got up, he heard a gasp from his teammate. Niji had gotten just a couple of feet with his walking cane carrying the teapot. Niji, what happened to you? He knew that look. That was the, oh no, what happened to you? I'll make this right for you somehow look. Oh, this? Well, I didn't want you to get upset, but it looks like I sustained more damage from my battle with Naruto than originally thought. Oh, don't look so worried, I'll be fine in about a month or so, just got to use the cane until then. A thought plagued the back of Tenten's mind. So do you blame Naruto for this? Tenten gave a small jump as Niji gave a chuckle. Quite the opposite, actually. He pulled a pole out of my butt and opened my eyes to how life could truly be if you're willing to fight for what you believe in. Tenten wore a sad smile on her face. Thank you, Naruto. Would you still like more tea? Asked Niji. Yes, I do believe I would. Kakashi rubbed his arm as the last Naruto werewolf Bushin disappeared. You did better than I thought you would, Naruto. Naruto panted a little but gave a smirk. Do you still want to learn a technique from me? It won't be the Chidori, but I did see it beat another jutsu. Naruto didn't say anything but nodded. Now, do you remember our little adventure in the land of snow? thanks to my Sharingan I'm going to teach you the move in which you use avalanche wolves. Seem to fit the new you. Naruto beamed. Normally he would have pouted and grumbled something, but he got out all of his frustration in their little spar. Now then, we'll start by climbing up the mountain so we can find a place to use as target practice where no one will get hurt. Naruto nodded and started to climb. The jutsu for Sasuke's seal could wait a little while longer. Anko gently knocked on the door of a hospital room. She opened it up to see Iruka lying in bed, his foot in a cast hanging above the bed. "Hi Iruka," she said with a grin. She felt a little shy and somewhat nervous about seeing Iruka. A small pain of guilt rested in her stomach over Iruka's injury. But she decided that it was best to just give him her best grin and apologize. Oh, hi Anko. Iruka was still a little nervous around Anko and Sakura. Whether they came alone or together, Iruka for some reason still felt that he would get hurt in some way or form. It was ridiculous, he knew, but that was how he felt. "What are you doing here?" "I came to see how you were doing," said Anko. She slapped his injured foot, but she had slapped it so hard that it fell from its holster and onto the metal end of the bed frame, making Iruka scream out in pain. "Oh Iruka, I'm so sorry. Here, I'll help you." She grabbed his foot to put it back in the holster, but her grip must have been too tight because he screamed out in pain yet again. "Sorry." She quickly put it in the holster, but it seemed a bit lower than before. "Don't worry Iruka, I'll make you nice and comfortable." She went over to the strings that controlled the holster and panicked a little, not knowing which one to pick between the two. "Anko, it's okay really. You don't have to." Anko had pulled too hard on the second string, which caused Iruka to fly around the room by his holster hanging upside down, screaming his head off in pain. "Iruka, I'm so sorry. Make it stop. Make it stop." Anko finally let go of the string and Iruka quickly, though surprisingly gently, landed in the bed. "Iruka, I'm so..." Anko started to move towards Iruka, but... "Anko!" Iruka had his hands held up to stop her from coming any closer. "It's okay," he breathed. "Just take a seat over there." He pointed to a chair in the room that was as far as possible from the bed. "Way over there." She frowned but did as he said. While she sat in the chair, Iruka got under his covers and tried to calm down a little. Anko quickly got up and almost ran over to him. "Iruka, Iruka brought his covers up past his nose and just under his eyes in fear of what type of pain would await him next. "I know just how to make you feel better." Iruka's pupils shrunk in fear. "When you're all better, I'll take you on an even better date. I'll pull out all the stops for this one. You'll see." She ran out the door only to stick her head back into the room. "Remember it until the day you die." As she ran off again, Iruka let out a small whimper. "I hope that day is a long, long day away." "Not bad, Naruto. You were able to form their heads and that's a good start. You've even stopped spazzing," said Kakashi. Out of breath. "Let's hope it'll stay that way." "Let's call it a night," said Kakashi. "But me and Rosenin are leaving tomorrow," said Naruto. "Okay then, how about I just write down the rest of it on a scroll and you can take it with you?" "Thanks." The moon shined brightly in the night sky as Hinata reached the designated meeting place Naruto had got her to agree to. They were pretty far into the forest. She doubted anyone ever bothered to go this far. It was a fairly large stone where Naruto had said he would wait for her in werewolf form. "Naruto-kun?" "Up her, Hinata-chan." Hinata looked up and saw Naruto in his werewolf form holding a hand out for her. She grabbed it and by the time he pulled her up she was in her werewolf form. "Naruto-kun, why did you ask me out here?" asked Hinata. "Well, seeing as how there's a full moon out tonight, I thought we could go for a run," said Naruto. Hinata shyly blushed with a smile on her face. "Oh Naruto-kun. But first I figured maybe we could sing together." I don't think I understand." "Here, let me show you. And then you can feel free to join in whenever you want." Naruto reeled his head back and started to howl. Hinata caught on and started to howl along with him. They were far away enough from the village that they doubted anyone could hear them. The night sky was filled with their song of howling which seemed to go on and on for hours. But, unbeknownst to them, They were being watched. Sitting on a rock was Kin. She had her arms crossed and her lower lip sticking out as she pouted. I wish I was a werewolf. The next morning Jiraiya and Naruto were on their way towards the gate of the village. Hurry up, Naruto. Not so loud, Ero Sennin. Naruto was holding his head in pain. It felt like it had gone a couple of rounds with it. Jackhammer. Yes, the results of your first full moon hangover. Don't worry, this only happens once in a werewolf's life. You'll get over it. Naruto gave a groan and turned to look towards the village. Don't worry about Hinata, I made sure some special medicine got delivered to her, said Jiraiya. Iya. Ero Sennin, what the hell? He ran over to him and started to beat on his chest. Why didn't you give me any of that medicine to me? Jiraiya grabbed his arms to stop his pathetic beating. Because Naruto, as a clan head, which I know you're going to be someday, you need to learn to experience these kinds of things firsthand. Naruto sadly hung his head. Just because he understood didn't mean he liked it. Now let's go, said Jiraiya. Romulus and Jade watched from on top of a building as Naruto and Jiraiya left the village. I guess we should go after them, said Jade. But her werewolf boyfriend had his attention elsewhere. He was looking at a young genin with buns in her hair and a thoughtful expression on her face. Actually, I think I may have a better idea, said Romulus. Jade leaned over his shoulder to get a view at what her lover was looking at. After she discovered that it was the girl he was looking at, she quickly glared at him before dragging him off by the ear. Ow! 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 Come on, honey, you know I hate it when you do the ear thing, whined Romulus. Tough luck, pal. If you're thinking of the plan that I think you're thinking of, then we got to set some ground rules. With that being said, she jumped off the building with her boyfriend in tow, being led by the ear. Could you at least loosen your grip? Kakashi scratched his head as Zabuza and Haku stood in front of him. I thought you two were dead. The two missing Nins sweated a little. And Haku, what's with the skirt? I thought you were a boy. Haku blushed lightly. Yes, I used to think that too, said Zabuza. He quickly turned to his student with a furious glare. But apparently somebody had been keeping secrets from me. Zabuza pulled out his sword and hit Haku on the top of her head with the bottom of his handle. Zabuza-sama, that was mean. Kakashi rolled his eye. Well, this is nice and everything, but I think you need to get out of here. I'm supposed to meet Naruto here, and I don't think it'd be such a great idea for him to see. Screamed someone from behind. Too late, said Kakashi dryly. Zombies? No, Naruto, we're not zombies, said Zabuza. And I've always wanted to tell you that I'm not really a boy, said Haku. Naruto pointed a shaking finger at Haku. Transvestite zombie. What did you call me? Kakashi put a hand over the only visible part of his face. This was exactly what I was talking about. Me too. Kakashi stared at Naruto, who was sitting on the ground looking in a direction away from Kakashi with a pout on his face. I know you're still upset with me for only teaching Sasuke a technique. Kakashi heard Naruto mumble something about playing favorites, making Kakashi sigh. He pulled out a rather large cup of instant ramen and placed it on the ground. I got this just for you. If it's empty by the time I get back, then I will assume that you have forgiven me. Kakashi turned and left Naruto all alone with the cup of instant ramen. Naruto glanced at it once, then twice, but before he knew it, his right hand was slowly reaching for the ramen. What the? Hey, stop it. His hand had not only gotten the ramen but had somehow also opened it. Naruto then saw the chopsticks on the ground and gasped. He grabbed his arm in an attempt to stop it from reaching the chopsticks. Do not pick up chopsticks. Much to his aggravation, his arm seemed to be listening more to his stomach than his commands. Do not pick up some of the ramen. Despite his command, his arm managed to pick up a good amount of ramen. His arm started to move it towards his face. He tried to make it stop, but his arm seemed to be listening to his stomach rather than his orders. You'd better not put that in my mouth. It went into his mouth and the battle was over. I'm weak, sighed Naruto. Naruto and Jiraiya had been on the road for a couple days, and Naruto was just starting to get over his full moon hangover. Naruto trailed behind him, watching his own feet. Who are we getting again? Asked Naruto. I already told you we're getting the slug sage Tsunade. She's probably the only person alive that might be able to heal the third, said Jiraiya. Do you think she'll do it? A thoughtful expression crossed Jiraiya's face as he mulled it over in his head. It was actually a very close call. It's hard to say, a lot has happened to her in our village. First she lost her little brother, then her lover, and then… As Jiraiya trailed off, Naruto quickly caught up to him. He stared into his sensei's face and saw the thoughtful expression. Then what, Ero Sennin? Then she lost her son. Naruto looked at the toad sage to see if he was serious. What? How? Jiraiya sighed. It was a different time back then, Naruto, during the ninja wars even. Back then any measure a shinobi could gain against another village was jumped on like a toad in hot coals. When she went out to try and save her lover Dan, someone stole her child and spirited him away into the night, said Jiraiya sadly. But who did it? Asked Naruto. Jiraiya could see that the story was starting to get to Naruto and had a small internal debate on whether to continue the story. He knew that sob stories always got to Naruto the hardest considering his upbringing. He knew for a fact that he probably wouldn't like the ending. But he ultimately decided that Naruto needed to hear this so he would know what sadness Tsunade has gone through. No one knows, it could have been any village that took him. Nobody really knows. For a little while I even thought Orochimaru might have been behind it. Really? Yeah, I remembered that before he turned traitor he would talk about turning back that clock and finding some sort of cave with a time something or other in it. Sometimes he would mutter about not letting opportunities pass him again. I thought I heard him mumble once about needing a test subject, but that could have been for any one of his experiments way back then. Naruto waited impatiently for Jiraiya to continue. I thought to check it out just for good measure. And? Naruto, I found absolutely nothing in that cave. He suppressed a chuckle at the sight of Naruto's jaw dropping. It was a complete and utter dead end. Nothing in there but rocks and dust. Naruto looked down at the ground. But that's so. Jiraiya started to regret his decision of telling Naruto about Tsunade's past. This was going to bother him for the rest of the day, unless… Hey Naruto. Naruto quickly turned his head towards Jiraiya. I think it's time for you to learn a new jutsu. Really? Yes, and I know just the one. Seeing as how you are your father's son, you were bound to learn it eventually. Orochimaru winced as Kabuto entered the room. You summoned me, Orochimaru-sama? Yes. These replacement fingers keep falling off. Curse Sarutobi and using my own sword against me. Perhaps Kimimaro. Sir, I think I know where you're going with this, and even his fingers may prove unattainable. The risk is far too great. There must be some way to keep my fingers from falling off of my hands. There has to be a way to stop Kusunagi's power. But how, my lord? The very reason you stole Kusanagi was because of its power to keep limbs severed. I honestly don't see any way to stop its power. Unless… Kabuto furrowed his brow as he saw his lord go into deep thought. What is it, my lord? Maybe we're looking at this the wrong way. Perhaps what's needed is a special rare medical jutsu. Sir? Kukoku, I think it's time to pay a visit to an old friend. Kenzel and Kane entered their dark and dusty castle. Dude, I seriously need to catch some Zezius, said Kane. Me too. Hey dude, isn't this room missing something? Asked Kenzel. Like what? Oh, I don't know, our coffins? Kane frantically looked around the room, but the coffins they needed their rest for was nowhere in sight. He calmed himself down and turned to his twin. Dude, where's the coffins? I don't know. Did you move them? Where's the coffins, dude? Dude, where's the coffins? Where's the coffins, dude? Dude, where's the coffins? Where's the coffins, dude? Dude, where's the coffins? Silence. We woke the master, said Kane. Now we're going to get it, said Kenzel. Kane and Kenzel walked up a flight of stairs and opened an old wooden door. Inside they saw a man sitting on a stone throne. A dusty red carpet went from the door all the way to the throne. Stone pillars were placed apart from the windows holding unlit torches. Up in the rafters hung vampires in the form of bats in case their master needed them. The two vampires kneeled to their older superior. Did you deliver the message? Yes, Master Vladimir. Very good. Have you fed the creature yet? Kenzel and Kain exchanged looks. Ah. Vladimir pinched the bridge of his nose out of aggravation. Do it now. But Master, we had a long trip and... started Kenzel. Now. Kain and Kenzel scurried out of the room, tripping over themselves as Vladimir pinched the bridge of his nose. I can't believe I have to wait 200 years for them to grow out of their stupidity. Kain opened a large steel door and placed a plate of bread and glass of water. I don't know why he keeps you around, you disgusting creature. But I suggest you eat up unless you want to find yourself homeless again. As Kain left, a giant hand with silver knuckles reached out and covered the plate as it was dragged into the shadows. Hey. Kin, the Hokage told me to tell you that if things get too boring in the house while I'm away, you can take up a hobby, said Naruto. Oh, I already have photography, beamed Kin as she held up her new camera. Well, that's great, Kin. Now if you excuse, I've been training really hard and I need a shower. Kin watched Naruto as he walked down the hall and into the bathroom. In a matter of seconds, she heard the sound of running water. After a few seconds of waiting, she ran in with her camera flashing. Ah, wag. Kin. Kin ran out of the bathroom, down the hall, and into the kitchen where she put her pictures on the table. She giggled perversely as she looked at them. I'm going to start a scrapbook. Naruto had made about 75 kagebushins. Alright boys, here's the plan. You 25 on the left work on the Rasengan, you 25 on the right work on Aileu's seal, the rest in the middle, find a mountain or cliffside or something and work on Kakashi's avalanche wolves. While his clones went off to train, Naruto decided now would be an excellent time for some ramen. Of course he would have to get the money from Jiraiya considering what happened before he left Konoha. Flashback. Naruto was heading towards the village gate, dragging his feet and holding his head in pain. He had a little something called a full moon hangover. Naruto. Hey Naruto. Huh. Of all people, at Ino, who was running to greet him. Ino? What are you doing here? Ino paused in silence, looking a little uncomfortable. She had a look on her face as if she was searching for an answer in her brain. She smiled, at least when she came up with one. Well, I heard that you were leaving the village for a while and I decided I should say goodbye. Not that I would care, of course, because that would just be crazy, right? Ha 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 ha. Naruto winced at the volume Ino laughed at. What was wrong with her? Yes, well, thanks, I think. So, how long do you think you'll be gone for? Not that I care, that is. Right? Well, there's no telling how long I'll be away. Oh. For some reason she seemed kind of disappointed. But, I think it would be nice if I left some part of me behind. He took out his empty frog wallet and handed it to Ino. I already spent all the money inside of it, but so I don't get tempted with money I may find on the road, would it be alright with you if I gave you Gamachan? Ino stared down at the oddly cute frog wallet. I guess I'll see you when I get back then. Naruto hefted the pack over his back and started heading back. A small blush escaped onto Ino's cheeks as he waved to her goodbye. What a ridiculous present to give to a girl. It's so ugly, but I suppose there wouldn't be any harm in keeping it. And flashback. Yeah, what's with her lately? Mused Naruto. Naruto shrugged and decided to put it out of his mind. The vampire twins stood before Tenten. I have now done the correct research on vampires. You sure about that, Dedet? Read all the Twilight books last night. Oh, for the love of all things unholy and impure. The vampire's face palmed while glaring at the Kunoichi. How stupid can get? Read Dracula, for hell's sake. At least then you'd be in the right ballpark. The sun is going to be up in a half hour. Do you think you could sparkle for me just once? We don't sparkle, brah. We're creatures of the night, not unicorns. Tenten was sitting in the Konoha library and was feeling quite frustrated. I just don't get it. I've been through like 100 books on Konoha's history and I still can't find anything about an Uzumaki clan. The closest thing I can find is a picture of some red-headed woman. It's almost as if she's taunting me. Tenten rested her head on the library table. I need a break. A break, huh? Maybe I can help with that, said a male voice from behind. Tenten let out an annoyed growl. The last thing she needed was some thick glasses nerd hitting on her. She sat up and turned around. Why don't you just take a high? However, when Tenten actually bothered to look at the man, she was at a loss for words. Hinata and her father sat down on the backyard porch enjoying a cup of tea. You've been doing very well in your practices lately, Hinata. Oh, thank you, father. The truth of the matter was she had only gotten better in her practices because she had gotten so much closer to Naruto. The boy did wonders for her. She always got a little farther, benefited a little more just by having him near her. Or maybe that was just because she was genuinely happy with him around. Who could say? He took a sip of his tea. I know I can seem awfully harsh on you. Hinata quickly turned her head to him in surprise. This wasn't like him. He wasn't one to admit such a thing. He would always say that he treated her so because the Hyugas had expectations to live up to, a bar that had to be met. From his frown, she could tell her look of surprise must have come across as something else to him. Okay, I can be downright cold. I never. No. This needs to be said, and it needs to be said now. I'm hard on you not just because you're the heiress. Hinata, when you were a small child and you told me and your mother that the type of person you wanted to be was someone who was kind but strong, well, we were delighted to hear it. Hinata continued to stare at him. This was a whole other side to her father she had never seen before. But the world is a harsh place, filled with many wicked people who survive by stepping on kind people. To be kind yet strong, you must put up with impossible odds in the most unforgiving of circumstances. To become strong and still retain the kindness in your heart, your very character must be pushed to its limit. There are many in this world who view kindness as a weakness, but given the right environment it can grow into righteousness. He turned to her with a smile she hadn't seen on him since her mother was alive. And I like to think that is the kind of person you are turning into. Hinata felt her eyes water. Her vision of her father became slightly distorted from the developing tears. And then, finally she could take no more and threw herself upon her father's lap and sobbed uncontrollably. He was more than a little surprised at his daughter's sudden show of emotion. He was a little unsure how to handle such a delicate situation. Then he noticed the smile on her face he spotted in between sobs. She was crying out of joy. So he did the only thing a father could in these kind of situations. He held her tenderly and told her to let it all out. Vampires swarmed the village hidden in the grass as its ninjas did their best to try and defend it. Protect the village. Don't let even one in, shouted one of the shinobi. Kenzel and Kizel appeared out of the shadows and grabbed the shinobi from behind by the shoulders. Dude, all we want are your women and children. Just be cool about it, dude, laughed Kizel. Specifically the babies, vampires bring a whole new meaning to the term baby back ribs, dude, grinned Kenzel. The ninja responded to their attack by taking a kunai and burying it deep into Kenzel's skull before running off. Kenzel fell to the ground with only a handle sticking out of his head. Oh my god! They killed Kenzel. Ubisoft. As Kenzel slowly moved on the ground, his twin started to scratch his head. Wait a minute. Something doesn't quite add up here. Now what could it be? Kenzel let out a small groan. Oh wait, that's right. He's already dead. Undead as matter of fact. Hey Kenzel, get up dude. Kenzel sat up and replied groggily, okay. He reached for the handle and started to pull, but it seemed to be stuck. Hey Kizel, dude? I think I might need some help on this one. Mind giving me a hand, dude? Kizel grabbed his hand, then put his foot against Kenzel's chest. Okay dude, on the count of 3. 3. On the word 3, Kizel pushed off of Kenzel and pulled out the kunai. Kenzel seemed to stagger for a moment, but the wound soon started to seal up. Glad that's over with. Dude, look, it's the master. Indeed, their dark master had arrived, floating in the air, bringing storm clouds behind him. It is time these mortals learned their place. He threw his arms into the air and the very ground started to shake, one village at a time. Small mountains started to form in some areas while the ground gave way into chasms in others, terrifying the ninjas and throwing them off balance. Kenzel jabbed his brother in the ribs. Dude, advantage, us. Yeah dude, time to increase our ranks. Kizel grabbed the charging ninja and sunk his fangs into his neck. The ninja struggled weakly against the vampire, but it didn't last long. Soon enough he had stopped moving altogether. Kizel dropped him and liked his chops. Dude, that is some sweet human nectar they got pumping through their vines. The ninja suddenly sprang up as pale as a sheet, two long fangs protruding from his upper jaw. Kenzel wrapped his arm around the new vampire in a brotherly sort of way. Welcome to the undead, dude. You can find the all-you-can-eat buffet to your left. The vampire sprung forward, eager and bloodthirsty, and then started to wander off to the right. Your left. Your left. Your other left. Watch out for that chasm. Dude. Said changed vampire had not listened to any of his senior's advice, thus fell directly down the chasm. Kiesel shook his head. Dude, new vampires are so stupid. I know, dude, it's friggin' ridiculous. How long do we have to wait for their stupidity to fade away? The twins changed into a couple of bats with a puff of smoke and flew down the chasm. Once at the bottom, they changed back to normal and started to help their new comrade in arms to his feet by pulling him out of the dirt he face-planted into. Once up, they dusted him off and helped him regain his balance. Left, is that a way, dude? Kenzel pointed dramatically to his left. Meanwhile, inside one of the grass village's hidden bases, their Kage frowned deeply as he read the latest news from the front. Sigh, the Kusanagi sword would really be helpful right about now.